Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
After leaving the laboratory, Luo Hu went straight to the intelligence department and found the location where the Whitebeard pirates were currently staying. As of now, Whitebeard should have more or less learned from the newspapers at sea that he is not dead. Faced with this situation where a world war could break out at any time, Luo Hu still very much hopes to invite Whitebeard to join. However, as for Whitebeard, who was obsessed with playing pirates, Luo Hu really had no idea how to invite him directly. I can only say that I try my best. If all else fails, absorbing the paramecia shock fruit from Whitebeard as a means of attacking a large area at sea is also a very good choice. After all, under normal circumstances, Luo Hu himself discovered that there was no way to attack the enemy on a large scale. Although the two natural devil fruit abilities of Maramara fruit and thunder fruit can also grant range attacks within a certain range. However, once such high-purity elemental energy is dispersed over a large area, the damage will be further reduced. So, on a comprehensive basis, the earthquake fruit, which is known as Paramecia's strongest ability, is an ability that is very worth acquiring. After making up his mind, Luo Hu quickly set off in the direction indicated by the intelligence. He turned into a ray of exploding thunder and flew into the distant sky with a roar. At the same time and in the same time period, far away at the naval headquarters, a leading warship had just returned. On the towering mast hangs the Marine Seagull Balance flag, which symbolizes justice and peace. In conjunction with this unique-looking dragon-headed warship, it looks even more majestic and full of a unique Haki. At this time, a young man in a dark green cape walked into the naval headquarters building with steady and powerful steps. The Marine soldiers on duty around them raised their hands and saluted seriously when they saw the man in the green cloak. Almost everyone in this naval headquarters, from soldiers to marshals, wears a cloak based on white justice. And, there is only one man who can modify his warship and cloak style as he pleases. He is the son of Monkey D. Garp, the famous Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and also the alternate Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Monkey D. Dorigan. At this time, Dorigan's face was serious, and his eyes revealed a unique spiritual light, looking as sharp as a flying dragon. His eyes were fixed on the flag of justice planted on the top of the building, and he finally sighed deeply. This is my resignation letter from the position of Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Please give it to Marshal Kongu on my behalf, Dad. Garp's forehead was covered with blue veins, and he looked extremely serious. After seeing the person coming, Garp stood up and walked straight to Dorigan. Stop talking about raising a new army. The world is not as dangerous as those guys playing pirates make it out to be. Don't be so confused, Dad. When I was little, didn't you always tell me to live more freely? The Marine soldiers around all looked at the monster in front of them, who was truly hailed as the future Marine Admiral, with some surprise. He stretched out his hand, which was as big as a sandbag, and grabbed his son, who was also nearly 3 meters tall. Don't try to persuade me anymore. The justice of the naval headquarters has long been completely corrupted. There is no point in staying in such an organization. Boom boom boom. Dorigan knocked on the door casually and walked directly into a large but somewhat remote office inside the naval headquarters building. If you want to be freer, you should avoid being too high-ranking. If you relax, you can act better, right? Damn you. What did you say to your dad on the phone just now? You're going to be the Admiral of Headquarters in the future. I have already arranged a good relationship for you. The next marshal position of the naval headquarters will be taken over by Dad's comrade Sengoku. He will arrange for you to become the new Marine Admiral. That look was so determined as if he had a new belief that lasted throughout his life. I have no idea what he is thinking at this moment. However, under normal circumstances, Garp would not stay in the office and wait for tasks, so he was the one who used it. As someone who has personally experienced countless major wars, he knows very well how many dangers there are in this world. Then he took off the naval headquarters justice cloak from his shoulders and threw it into the trash can next to him. After handing the envelope with beautiful and neat handwriting to his old father who was holding his fist in front of him, at a loss, Dorigon prepared to leave the room without any hesitation. After reaching the door, he looked back and saw his father still standing there without moving. After Dorigon finished his last words slowly, he closed the door with a click. Then he spoke slowly. Garp was a little exasperated and stretched out his fist to use the iron fist of love to hit Dragon's head. The situation today was very different. His father was sitting in the office chair with a serious expression and annoyed eyes. His bold and grandiose sitting posture seemed to be brewing something. The owner of this office is none other than his father, Vice Admiral Garp. You don't know what it means to live in the present, do you? Only with the support of a giant like the naval headquarters can we survive more safely. What? Say it to me again. What do you mean you don't want to be the admiral of the naval headquarters? Do you really know how much effort your father has put into your development? But after raising his fist in the air with a serious expression, Garp slowly stopped his action for a moment. This crazy behavior naturally attracted the attention of a figure in another office who was holding a sword and looking over. Stop talking nonsense, Dad. Marine Admiral or something, I never said I would do this. Because at this moment, he only saw that Dorigon, who used to be laughing all day long, had become a different person. He became extremely serious, and his whole personality seemed to have completely changed. The sun rose and the moon set, and over the sea it turned into a swift bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky, causing bursts of thunder. Wherever Luo Hu looked, he vaguely saw a huge whale ship. The Moby D***K, as huge as a white whale, sailed on the sea, dragging a long white chain at its stern. Gee. There's thunder in the sky, it looks like it's going to rain. Doesn't Dad hate thunderstorms the most? Show us the ability of the shock fruit to shatter the atmosphere again. It would also be good for those newcomers to see how powerful Dad is. Marco, who was sitting astride the Moby D***K, looked back at Old Man Whitebeard who was pouring wine into his mouth, and said with a hint of anticipation. Captain Marco is right. Dad, show us your ability to shatter the air with one punch. That's the legendary strongest paramecia shock fruit ability. It's like a natural disaster. Just punching the air can cause a huge tsunami hundreds of meters high. Dad is the most powerful man in the world. What a bullshit, Roger, how can he compare to the old movies? Seeing that Marco, the captain of the team, was eager to try, he asked his father to show his abilities. The crew members around also began to persuade them. Looking at the group of sons in front of him, who were trying to persuade them one by one, Whitebeard sighed helplessly. Although the ability shock fruit is powerful enough, it is not the most suitable ability for him. After the battle in the Valley of Gods, he was sitting in the room betting on the devil fruit's abilities. Originally, he thought he could open a mythical beast devil fruit ability similar to Kaido, thereby greatly enhancing his own Haki level. But what I never expected was that a Paramecious shock fruit ability would appear. As we all know, in this crazy sea, the devil fruit ability can only be used to assist in combat at most. What can really determine the outcome of a battle is always a person's Haki strength and physical strength. For example, he has been sweeping across the ocean, invincible, and occupying a large area of territory, and he has fought against the newcomer Roger no less than 20 times. During this period, every fight between the two basically ended in a draw. During this process, he never used the devil fruit ability. Because in front of the powerful conqueror's Haki, the devil fruit's abilities will be directly restricted. Once Roger launches Conqueror's entanglement attack, his shock fruit ability will lose all its effects. Unless he had released the seismic wave at a long distance, it would have been able to barely cause some minor damage to Roger. But unfortunately, when facing a truly strong opponent, if you waste time using the shock fruit ability, I guess that the D. Rogers' divine avoidance will hit his crown in any minute. So. To sum up, Whitebeard has always believed that the most suitable devil fruit ability for him is still a Zoan's mythical beast fruit. However, since things have developed to this point, Whitebeard can only choose to accept this fact. After all, the devil fruit ability of Paramecia shock fruit is very effective against some small pirates groups. For example, in recent years, a large number of flying pirate fleets have gathered to surround his Moby D****K, trying to forcibly win over his golden lion. It was because of the power of shock fruit that most of the pirates' fleet was destroyed and they were able to escape. If it weren't for his ability to break the atmosphere and cause air shock, Whitebeard really wouldn't have the confidence to protect the large number of sons in the team. Guys like Golden Lion are true pirates. When he lived in Rock's Pirate, this guy was under pressure and wanted to force a branch house. If Rocks, as the captain, hadn't used his ultimate tyrant sword to beat him so badly that he was frightened for several months, he might have succeeded. However, just as Whitebeard was thinking, the rumbling sound of thunder exploding in the distance was rapidly approaching the Moby D***K, bursting bolts of thunder and lightning flew high in the sky, creating waves of temperature high enough to scorch the air and suddenly struck over. How come you are here? A group of pirates dragons surrounding Whitebeard were talking about the violent thunder that was getting closer and closer to the Moby D***K. They all ignited their fighting spirit and were ready to launch an attack at any time according to their father's orders. Who knows? People who are remembered by my father are usually very powerful opponents. This. So it's not going to rain. No matter who comes, as long as they see Dad, they must give him some face. He looked at the young man standing in front of him with some disbelief. The image of the old father that he had worked hard to build over several years is completely gone. Whitebeard looked at Luo Hu in front of him, his face showing shock and joy. Although in my memory, Luo Hu's height and build were like a scary devil, more than 10 meters tall. Kolololalo, I knew a man like you is not dead. Now, times have changed. In the great battle 6 years ago, Luo Hu personally covered their retreat. It is very different from the tiny thing in front of him, which is only a little over 2 m and less than 3 m tall. Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, he just narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the figure wrapped in thunder. Now even the thunder fruit has been reborn, so doesn't that mean that Luo Hu and Captain Rocks are really dead? But before the pirates could react, Whitebeard saw the figure in the thunder that overlapped with his memory. Boom boom boom. Who is Dad talking about? Why does he look like he's missing her so much? After careful identification, it looks like a very important person has arrived. Is that guy really dead? Even his devil fruit ability has been reborn. Even Marco transformed into a phoenix burning with light blue flames, floating in the air, ready for battle. At first Whitebeard's eyes widened in disbelief. This D is still alive. Luo Hu. Whitebeard's usually serious expression suddenly changed. There was also a hint of inexplicable emotion in Whitebeard's usually calm eyes. Then he carefully rubbed his blurry eyes and tried to identify it carefully. Aren't you dead? At this moment, Whitebeard could even hear his own heartbeat. I haven't heard from you since. After realizing that the person flying quickly in the sky was using Logia's thunder fruit ability, he personally invited Luo Hu to join Rock's Pirate. I am not seeing things. But how could he forget this face that inadvertently revealed a strong murderous aura in every move? His tongue stuck out and his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. What a surprising encounter. When I was reading the newspaper a few days ago, I was talking about this newcomer who looked so much like you. A man like you really won't die so easily at the hands of those scumbags of the world government. Whitebeard stared at it intently and confirmed it several times before he suddenly smiled. No matter what, in his personal opinion, a man like Luo Hu would never die so easily. And strictly speaking, Luo Hu personally saved the lives of a large group of people during the Holy Land Mariehua War. Needless to say, this feeling is pure. But given Luo Hu's personality, he would definitely not use this favor to blackmail me. It was the same as when I went to Alcatraz to support Luo Hu under Rock's order. Both of them tacitly chose words like favor at level B. Is this true? Is he the evil ghost Luo Hu who established the new government? Is he the same person that Dad mentioned 6 years ago? You can't be wrong. The nickname of the man who established the new government is the Devil, and the nickname of the old friend that Dad mentioned 6 years ago is exactly the same. How terrifying. How can such a man still live in this world? He attacked Mariehua, the holy land of the world's nobles. And even though he personally covered the retreat, he was able to return to the sea alive. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were talking about it, and everyone was standing there in shock with their eyes wide open. In their opinion, Whitebeard is already an unrivaled strong man in this world. Anyway, ever since they joined the Whitebeard pirates, almost no one would disrespect them in this area of the second half of the Grand Route. And Whitebeard has never experienced failure since he set out to sea. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it will almost always be destroyed by the powerful shock fruit ability. You don't even need to release Haki to sink all the enemies into the sea with overwhelming force. Even the Golden Lion, who was also known as a legendary pirate, could only flee in disgrace with his fleet when he met Whitebeard. And now, that was the one that got the spotlight 6 years ago. What kind of strength does Luo Hu, the evil ghost who is even considered by Whitebeard's father to be the strongest man in the world in the true sense, have? And this man looks really young. Although he is only in his 20s, he has already reached the world's strongest level. Even Whitebeard's father recognizes it. This disparity in talent made the little pirates look at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. The gap between people is sometimes much greater than the gap between people and dogs. Hey, Newgate, it's been so long since we last met. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Did you really bring a boatload of sons to play house with pirates? How does it feel to be a father? Luo Hu looked at the thousands of crew members on the Moby D***K and said jokingly. At this time, Whitebeard's golden hair has become more abundant than before, and his strength has basically reached the ultimate level of personal talent. But such a man is just like an ordinary middle-aged man in front of Luo Hu, and he can be joked about by name at will. Is this guy really one of the former twin overlords of the sea? A former friend and captain-level member of Whitebeard's father's family. Whitebeard's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, then he happily retracted it. Of course he knew that a man like Luo Hu would never agree to his request. Their father Whitebeard is an invincible existence in this ocean. As old friends who had known each other for many years, Whitebeard naturally knew what kind of pain Luo Hu had suffered and understood why he hated celestial dragons so much. After standing nearby and hearing clearly what Luo Hu said when he called his father, Whitebeard smiled, and then looked at Luo Hu with amusement. This is also somewhat related to his personal unwillingness to fight. At least Whitebeard has long since forgotten about the high taxes he imposed on his hometown, Sphinx Island, which subsequently caused a huge chaos. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and the other young pirates were all stunned. Could it be that your hatred for the celestial dragons has not yet ended? Do you not want to start a real world war? How unkind. Lousy hasn't even finished his words yet and you just rejected him. You don't even give him the slightest bit of face. Luo Hu asked with a little expectation. Whitebeard looked at Luo Hu in a serious tone. But the only ones who can really fight are the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. But after all, Luo Hu had already slaughtered more than 50,000 celestial dragons in the real super battle at the airport. Kolalalolalo, what are you talking about? These little guys are all sons of the sea. Under such conditions, the hatred in one's heart should be dissipated to some extent. If I continue to develop, my strength will only decline as I age. He only said that because of the atmosphere between old friends who wanted him to tell a joke. Just like when Roger and his team first met, Whitebeard himself invited him to be his son. If we can get our two teams to join our new government, then we will undoubtedly increase the combat power of 2 more generals. Stop. You should go find Roger for matters like adopting a son. If you're willing. Kulala, let's leave it at that. A guy like you must have something to say to me. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the crew members under these 2 large pirates groups is stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. The real pirates from the legend. Ha 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 ha, hatred will only grow bigger. Lousy won't stop killing until all the celestial dragons are killed. Seeing that this guy was about to say that classic quote, Luo Hu suddenly got goosebumps all over his body and quickly waved his hand to stop Whitebeard from speaking. How about you bring your Whitebeard pirates into my new government system? That's a request that's really hard to refuse. Newgate. What an arrogant tone. No one has ever dared to call Whitebeard's father's name like this. Currently, there are about 17 or 18 big pirates with high bounties in the second half of the Grand Line. Whitebeard pondered for a moment, then turned to look at his sons who were eavesdropping on the conversation. But it's still hard for me to make a decision if I have a family to support. These little devils are all my sons. If I let them fight against the world government, I really can't bear to do that. They are too young to face the storm on this sea. Whitebeard said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Luo Hu had naturally anticipated this rejection. In the plot of Summit War, only one person was captured, and Whitebeard still led the entire group of sons to rescue him. If he were to let his sons fight the world government on their own, it would certainly be difficult for him to make a decision. In general, I am used to being a father, and I always think more about my sons. Luo Hu also understands this very well. After all, a person like Whitebeard who has no ambition should do this kind of thing, just collect protection money and drink for the rest of his life. It doesn't matter. Just enjoy your family life with your sons. I didn't come here to force you to join us this time. Luo Hu smiled in a relaxed tone. Kolalalalalalalo, I knew you wouldn't make things difficult for me. If it's not about this matter, then why did you come to me? Shock fruit. Luo Hu stated his purpose directly without any hesitation. Whitebeard already knew how he could absorb his devil fruit ability and use it for himself. Naturally, there is no need to explain too much. That's absolutely fine. Since you need it, why not take this opportunity to have a fight? My Haki has stagnated for 2 years. Apart from Roger, no one has ever been able to make me fight with all my heart and soul. Whitebeard's voice fell. Luo Hu did not refuse. It had been a long time since he encountered a more powerful enemy. It would be a good practice to fight against Whitebeard at his peak. Since you are so confident that you can fight me one-on-one, then come on. Luo Hu waved his hand and pulled up a rocky island made up of huge black reefs directly from the sea surface, floating in the sky. Finally, the whole person's figure teleported and stood directly on the island, waiting for Whitebeard's arrival. Kulala, let me see how far Lousy is from the strongest power in the world. Whitebeard's eyes were full of fighting spirit and excitement. His long, bright golden hair fluttered in the fierce wind. His large and stylish white captain's coat fluttered in the wind, making a popping sound. With a huge figure of 666 centimeters, he bent his legs slightly and paused, then jumped directly from the Moby D***K to the floating black reef island. Luo Hu's face was as calm as water, and he casually pulled out the 7-star sword that had been hanging at his waist and had long been dyed black by Haki. An almost violent force gushed out from the body and tightly grasped the hilt of the 7-star sword, leaving no room for shaking. Then, under Whitebeard's watchful gaze, the 7-star sword slowly chopped down into the air at a vertical angle. The black sword blade looked gloomy under the Akagi sunlight, revealing an edge unique to darkness. Got it. This is my normal attack. Luo Hu's tone was serious and earnest. Although Whitebeard is very strong, But Luo Hu's current swordsmanship skills have already reached the ultimate level of perfection. On the same level as that B************* D rocks. With the help of the flowing output of armament color and Conqueror's Haki's aerial slash. Even with just a simple swing of the sword, it could instantly unleash a force powerful enough to split the sea surface for hundreds of miles. Boom! Wachimbakan's two-color ultimate Haki suddenly went into a frenzy under Luo Hu's control. Even in Whitebeard's eyes, the space around Luo Hu's body began to become blurry. The Conqueror's Haki, which was suppressed to the ultimate level, directly created cracks in the black reefs on the ground, directly generating physical attacks. The extremely violent Haki flowed and jumped wildly on the blade of the seven-star sword, and then turned into terrifying sword energy, pushing the aura of this demon sword that was said to be able to destroy the entire world at will to roar out. Whitebeard's expression was extremely solemn. This doesn't seem like a one-on-one fight. If it was really just a normal attack, how come both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were used at the same time? In the perception of Whitebeard's top-level observation Haki, the seven-star sword in Luo Hu's hand, which looked quite unique in shape, broke through the sound barrier almost instantly, piercing through the air in an instant, and burst into circles of dark green sword energy. With the terrifying force and the sword skills that have reached perfection, the small and extremely hard black stone island on the ground was cracked into long cracks and gullies almost instantly. Although Luo Hu only launched a relatively ordinary attack. However, due to the terrifying gap in strength that was as much as 2 or even 3 times as big, Whitebeard felt only tremendous pressure and boundless oppression attacking his entire body and mind at that moment. Faced with this horrific monster, even though he had been called the strongest man in the world by foreign media reporters, he still felt a cold and suffocating feeling. Faced with this terrifying sword energy, even a strong man like Whitebeard felt it was quite difficult. The group of Marco's men who were standing not far away and watching the battle were naturally extremely shocked. The green sword energy was so fast that it was impossible to dodge it, so one could only take it. But even Marco, the devil fruit known as the Phoenix, felt his scalp tingling and his head shaking, and he was speechless when facing such sword attacks. This level of attack is simply not something these little pirates can withstand. Even their fathers may not have an easy opportunity to deal with it head-on. "Dad!" he roared with red eyes. The power of this move is such that if it really hit someone head-on, even a strong man like my dad would be seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, no matter how these sons shouted Whitebeard, they just stared calmly at the whistling sword energy. The huge guandao was rendered in pitch black by Haki, and Whitebeard held the hilt tightly with both hands, with a transparent, swaying white halo surrounding it. The arm muscles suddenly expanded and doubled in size. A fierce slash of the knife. Lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard at his peak. At this time, Whitebeard should be able to speedrun against any of the 3 admirals. Whitebeard once fought with Redbeard's father in the Valley of the Gods. By the way, did Whitebeard just give in to his weakness during the Summit War and not kill Teach? With a roar like that of a ferocious beast, the huge blade chopped down from the sky like a group of merchants. Amidst the sound of scattered glass breaking, the atmosphere was directly shattered. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded on the spot. The earth-shaking seismic energy began to erupt on the solid rock island. The whistling black demon sword was suppressed in the void by the earthquake energy. Black and red Haki was constantly emitted between the two, and it was shaking violently. After a few seconds, the energy of the earthquake gradually weakened, but the sword energy emitted by the demon sword still did not dissipate. Instead, he continued to rush forward with an unstoppable and sharp momentum. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, his mind was shocked, the muscles of the arm holding the knife suddenly bulged, veins bulged and expanded to twice the size again, the power was terrifying. Earthquake energy emerges. The transparent halo on the blade of the Daguan Dao spread out again. Crackling. The extremely dense sound of glass shattering was heard again, and the entire space before his eyes continued to produce long and thin white cracks. Boom boom. The dull and trembling vibration, which was even more heart-pounding than the previous blow, spread quickly, and the low roar instantly turned into an earthquake wave that made people's hearts beat wildly. Under this terrifying energy, the entire extremely hard Black Reef Island instantly turned into countless flying pieces of rock. Even the sea surface below and the land of the surrounding islands began to shake violently, and a large number of bubbles began to surge on the sea surface. The entire sea seemed to be in a rage. A supergiant tsunami thousands of meters high surged up. The scene was like a horrific natural disaster that could devour everything in the world, and countless people's eyes turned white. This is the strength of the strongest man in the world. Dad is so strong. Flying high in the sky, Marco, who was watching the battle at the closest distance, had his heart pounding wildly, and his eyes were full of envy as he looked at his father who was still standing on the reef island. Layer after layer of huge tsunamis thousands of meters high continued to surge with terrifying power. The surging waves one after another were like roaring sea monsters, constantly sweeping away everything around them. This massive attack was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could destroy the entire world in an instant. However, this attack was merely the aftermath of the earthquake unleashed by Whitebeard's father. What's really powerful is the combination of armament Haki and Conqueror's two-color Haki that creates an earthquake/wave that slashes straight ahead. Their father is also one of the best swordsmen in the world. Although he doesn't have very advanced swordsmanship, but with this wild and powerful attack and terrifying strength, Haki's blessing. Those so-called great swordsmen are no match for me at all. As for the words that one cannot be considered a true swordsman if he does not use pure swordsmanship. That's pure bullshit. If you can't even use Haki and abilities during a fight, what kind of competition is it? Isn't that just like the turn-based system that kids play house with, where you chop once and I follow up with your chop? Boom! A violent roar occurred. Under the watchful eyes of Marco and the other pirates on the Moby D***K, a terrifying seismic wave energy with a diameter of over 10 meters instantly spurted out from the tip of Whitebeard's supreme sword Kasugawa Kiri, one of the 12 skills. What's even worse is that in the center of this pure white earthquake wave there is a dark red Conqueror's Haki that is madly exuding violent power. Boom! In the face of this powerful earthquake energy, the atmosphere that had washed past along the way shattered one after another, as if a huge crack had been directly cut across the entire sky. At this moment, the Black Reef Island where the two were standing was completely shattered into dust. Under the impact of the disaster-level earthquake and the terrifying sword energy, it was completely destroyed. Buzz! At the moment the reef island shattered, a dull buzzing sound was heard in the sky. The shattered atmosphere in the sky and the terrifying sword energy erupted from Luo Hu completely combined together, breaking the sky into pieces and showing signs of flowing. Boom boom boom. The extremely violent explosions are still continuing, and the countless thousand-meter-high waves surging forward are still as crazy as ever. Aboard the Moby D***K. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the space that was constantly collapsing and shattering, and even like flowing water, with expressions on their faces all becoming stunned. Their stout father took the blow head-on, and it seemed like the sword energy could sweep across the world. Seeing his father using his last bit of strength to step on the rubble and retreat to the main ship of the Moby D***K, Marco was simply astonished. They don't know how powerful this friend of their dad is. However, if even a strong man like my father needs to be red in the face, try his best, and even swing two swords mixed with armed color, conquerors and earthquake fruit energy to resist the opponent. Such strength is too terrifying. A few minutes later, the huge tsunami that was surging wildly gradually subsided. Whitebeard stood quietly on the bow of the Moby D***K, holding the huge guandao in his hand and watching Luo Hu leave. Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard is personally very willing to participate in the upcoming huge war. But, perhaps because he was middle-aged, he actually had many concerns. He couldn't bear to take his sons to the battlefield to fight and bleed. Even if he went to the battlefield alone, leaving these young sons on the sea where powerful men were everywhere. It would be difficult for Whitebeard to be so cruel. Because his sons are really too young. They are all just little kids who are still wet behind the ears. Letting them struggle alone in this crazy era will undoubtedly push them into a bottomless abyss. Before his sons grow up completely, he, as a father, still needs to fulfill his final responsibility of protecting them. Ku la 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 la, I really look forward to seeing you completely change the world. Whitebeard stood at the bow, staring intently at the coastline, where a black dot gradually appeared until it disappeared into the distance. World government between flowers. The fragrance of flowers fills the air, the surrounding vegetation is lush, and every frame of the picture is filled with the ultimate beauty of harmony between man and nature. This is the most secretive and forbidden place of the entire world government, and no one is allowed to come here. Because, the king of the world, Narona Imsheng, who controls the entire world, is the only god living here. However, the atmosphere in the flower room at this moment was extremely depressing, as if the air was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out, making it almost impossible to breathe. Saint Topman Vacheli, Saint Zambaron Nasajuro, Saint Shepherd Ten Peter, Saint Marcus Mas, Saint Jagarsha Sartan. 5 symbolize the highest power in the world. And the 5 elders who controlled the entire world government on behalf of Lord Yim all knelt on the ground in unison with their heads pressed tightly against the ground. In this not too big area, they did not communicate at all. Just wait quietly. A long period of silence passed. From the depths of the room filled with the fragrance of flowers, a slender figure slowly walked out. He walked calmly on the green grass, wearing a gorgeous black silk robe with gold thread and a thorny crown on his head. The wide robe was enough to hide more than 90% of his body. But in the places that the clothes could not cover, you could vaguely see traces of old wrinkles clinging to the skin. Sensing the arrival of Lord Yim, the 5 elders did not change their kneeling posture, but raised their heads with a very respectful look. 5 elders, meet Lord Yim. The hoarse voice echoed in the flower-filled grassland. Im, who was draped in a black robe, had a gloomy look in his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. There was a great sense of oppression and anger all over his body. Those were a pair of terrifying eyes that were as red as blood, and the black circle patterns revealed a coldness that was completely unlike that of a human. What happened in this world? I didn't sense the presence of that guy Joey boy. Imu's tone was quite calm. During the 6 years that he consumed his lifespan to initiate Uranus and end the defense of the Holy Land of Mariehua, his Haki has been elevated to a new level. That is to say, there is no one in this world except the man who successfully broke through Haki beyond the limits of the world. She doesn't need to be afraid of anyone. Following his voice, a terrifying conqueror's Haki that seemed to be able to suppress and imprison everything in this world began to sweep across the surroundings. Countless delicate flowers and plants were turned into ashes and disappeared into the world under the shock of this sudden conqueror's Haki. The Haki emitted by him this time has reached a terrifying level that can make even the 5 elders tremble. Faced with the terrifying aura emanating from Lord Saint Im, several 5 elders bowed their heads humbly, their expressions becoming more respectful. From the beginning to the end, they will choose to believe in the godlike strength of Lord Im. Just like when he led them to end the huge kingdom 800 years ago. We congratulate the great god, Lord Im, for his further improvement in strength. The 5 elders congratulated in unison, their heads pressed against the dusty and sandy ground, their tones extremely respectful. Im will no longer waste his life unless it is necessary. But it is with this kind of image that one possesses a terrifying power that is even more unknown than the highest power in the world. But in terms of loyalty, the 5 elders can definitely be called his most trusted arms. They have lost their last bit of wisdom under the wear and tear of technological power, and have now completely turned into robots without emotions or thoughts. Yim showed a slight interest and raised his bloodshot eyes to look at the 5 old men kneeling on the ground. The most important thing is that this guy's behavior this time is enough to affect the 800-year foundation of our world government. Master Im, Joey Boy's devil fruit has appeared frequently on the sea, we have been keeping an eye on it, although some people have eaten the devil fruit by chance, there is no sign of awakening. The 5 men who openly controlled the world government and possessed the highest power in the entire world were actually kneeling in front of the women in such a humble, slave-like posture. We ask Lord Yim to bring down divine punishment once again. Destroy their government power. The scene fell into silence for a long time. As for the celestial dragon's royal family that Luo Hu had desperately killed, he was patched up by the power of life technology after his death and was finally resurrected. There is no way such an absurd scene could possibly happen in this world. Upon hearing this, Yim was silent for a moment, then nodded to signal the 5 elders Saint Vachali to continue. The new government sphere of influence is now enough to affect the entire second half of the Grand Line. According to our speculation, the next move of the evil ghost Luo Hu will directly reach the 2 huge seas of West Blue and North Blue. Evil devil Luo Hu. That guy established a new government organization in the area in the second half of the Grand Line based on Wanakuni, the hometown of Nasajuro Sei, and broke away from the rule of the countries in the second half of the Grand Line that the world government could not control. It's like this. I wonder if Lord Imu still remembers the little devil you tracked and killed using moon technology during the Mariehua War 6 years ago. Having said that, the 5 elders stepped forward at the same time and raised their heads respectfully. He waved his hand, and a straw hat with ice chips still hanging on it appeared. 6 years ago, in order to test whether Uranus could continue to operate, he consumed more than 1,000 years of his life and converted it into energy to activate Uranus. After that, many ugly wrinkles quickly appeared on his body. This kind of behavior that completely disregards its own image, once it spreads overseas, will definitely cause an uproar among more than 200 countries around the world. The voices of the 5 elders fell in the empty room. This woman had a pretty and beautiful face, just like a lotus root node at the bottom of a pond, emerging from the mud without being stained by a trace of dust. Although personal strength is not particularly strong. That guy didn't die for unknown reasons. And in the past few months, he suddenly returned to the sea. If that evil spirit really controls the West Blue and North Blue regions, half of the world will be divided up by them. This will inevitably cause huge losses and damage to the 800-year heritage of the world government. Under the radiant light, 20 corpses with empty and white eyes and their energy and spirit completely dissipated appeared. Although the broken body has some impact on his combat power, it will not affect his Haki, which is enough to be an admiral-level combat power. From today on, these corpse puppets will be controlled by you 5 elders. These guys were the team he assembled 800 years ago. Oh, since it's not Joey Bobo, then who on earth could have caused the 5 of you to come here together to look for me? In addition to the 19 celestial dragons royal family, the other one is the body of Joy Boy, the king of a huge kingdom that once controlled the entire world. I still need to comprehend the more powerful stage of God's Haki. Please don't look for my traces for a while. Under the wide black robe with gold thread, Im stretched out his pale fingers and gently stroked his body, revealing the wrinkles that had not yet been smoothed out due to excessive consumption of life in a short period of time. At the same time that the 5 elders went to meet Lord Im, a meeting was quietly held in the naval headquarters Marineford, which only the senior marine officers could enter. All the candidates attending the meeting this time are top-level pillars in the entire marine. Not to mention ordinary generals, even a marine with the rank of vice admiral is not qualified to sit in. The vice admiral here must be further distinguished from Garp, Tianjing and Crane's staff, 3 vice admirals who are not in high positions but have great power. After all, these 3 are definitely the pillars of the old-era marine. One is known as a marine hero by the world, and the other is the chief of staff who is now in charge of the entire marine staff. As for Tianjing, he is a powerful figure in the marine codenamed Dark Horse. He holds the rank of vice admiral and is also the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. He is a very calm and serious person. No matter how shocking the event is, it seems like a trivial matter to him. The seriousness of the meeting, which brought together only a few senior executives from the naval headquarters, can be seen from Madara. There was no Marine soldier on duty outside the entire conference room. Even the entire headquarters work area was cleared out. Outside the door. As the current marshal of the naval headquarters, Kong took firm steps, and each step seemed to carry a tremendous force, making a dull sound as it stepped on the ground. At this moment, his figure was tall and majestic, giving people a feeling of inviolability. Compared to his more compromising state in the past, Kong's eyes today were as sharp as an eagle. His gaze swept across the surging sea outside the window, with a fiery light in his eyes. He emanated a powerful aura, which was the pressure accumulated through countless battles and tests, and it was awe-inspiring. After standing there for a few minutes to calm down, Konggu turned around with great determination and began to walk towards the meeting room. His steps were steady and powerful, and it seemed that nothing could stop him from moving forward. As he moved forward, the air around him seemed to become tense, and the blue word, justice, behind the wide cloak, which symbolized the marshal, rose and fell slightly. Looking up at the tightly closed rosewood door of the conference room in front of him, a flame of ambition began to burn in Konggu's calm eyes. After enduring for decades, he rose all the way from an ordinary Marine soldier to admiral, and now to the position of marshal of the naval headquarters. He knew that Marine's justice would completely lose all its stability and restraints today. Crunch. The dull sound of a wooden door turning appeared. When Konggu, with a confident look on his face, walked into the highest conference room of the marshal's mansion with great momentum. The originally extremely quiet conference room was suddenly met with several sharp gazes. Except for the two Vice Admirals Garp and Chief of Staff Crane who were specifically mentioned, any other general officers with the rank of Vice Admiral and below will not have the chance to appear here. So the three of them also seem to have matured a lot in terms of character. But the next moment, a scene appeared that made all the senior executives dumbfounded. This is why newcomers will progress faster on this turbulent sea. He is no longer as naive as he was when he tried to stop Luo Hu without knowing why during the battle in God Valley. Kong, the marshal who represented the highest authority of the naval headquarters, actually reached out and tore off the cross flag of the world government in public and rubbed it in his palm. Konggu's face was serious and earnest, and his pair of huge arms as thick as black stars made dull sounds as they rested on the thick conference table. He opened his bloody mouth wide and swallowed the whole bag of senbei biscuits directly. Then. Ahem. Colleagues, I believe you have seen that the situation in this world is now precarious. Our naval headquarters has always stood for justice and righteousness in the world. At this time, no matter which direction our naval headquarters justice goes, it will eventually be deeply suppressed by it. On the left-hand side are three marine monsters who have recently become famous, have made rapid progress in strength, and have been promoted to the position of alternate admiral. The pace of achieving fairness and justice in the world must be achieved by all of us Marines working together. Right now, in this world, there are two regimes with unprecedented power. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. The only people left at the scene were Garp, who was standing there at a loss, and a few executives around him who looked helpless. Maybe it is also limited by the changes of the times. Chief of Staff he sat with Tianzheng with a relatively calm expression, and it was impossible to tell whether his emotions changed. After enduring for a long time, Sengoku became extremely angry, veins popped up on his forehead, and he snatched the senbei from Garp's hand with a slap. Although these three guys are still young and not yet strong enough, a closer look reveals that they already have the aura of true admirals. Garp. Can't you just quiet down? Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. A group of senior executives sat around a huge oval conference table made of sandalwood, standing quietly and solemnly. Except for Garp who was sitting there eating senbei and not taking it seriously, everyone was quite nervous. To the right of the marshal position is the marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Click, click, click. He looked at the few core senior executives present, as if he wanted to find the answer he wanted from their eyes. Everyone was wearing the same style of well-fitting black suit, with large marine capes draped over their shoulders, and their expressions were extremely serious. And the current and only admiral of headquarters Sengoku. Kong-gu's face was cold, and he walked to the chair belonging to his position as marshal with steady and powerful steps, but he did not sit down in a hurry. The flag, which was woven stitch by stitch with expensive fabric and symbolized the world government, was crumpled into pieces by Kong on the spot. A dark and deep black light flashed. Inside the spacious conference room, the world government's cross flag and the marine seagull flag of justice were hung on the snow-white walls. At first glance, it looked majestic and solemn, with an invisible sense of seriousness and oppression. Marshal Kong. You should know what terrible consequences this will bring. The background of the world government is too terrifying. If we make a mistake, our naval headquarters will be completely destroyed in history. The eyes of Dark Horse Tianjing, the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and Director of Marine Crime Investigation Bureau, were slightly frozen. He was officially promoted only recently and became a core senior executive within the naval headquarters. But this does not mean that he did not participate in the defense of the Holy Land of Mariehua 6 years ago. As someone who had witnessed the glory of the old times, he deeply understood that Marine must rely on the banner of the world government in order to achieve a small amount of justice more completely and safely. Now the sea is surging with waves and the forces are turbulent. A new government is trying to challenge the prestige of the old government, and a war that will affect the world will inevitably break out between the two. If their naval headquarters fails during this critical period and chooses to become independent, it is not difficult to imagine that after any government wins the next war, the first thing it will do is to target the Marine. Tianjing is right, Kong. Such an emergency decision is too risky. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. After thinking for a moment, Chief of Staff he also hoped that the Marshal could take a safe route and not take any risks with the future hopes of the naval headquarters. Well, Marshal Sensei, if you take back what you just said, I can pretend that I didn't hear anything. Ar Lala, this is such an exciting decision. I can already feel the burning justice in my heart bombarding me like crazy. In order to achieve absolute justice, necessary sacrifices can be made. The hot magma will swallow up all injustice. Compared with the steady pace of the old Marine executives, the three monsters of the new era seem much more radical. Of course, this still excludes Borsellino, who likes to wear yellow striped suits. After all, this guy always appears in front of everyone with an unreliable image. The justice of Sakazuki and Kazan during this period is complementary and there is not much difference between them. One is to achieve true absolute justice. The other is full of passion and a passion for justice that he wants to squander. Kong-gu looked at the three guys in front of him with different expressions and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Sengoku who was silent next to him. As for Garp, Kong-gu didn't care too much about it. After all, that thing's opinion could be completely ignored. Sengoku, what do you think of this decision? Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes moved slightly. Although he is known as the most intelligent admiral in the entire marine world. However, no matter how calm and wise one is, it is difficult to make a decision that is like walking in the abyss. If the plan succeeds, it can be barely acceptable. If the plan fails, then the whole world will become chaotic because of the loss of Marine, countless people will be displaced and their lives will be lost. This crime of being a historical criminal is not easy to bear. I don't know what to say. The price Marine justice needs to pay to truly break away from the world government is simply too great. If we really want to become independent when the war between these two governments begins, we must be fully prepared. And the most important thing is that our naval headquarters Marin's numerous locations must not continue to stay directly under Mariehua. Sengoku's tone sounded ambiguous. But Kong-gu nodded with great satisfaction. Although Sengoku did not express his opinion explicitly, the fact that he suggested that the naval headquarters should not remain in its original location was enough to prove that he was more inclined towards the independence of the Marine. I choose to believe in the choice of fate. The evil ghost Luo Hu is the most talented guy I have seen since I joined the Marine. Since he was able to survive the battle to defend the Holy Land of Mariehua 6 years ago, he must have the destiny to change the world. Just like when I was the Admiral of Headquarters on Alcatraz Island, I personally went to capture him but chose to let him go because of Luo Hu's tragic fate. Kongu was the first to stretch out his right fist with bulging muscles and veins, and then looked at the few high-level fighters at the scene. Garp felt somewhat indignant and cursed the celestial dragons in his heart. Then, this matter has been happily decided. If you are willing to follow me and fight to the death for justice, then raise your right hands and make the decision. Kongu frowned and looked at the group of guys rushing in front of him with an extremely unfriendly look. Since Sengoku has chosen to join the independent camp. The first to express their opinions were the 3 people who were designated as alternate admirals in advance, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino. Sengoku and Chief of Staff Tsuru both pressed their temples with headaches at the same time, and finally chose to stand up straight, stretched out their right hands and solemnly swore the slogan of justice. The tone also changed from serious to calm. Anyway, he has long been fed up with the world government and that bunch of useless rubbish celestial dragons. Otherwise, in Garp's opinion, Long's ability is at least enough to take over the rank of Admiral of the Headquarters. Just when all the decisions in the conference room had been approved by the top management. But I know the tragic fate behind this young boy. After several people finished speaking. Hey. Kong. What kind of secret meeting are you holding, you be *********** D. Marshal? You don't even take the high-ranking officials at the Vice Admiral level seriously. Now I don't know where that be ********** D has run off to, and he doesn't even know how to answer the phone. Boom. Then he is the same. Tianzheng, who was left, saw that the situation had reached this point and had no choice but to follow the crowd. How terrifying. Has it really come to this? However, since the Sakazuki family has chosen to join, then I will give it a try. What a pity, it's just a few days late. Let us in now. Otherwise, we have the right to file a lawsuit against the 5 elders. You Marines are challenging the authority of the government. As these voices fell, the originally tightly closed door was suddenly blasted open on the spot, and there was a continuous burst of violent roars at the scene. During the Devil's Island incident, he had the ability and means to use his dominance to completely put an end to Luo Hu, who had not yet grown up. If it weren't for these reasons, his son would not have chosen to leave the naval headquarters. Garp still had no objection. Sengoku was his old comrade who was responsible for thinking. Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Sakazuki is willing to follow the Marshal's footsteps. End this dark world in the name of absolute justice. Dark Horse. Kongu stood up from his chair. It really makes my blood boil. I'll join in, too. After all, this world cannot be without true justice. Because from that moment on, Kongu seemed to have seen the future. Justice will prevail. After realizing his dream of destroying the Celestial Dragon's regime, Kongu chose to let Luo Hu go. It should have been empty, but bursts of extremely noisy noises were heard outside the Naval Headquarters building. The 7 or 8 people who rushed into the conference room were all high-ranking officials with the rank of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Of course, this certainly does not include Kong's own Vice Admiral-level confidants. Because in addition to the team he personally led, the elite Vice Admirals who were once subordinates of Garp, Sengoku and others had long been transferred to the Marine base on the edge of the second half of the Grand Line. The identities of these Vice Admirals who rushed in noisily, with eyes full of doubt, arrogance and even disdain, are from another special department within the Naval Headquarters. Marine ICAC Department. The power of individuals within this department is so exaggerated that they can even dictate the affairs of the Marine Corps without having to obey orders from him, the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. They are chess pieces similar to the CP organization that completely obey the orders of the world government and the 5 elders. As we all know, Naval Headquarters is the most powerful and cohesive organization in this ocean. Since the establishment of the naval headquarters, the world government has spared no effort to monitor, secretly investigate and even directly intervene in control. It was obvious that Kong did not directly inform these guys about this secret meeting among the top leaders. The vice admirals at other levels were not present either. These highly suspicious expressions directly stimulated the vice admirals of the ICAC. In order to prevent Kong, the marshal of the naval headquarters with Conqueror's Haki as his background, from causing trouble in such a critical situation. Therefore, under the orders of the top leaders in the world government, the vice admirals of the ICAC were directly mobilized to rush into this meeting remotely, in order to investigate what secret things the naval headquarters Marshal Kong was doing. Could it be that they wanted to directly betray the world government and stab the government in the back when a world war was about to break out? Everything is possible. Soon, the dozen or so ICAC vice admirals who rushed in, as well as the rear admirals and commodores who were in charge of the rotation, took a quick glance and noticed the world government cross flag that had been torn into rags on the ground by the needles. After seeing this scene, almost all of the people began to make sharp noises like wild cats that had been given an injection of chicken blood, and began to jump up and down like big tabby cats in heat at night. Okay. Kong. I wonder how you can quibble this time. You even dared to damage the flag of the world government. I think you want to openly betray the government. Vice Admiral of Indonesia. Hurry up and bring me my special communicator. I must report him to the 5 elders today. A mere marshal of the naval headquarters actually dared to tear down the government's flag. Kong's evil ambitions are clearly revealed. Ha 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 ha. Among the crowd, those affiliated with the Independent Commission Against Corruption have the greatest power. Vice Admiral Yumakawachi, who could directly bypass the naval headquarters marshal and have a special call with the 5 elders, sounded excited, and his entire face almost had the look of a villain written all over it. You're all here. I didn't expect that I would come so quickly. Seeing the 3 people coming, Kong, who was sitting in the main seat, showed a smug smile on his face and raised his head and said, "Don't you want to know why I have to reveal such an obvious flaw at this critical juncture? If I want to hold a secret meeting, I can hold it anywhere. You won't find a single hair in any corner of the island. But, I chose to hold this meeting so close to the world government, wasn't it just for you marine bugs? Ha ha ha, you finally fell for it." Facing this group of ICAC vice admirals who were about to call 5 elders to complain, Kong looked relieved and a smug smile appeared on his face. "Nanny? What do you mean? Are you really planning to betray the world government? Stop kidding. How dare you? Stop joking." Vice Admiral Yumakawachi's fingers were trembling slightly as he pressed the den mashi. His face was filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Kong, who was much older than him but had a cunning expression on his face. Looking at the smug look on the other person's face, it was obvious that he was not kidding him. Kong, the marshal of the naval headquarters, actually wants to betray the world government and take the naval headquarters away. Bang bang bang. Crisp applause broke out in the conference room. Vice Admiral Yumakawachi looked back. All of a sudden, they discovered that Garp, who had just been sitting in his original position and seemed to be dozing off, was now guarding the door through which they had rushed in with his fists clenched. Standing next to Garp is his old comrade, Admiral Sengoku, the top fighter in the naval headquarters, who is gearing up for a fight. With these 2 guys who have the best cooperation in the naval headquarters guarding the gate. Not to mention this group of ICAC personnel who are at the vice admiral level. If anyone else came, there would be no chance of escape. The ICAC members who rushed towards the door were directly entangled by Garp and Sengoku, and Haki punched them one by one like punching watermelons, smashing them to pieces on the spot. Only headless corpses were left shaking at the scene. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds were heard from the 6 paths, the suit exploded, blood splattered, it was a horrible sight. Kill all these guys on the spot. Don't leave any of them alive. Now that we have made the decision, we must be thorough. After all, these so-called ICAC Marine are just under the world government, and are specifically responsible for supervising the waste in the marine. After he finished speaking, a large ball of hot magma suddenly gushed out from the fist of Sakaskin, who was wearing a fiery red suit and shirt and a cloak of justice. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the smile on Vice Admiral Yumakawachi's face had completely disappeared, and he looked completely terrified. There was no trace of that righteous look on his face. Who's kidding you? I'm not that familiar with you. Just a few words directly determined the fate of the dozen or so vice admirals and rear admirals of the Independent Commission Against Corruption in front of him. Sakazuki. Leaving these stinky things as hostages probably won't pose any threat to the 5 elders. Such trash is not even worthy of respect in the eyes of the world government. Sakazuki snorted coldly, then walked aside and waited for the next move. It's totally vulnerable. Boom. But think about it. Kongu's tone was so calm, as if he was telling about an ordinary thing. Before he could finish his threatening words, a large group of canine-like magma creatures directly poured into his chest, burning his internal organs and emitting bursts of poisonous smoke. Damn you, Marine! You are betraying the world. A vice admiral rank, but the combat power is so weak. Dark Hound. When the leading Vice Admiral Yumakawachi saw this scene, he was so frightened that his suit pants turned yellow and smelled. Even aside from the hero Garp and Admiral Sengoku, the surrounding rear admirals and commodores didn't even have the intention to resist, they all scattered in all directions in an attempt to escape. Kongu looked at the time, hesitated for a moment, and then issued an iron-blooded order. Kong! Have you forgotten the government's training of you? Don't make such a joke. Just wait. The 5 elders will not let you go. The marine admirals who were sitting in their seats without moving were all looking at them with sharp eyes. Since you have decided to be independent, you don't need to care about face and social etiquette anymore. Kong, who was always polite to him on weekdays, was as scary as a pirate at this moment. Too weak. Seeing that in just a few seconds, a large group of his men who he had brought together were completely killed, Vice Admiral Yumakawachi was so angry that he stamped his feet. Sakazuki has a muscular chest and a cold face. His red suit sways in the wind, and he casually shakes the lava and bloodline on his fist. The second half of the Grand Line is located in a certain sea area. Luo Hu flew aimlessly in the sky, trying to find some suitable targets to test his newly acquired disaster-level Devil Fruit ability. As we all know, if we have to pick out the strongest type among Logia Devil Fruit, it would undoubtedly be Thunder Fruit. Although Thunder Fruit is not as explosive as Lava Fruit in terms of attack ability. But taking all factors into consideration, the Thunder Fruit ability is definitely the most suitable Devil Fruit to obtain the title of the strongest. Apart from Logia, there are many different opinions on the strongest types among Paramecia and Zoan Devil Fruit. After all, the strength of Paramecia Devil Fruit will ultimately depend on the user's level of development. Although the shock fruit itself is extremely powerful, it can be said that it was a strong man like Whitebeard who made it famous as a natural disaster. If an unknown little pirates were to eat this devil fruit, not only would its power be greatly reduced, but the reaction force of the earthquake alone would be enough to kill it on the spot. As for the Zoan Devil Fruit, as long as its quality reaches the level of a mythical beast, it will not be too weak even if it is terrible. Even a loser among losers like Momonosuke, after eating the blue dragon fruit copied by Vegapunk, could directly repel a low-end admiral like Green Bull with a breath of dragon's breath. This can be clearly seen from all these signs. The rumor that devil fruit has no difference in strength is completely wrong. A powerful fruit that can give even a weakling a place in the world after eating it. People of Whitebeard and Roger's level are able to make a name for themselves no matter what kind of devil fruit appears. After flying for a distance swaying over the sea, Luo Hu saw a huge cruise ship that was luxuriously decorated, with its deck piled with all kinds of gold, silver, treasures and precious jade. Under normal circumstances, the area in the second half of the Grand Line above the 7th floor is basically Luo Hu's own exclusive territory. In addition to Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin Lin, the two big pirates who still occupy a place. Almost all the remaining ones were forced to move to the North Blue and West Blue areas under the suppression of force. But now, it is generally impossible for such a luxury cruise ship to appear on the ships within their sphere of influence. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Luo Hu, who had nothing to do at the moment, made a prompt decision and turned right and dived down. Soon, Luo Hu's speed like thunder directly descended on the cruise ship. At the same time, the transport fleet also discovered Luo Hu. After a quick response, the helmsman rushed into the captain's room to inform their captain, the distinguished King Jujue. The king, who was wearing a golden crown on his head, slapped his hand to the ground with a look of dissatisfaction after hearing the news. "What time is it now? How dare you come to ask me about something like this? The second half of the Grand Line is basically ruled by that rubbish new government. If you want to live a stable life, you must leave this damn place. On the voyage here, no matter who you meet, just shoot and kill them. I have already found a good relationship with the world government. When the time comes, as long as we hand over some of the gold and slaves to the great celestial dragons, we can get the government's protection and rebuild our country." The king walked out of the captain's room with an unhappy look on his face. He put his hands on his waist and with a wave of his hand, he brought out dozens of guards armed with guns. Judging from the way these guards are dressed, they should all be trusted subordinates of the king of this unknown country. Celestial dragons? Are you saying this gold is for celestial dragons? Luo Hu looked at the king wearing the crown with some dissatisfaction. Damn it! Didn't he also establish a government? This B**************** D doesn't want to join his new government, but instead wants to give money to celestial dragons to get asylum. Even Lord Horse can't tell how many eyes he has. It looks like there's no chance of sparing his life today. The murderous aura began to emanate from Luo Hu. The whole person's originally calm demeanor changed instantly. As long as it has something to do with the words world government and celestial dragons. In Luo Hu's opinion, all of them must be strangled to death. However, the reason why these so-called kings and dignitaries chose to bypass the Qin government and join the world government is actually very obvious. After all, under Luo Hu's regulations, the Qin government's suppression of the former aristocratic class was the most severe and harsh. Once you join the Qin government, not only will these powerful people lose their rights as superiors to others, but even their lives will become miserable. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, it is most appropriate to directly choose to flee to the world government. After all, how could the wealthy and powerful people who have been accustomed to a life of wealth and luxury all their lives choose to work in the muddy soil in exchange for wages? The bitterest thing I've ever tasted in my life is a cup of gold foil coffee. Don't even think about giving up your money, power, and status to join the Qin government. Shot. Splat, 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 splat. The king's face was cold and he waved his hand. The guards under him stood up and opened fire. Dense bullets poured down on Luo Hu's body like raindrops. However, guns, which are sharp weapons used against ordinary people, are as useless as scratching an itch when used on Luo Hu. The powerful bullet hit Luo Hu's skin, creating bursts of dazzling sparks, but it had no effect at all. Our muskets have no effect on him at all. What kind of monster is this? Watching the bullets pouring down in front of him, the man felt as if they were hitting hard granite. The guards at the scene were stunned and stood there with their heads buzzing. In their impression, the musket in their hands is the ultimate weapon of justice against ordinary people. Whoever controls the gun will be the most powerful person. Even if ordinary people obtain this kind of weapon, they can directly obtain the fairness and justice they want. And there is no need to worry about any unfair thoughts or actions from others. Interesting little things. Luo Hu sneered. Then he waved calmly. With his movement, for black blades that were completely black and emitted gusts of cold wind floated around his body. Leading the line is none other than the demon sword of AKA's island, the 7-star sword. The other 3 swords distributed around are the 21st level large sword Taiyuuzan, the black sword Yenma, and the black sword Qiushui that was recently dug out from a grave. These are the 4 powerful weapons that Luo Hu currently possesses. Its function is to harvest the heads of little Kurami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For weapons that revealed their humble origins quickly cut through the air, and blood then flowed all over the ground. Dozens or even hundreds of good-looking heads flew up into the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. Who are you? Why do you insist on holding on to me? As long as you are willing to release this king, all these golden slaves will be yours. Looking at the river of blood around him, the king, who was left alone, knelt on the ground and knocked his noble head repeatedly. The so-called power and status are no longer worth mentioning when strength begins to speak. I am the commander-in-chief of that rubbish new government you mentioned. As for your gold, you don't have to give it to me. Even if I kill you, it will all be mine. Luo Hu said calmly. Nanny. You are the commander-in-chief of the great Qin government. Please listen to my explanation. I am actually very willing to join the Qin government. I was deceived by the celestial dragons because I was blinded by greed. Please give me one last chance. I am willing to join the Qin government, and pay the special tax for the rich and powerful. Luo Hu looked at the king in front of him, who was dressed in luxurious clothes but was crying and begging for mercy, and sighed helplessly. Of course, this sigh did not mean that Luo Hu would really be merciful and let the king go. What's the saying of the hawkish professor? If a person at the bottom of the pyramid defends those at the top of the pyramid, then he is the most despicable person. The powerful and wealthy already treat you as something worse than cattle and horses, yet there are still people who try their best to excuse them. Isn't this just being mean in the bones? Sir, thank you for sparing my life. From now on, my country will use all its political power to protect the reputation of the Qin government. The king was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing while secretly observing the situation. Seeing that Luo Hu actually sighed and had no intention of attacking him, his whole heart relaxed instantly. Ah. That sounds nice. But, I didn't seem to say I would let you go. Luo Hu snorted coldly, clasped his middle finger tightly with his thumb and then bent it 90 degrees. A small transparent earthquake light wave about the size of an egg wrapped around the middle finger. Next moment. Duong. Shock fruit's unique sound effects appear. The king in front of Luo Hu only saw a spider web-like crack appearing in the air in front of him. In the end, the whole body felt a violent pulling sensation like being torn apart by 5 horses. The force of the natural disaster, like an earthquake, directly acted on his defenseless body. In an instant, blood flew everywhere and the body collapsed. In less than a second, a healthy person was directly crushed into a pulp by the energy of the earthquake. After getting rid of the garbage on the boat, Luo Hu was also ready to leave directly. As for the gold and treasures on the luxury cruise ship, he could order his soldiers to salvage them after returning. However, just as Luo Hu was about to get up, a rustling sound was heard. Another slave. Luo Hu sighed again. These be D nobles just love to play with human lives. They always keep all kinds of slaves to play with and satisfy their evil little hobbies. The darkest evil in this world is the celestial dragons. However, the nobles below the celestial dragons are just as willing to let go as the celestial dragons. Sometimes it can even be more sinful. For example, they support the slave trade. Then they secretly use various means to collect various things to harm the slaves' bodies. Openly experimenting with technology of young age and giant genes. After exploring for a few minutes, he used the sensory tool to scan the location of the slaves inside the cruise ship. A medium-sized room hidden in the deepest part of the luxury cruise ship appeared in front of Luo Hu. The slaves imprisoned there were mostly beautiful girls, as well as a small number of people from special races. Apparently the ventilation in this room had been shut off for a long time. A braver fur-bearing girl with animal ears who looked like a fox bowed cautiously to express her gratitude. After lightly crumpling the locked iron door into pieces, the overall layout inside was revealed directly in front of Luo Hu. While introducing his identity, Luo Hu raised his hand and shot out a golden laser, shattering everything in the slave's hands. "Thank you for your rescue. Our government has just been established and needs some positive energy publicity." Inside was the prison where slaves were held. The advantage of public opinion is also one of the very important forces. It was basically the same as the slave rooms I had seen before. They were all small rooms with thick iron chains and tightly locked iron windows. Although the process will be more troublesome, it can more or less gain a better reputation. A faint, nauseating stench could be heard coming from the tightly closed room. Just by looking at the behavior of these slaves, you can tell what kind of abuse they suffer on a daily basis. It was not until all the shackles on everyone were broken that everyone realized that the tall man in front of them seemed to be serious. This is just the ordinary aristocracy. If they were replaced by the more perverted celestial dragons, you can imagine what a horrific scene it would be. In chaos. Or it would be more practical to use the lion fruit ability to have everyone take the bed away with them. "Thank you for saving my life. I am the Snapper Murloc Fisher Tiger. If you are willing, I will build a powerful Murloc army for you." After the fur-bearing woman whispered her thanks, the surrounding slaves were also opened up by this sudden freedom and started to listen to me and thank me. There are actually people in this world who come specifically to rescue these low-class people who have been treated as slaves. The unpleasant smell was caused by the slaves being imprisoned for a long time without any hygiene. "Thank you so much. If only our fur tribe would sing your praises for generations." Luo Hu originally wanted to leave after rescuing people, but suddenly realized that these girls were independent and some of the fur tribe, fish people and the like might not be able to leave here and return to their hometown directly. "Don't be afraid. I am the commander-in-chief of the Qin government. I am responsible for eliminating those noble kings who are causing trouble for the lower classes. Thank you, benefactor. If you hadn't come, we might have really been handed over to the celestial dragons by the king. If these guys return to their hometown in the future, they will definitely publicize their deeds." The slaves' voices were not in unison, but their gratitude was clearly expressed on their faces. Adhering to the principle of saving people to the end, they simply sent soldiers to take them back. Suddenly, a young man from the Fishman tribe with completely red skin walked directly in front of Luo Hu, and then he knelt down in front of Luo Hu with his body covered with scars and scales turned outward. Just take a quick look. They thought Luo Hu was the king's guard who imprisoned them. However, all the girls and slaves of a special race were looking at this scene in disbelief and could not believe it for a while. "Well, you just need to stay on this cruise ship for a few days. I will send soldiers to take you back." Seeing Luo Hu walk in, the slaves' emotions remained relatively stable, but everyone's eyes and unintentional movements showed fear, and they subconsciously stepped back. Fisher Tiger knelt down heavily on his knees and just raised his sincere eyes to look at Luo Hu in front of him. He is the boss of all the streets and districts in the Fishmen Island Kingdom, and he commands thousands or even tens of thousands of fishmen. Since the man who saved him was a powerful commander of the government army, perhaps his younger brothers, Yu Zhen, could be of some help. And this behavior of cooperation with humans can also better promote their beautiful vision of the Fishmen Island floating on the surface and enjoying the same sunshine with all races. This plan really kills two birds with one stone. Fisher Tiger himself has been traveling all his life, and he has witnessed too many of his fellow Murlocs being treated like commodities and sold in shop windows. If the benefactor in front of him is an extremely powerful government commander, then perhaps the solution to the fate of the fishmen who are born to be knights and sold is just around the corner. Hearing this, Luo Hu quickly reached out and helped up the young fishman in front of him whose body was covered with red skin and fish scales. He didn't expect that the red-skinned fishman youth with a sausage-like mouth in front of him would actually be the famous Fisher Tiger in later generations. But come to think of it, this guy was captured and made a slave while traveling all day long. It was not surprising to meet him in the slave prison. Moreover, with Fisher Tiger's personal strong strength, even without his help, he would quickly find a way to escape. The reason why he stayed in prison was probably just to take advantage of the situation temporarily. After all, even in Mariehua, a holy land known as a forbidden land for slaves, Fisher Tiger was able to find a way to escape back to the sea. Such an escape record is extremely eye-catching anywhere. Even if someone escaped from the deep-sea prison of Impel Down, they could not compare to Fisher Tiger's escape from the holy land of Mariehua alone. And they were able to climb back up in the following period of time and watch the legendary figure of the holy land of Mariehua being burned down by a fire in the dark and windy night. In comparison, the overall record is even more explosive than the so-called Straw Hat Pirates attacking Eni's lobby, Golden Lion escaping from the big prison, and Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, sneaking into Pangus City. After all, the Holy Land of Mariehua is the hometown of the world government. Even if the Straw Hat Pirates risked their lives, they couldn't break into a mere naval headquarters. Please join my team. And the monthly allowance of 200,000 berries for you fishmen is the same as that of ordinary soldiers. Not a bit less. Luo Hu enthusiastically took Fisher Tiger's hand and said sincerely. His new government is currently facing a serious shortage of military forces. If these fishmen join, the military strength of the Qin government will increase several times again. After all, the Murloc's natural arm strength, which is 10 times stronger than that of humans, is no joke. Every Murloc's natural lower limit is stronger than that of ordinary humans. Don't think that the entire Murloc tribe currently has no strong enough person to be ranked among them in the plot. But that's only because they are lacking in fighting on land. Just after Luo Hu calmed everyone down, Fisher Tiger, who had been sitting quietly, immediately opened his mouth to ask. What's more, Fisher Tiger is a more powerful fishman than Jinbei. My name is Luo Hu. According to your age, you can call me Brother Luo. In response to this, Luo Hu naturally smiled evilly. The origin of his name is very tortuous and bizarre. If the battle area is on the sea, Fisher Tiger in his prime can easily fight one-on-one with any race of ability users. Great pioneer. You are definitely the man who will lead this world towards true peace. If I don't take this opportunity to cling to my benefactor, wouldn't that be a sign of mental disability? My benefactor, please take us in as well. We are all slaves sold from other seas. We have long lost our way home. Luo Hu also thought that what he did after coming to this world did not bring shame to the demon ancestor. Luo Hu had no choice but to agree to all these guys who were frantically begging to join the government, just like the crazy crowd at a job fair in a major province. Even if the admiral came, he would have no chance of fighting the Murlocs head-on in the sea. This is 200,000 Bailey's salary per month. I'm so G touched. But that is the same style as the demon ancestor in the great villain of Hong Huang novel. Fisher Tiger was almost moved to tears. Because Luo Hu would never raise those lazy celestial dragons who only know how to eat and wait for death all day long. Especially when it comes to treating celestial dragons, they are extremely cruel. Such a good thing may not be found even with the northwest wind. Just by saying the name, Fisher Tiger felt the indescribable gaze contained therein. Since I was born, you are definitely the first human being who does not discriminate against us fishmen. Luo Hu, Luo Gu, why does this name sound so creepy? Seeing that Fisher Tiger had joined the benefactor in front of him so easily. As Fisher Tiger slowly muttered the name, he felt the murderous aura inexplicably conveyed by the name, as well as the gaze that seemed to be cast at him from the unknown in the endless void. At least, when he kills the enemy, he will never be soft-hearted and his hands will not tremble. He will definitely kill all the enemies and wipe out their entire family. There is no more room for Golden Bailey. After hearing that Luo Hu agreed to his idea without any hesitation and was willing to pay the same salary as the fool soldiers, Luo Hu spoke in a relaxed tone. By the way, I don't even know the name of my benefactor. As a member of the Qiangshark tribe, Jinbei's combat skills and physical training all come from the teachings of Fisher Tiger. The surrounding slave girls and guys of various races also instantly realized the opportunity. After all, my government has nothing but money. As a member of the Snapper Merman clan, his natural perception is more sensitive than that of ordinary mermen. If you throw the Jinbei of the Fishman tribe into the sea to fight against the demon fruit power, it will be useless even if the 4 emperors come. A few days passed. The second half of the Grand Line, Daqin Government Headquarters. Luo Hu floated the entire luxury cruise ship and brought it back to the Daqin government for special confiscation and use. The other rescued slaves and people of special races were assigned to the army and started as ordinary soldiers. Among them, Fisher Tiger, who was the most special and wanted to form an army of his own, jumped back into the sea at Luo Hu's signal. Heading towards his hometown, the Fishman Kingdom, 10,000 meters below the sea. According to Fisher Tiger's account, he would only need less than a month to bring back nearly 10,000 Fatui soldiers. For this reason, Luo Hu naturally patted Fisher Tiger's broad arm with great appreciation, and personally named him a general of the Fishmen Army under the Qin government army, directly enjoying the rank of vice admiral. For Luo Hu himself, it is only right that special military talents like Fisher Tiger, who can directly bring a large number of powerful Fishman armies to the government, be given more appropriate welfare benefits. Besides, the current large government army is in need of manpower. The number of troops within the entire government can currently only be maintained at around 100,000 at most. Such sheer numbers are not nearly enough to take over the world. If you want to take over the entire world and kill all the useless powerful people, you will need a much larger army. After returning to his office, Luo Hu stood at the window and looked into the distance. He unexpectedly discovered that on the island that had been expanded 100 times, a tall tower made of cake cream had been erected. Normally speaking, this type of tower, which is made entirely of real objects, would only appear in the Torrent Sea where Charlotte Linlin is located. Because except Charlotte Linlin's first husband, except for the guy who possesses the ability of the Paramecia eat fruit, no one else has the skills to build a tower with cream cake. It seems that Kaido really came up with a good idea to call all his old lovers over. Luo Hu looked at the magnificent cream cake tower and suddenly felt an inexplicable smile. When I first brought Kaido to join Rock's pirate, I had repeatedly warned Kaido not to seek revenge on Charlotte Linlin. That girl has had so many husbands, and all of them were shady. On the surface, Kaido is indeed an honest and obedient guy, and he has never had any direct contact with Charlotte Linlin. However, Luo Hu himself only left the sea for a few years during that victory and the Ma-Yi Xiaoya War. I never expected that Kaido would fall like this. And the reason is so outrageous that it can't be more outrageous. According to the reasons Kaido himself explained to Luo Hu in the office. This guy Kaido actually chose to sell his body just for a Zoan dragon fruit mythical beast Pteranodon form. In the first 2 years after withdrawing from the Holy Land of Mariehua, he established his own beasts pirates. Kaido was penniless at that time. I can't even produce a devil fruit that is grown normally in Zoan. Not to mention building a strong team of pirates composed entirely of demon fruit power. At this moment, Kaido was worried in his own territory. I happened to meet Charlotte Linlin who was strolling over. According to Kaido's description, Charlotte Linlin at that time. She was wearing an ultra-short skirt that just reached her thighs, revealing a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs. Charlotte Linlin, who had not given birth to many children yet, had skin as white as porcelain, delicate and smooth without a single blemish. The sunlight at that time shone on her, as if covering her skin with a layer of golden light, emitting a charming luster. She was tall and slender, and every movement seemed seductive and fascinating. Especially since Charlotte Linlin was holding a Zoan ancient devil fruit in her hand. Although the devil fruit ability among the mythical beasts is the treasure that Kaido wants most. After several days and nights of fighting, Kaido successfully got the girl back. However, he was so poor at the time that he didn't have so many choices, let alone the ancient species. Luo Hu didn't want to have his body broken down by the combined attacks of those unsportsmanlike celestial dragons' royal family who were shouting about friendship and bonds. So the two of them started fighting immediately. In the next war, we must severely control the celestial dragons and take revenge. If you don't have enough men to share the enemy's burden with you. Now is the early stage of the new government, so naturally we cannot let go of any manpower that can help the government army. So for this reason, can we do something we love together? I won't charge you. At that time, Charlotte Luo Hu successfully seduced the young Kaido with this Zoan's dragon fruit, ancient species, devil fruit in the form of Pteranodon. Luo Hu himself really lacks subordinates with high-end combat capabilities. Kaido was naturally very excited when he heard the news. Moreover, when Charlotte Linlin came to her own government army, in addition to her own strong fighting power, she would definitely bring her big MOM Pirates members with her. Just as Luo Hu stamped the order form in front of him with a red seal, a familiar strange laugh came directly from outside the office door. Once a war breaks out between the Qin government and the world government. If Kaido can directly serve as everyone's leader, then Charlotte Linlin naturally must also have an equal status in order to reassure people. That is the Yamato who has now successfully risen to the rank of colonel in the government army. After all, no matter what, Charlotte Linlin's ability is not weaker than that idiot Kaido. Mama. Since that time, Charlotte Linlin soon became pregnant again. As Kaido was the first child in his life with noble blood, he naturally didn't want all the blood to be lost in the world. Kaido's old lover. Just thinking about the densely packed high-end combat forces within the world government makes one's scalp tingle. Then he would have to face dozens of powerful generals alone. If Charlotte Linlin joins the government army, she can be given the rank of admiral. In the following year, Charlotte 00 successfully gave birth to 2 children, a boy and a girl. Luo Hu thought carefully for a moment and then made up his mind. The two of them spent several shameless hours staring at the sunset. Luo Hu really wants to win them all over. This is also a considerable force. However, when he went to Cake Island to find Charlotte Linlin in person, he learned that this B*************** D actually planned to take in all the children. He would not refuse any Zoan devil fruit, even if it was an ancient or common one. Shashi ignored me, Captain Luo Hu. You didn't expect that, did you? I brought my team here today to support you, Captain. If it weren't for the fact that in this era, all the great pirates wandering on the sea are young men who possess conqueror's haki and are unwilling to be inferior to others. Luo Hu looked at it with a headache. There is no need to speculate too much, the laughter must be from Kaido's old lover, Charlotte Linlin, whose bounty has now exceeded 4.358 billion Baileys in the second half of the Grand Line. To be precise, Charlotte Linlin's life story is quite tragic. When he was only 4 or 5 years old, he was ruthlessly abandoned on a deserted island by his parents because of his huge appetite. If Charlotte Linlin had not met a nun named Carmelite at that time, and then went to the giant kingdom Elbaf to rest, it is very likely that the young and innocent little girl will really die in that ferocious sea. However, even though the Carmelite nun appears to be very gentle, considerate, and loving on the surface, she is actually a complete human trafficker behind the scenes. Carmelite nuns improve their appearance to collect large numbers of infants for adoption, and then sell these babies to powerful families or the world government. At that time, Sister Carmela was attracted by Charlotte Linlin at first sight. She was only 5 years old, but she was able to defeat an adult giant bear in a single fight, and even had a terrifying talent that enabled her to defeat the giants. When the nun was talking to the CP organization at the time, she directly positioned Charlotte Linlin as a strong person who could rival the highest combat power admiral of the naval headquarters, or even the marshal of the naval headquarters in the future. After much coordination and price protests, Charlotte Linlin was successfully spotted by the CP organization under the world government and was promised to be purchased by the nuns at a high price. However, things always go against plan. Those staying in the Lamb's house in the giant kingdom Elbaf naturally need to abide by the rules left by the giants. That is, everyone living in Elbaf will fast for a week in a special month. For Charlotte Lin, who eats more than 10 tons of food every day, this is tantamount to taking her life. After forcing herself to endure for 3 or 4 days, she could no longer bear the pain of hunger. So Charlotte Lin, who was less than 10 years old at the time, relied on her natural talent for super strength to destroy an entire giant village in Elbaf. Because of this incident, the children in Gaoyang home can no longer live in Elbaf. However, in order to continue her human trafficking business, the Carmelite nuns, who were human traffickers, had to continue looking for a new habitat to survive. After all, at that time, Charlotte Lin, a child born with freak talent, had not yet negotiated the highest price. One day after relocating and developing the new lamb's house, Charlotte Lin had another bout of bulimia due to hunger. The new lamb's house does not store a large amount of food like the giant kingdom Elbaf. So Charlotte Lin, overwhelmed by hunger, could only grab her former friends one by one and swallow them into her mouth to chew them as food. Among them is Sister Carmelo, who possesses the power of the Paramecia soul fruit. Since then, Charlotte Lin has also obtained the Paramecia soul fruit, which made her famous as one of the female 4 emperors. Charlotte Lin, who had just woken up, was still unaware of what had happened. She just thought her companions had abandoned her. Just like her parents had abandoned him. And just at this moment, a short man who looked even smaller than her palm appeared. Baguette, who possesses the ability of the eat fruit, witnessed the horrifying sight of Charlotte Lin eating all the children in the lamb house. What if he, who is naturally cunning, finds an object that is very worth investing in? That is to coax Charlotte Lin in front of him to become his wife. Charlotte Lin, who had never experienced the world, was naturally attracted by this bad uncle who could make unlimited food at will. So, Charlotte Lin has completely lost the innocence that a girl should have. And her purity was taken away by that wretched guy named Long Bread. Charlotte Lin, you are still such a headache. If you want to have a child, go find Kaido. He should be more suitable for you. Luo Hu said as he looked at Charlotte Lin who had curled up in front of him and forced her way into his office. At this time, only about 6 years had passed since the Battle of God Valley. Charlotte Lin's appearance is still able to occupy a top position in the world. And after 6 years of giving birth to more than a dozen children, her figure has become more plump and has a very good charm. Although its body is very tall, its lines are very smooth and graceful, eye-catching like a work of art. She has been taking very good care of herself in recent times, her skin is as white as mutton fat jade and exudes a faint luster. Luo Hu looked at Charlotte Lin unhappily. No wonder that D Kaido fell into his sister's arms. With Charlotte Lin's current temperament, anyone who comes will be stunned. However, Luo Hu certainly wouldn't mess around. After all, it doesn't sound good to say it out loud, right? There is already a Fuso in the family, as well as a pirate's empress for the 3rd generation purpose. There's absolutely no need to mess around like this. Mama, Captain Luo Hu is still so charming. What a pity. If our 2 excellent genes were combined, the child born would definitely have the best talent in the world. Charlotte Lin continued to mutter to herself unwillingly. However, for Luo Hu in front of him, he absolutely did not dare to take her away by force like his other dozen husbands did before. Because she really can't beat Luo Hu, who is at the level of the overlord of the sea. Otherwise, she would have attacked him ruthlessly. So until today, Charlotte Lin still resents herself for not having the heart to capture Luo Hu when he first joined Rock's Pirate. What a pity. You are able to give up such a large territory and choose to join my new government. I think Kaido has agreed to some conditions for you. While he still had some time, he looked directly at Charlotte Lin in front of him and wanted to ask her clearly in advance. It's like this. During the 6 years when Captain Luo Hu disappeared, I founded a country called Wangua, which now has more than 99% of the races in the world. However, there are still 3 races missing in the entire country, namely the Bacani, Lunaria, and Giants. Kaido, that little b*****************, D, promised me that as long as I joined the government. You can agree to let Jean marry one of my daughters to obtain the racial genes, and in the future you can directly use the power of the government to collect these 2 rarest races. Charlotte Linlin said as she enumerated the races that were still missing from her current myriad nations. Luo Hu was completely confused. I never expected that Kaido would actually make so many contributions to the government behind the scenes. Even his most cherished little brother can be directly given to Charlotte Linlin's daughter to squeeze out her genes. I really wronged this guy. Luo Hu originally thought Kaido had given in and was out to occupy territory, but he just stayed in the government and drank heavily all day. I didn't expect that he had given so much silently. Even old lovers who had once been intimate with each other could be brought into the government to work for it. Who knows such subordinates? Within 2 weeks after Charlotte Linlin's conditions were confirmed in the office, the entire second half of the Grand Line was finally covered with the Suanio flag of the Qin government. Except for the Whitebeard pirates, which was designated as a special area, the entire second half of the Grand Line was guarded by government soldiers. Almost all the big pirates were driven to the Calm Belt area and the North Blue and West Blue Sea areas. Even though there are still some small pirates remaining in the second half of the Grand Line, no one dares to stand up and cause trouble. Over time, all those people retired to their countryside, went back to farming and became honest people. At this time, Luo Hu also had his rare leisure time. The task every morning is to go to Technology Island to meet Tianyue to explore the mysteries of the human body together. At night, we will go back to the area where the Amazon Lily Kingdom Island fell to find Queen Tori and take a warm and slippery medicine bath together. Life is just too leisurely. The next day, Luo Hu sat in the office, flipping through the newspaper out of boredom. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the office door. Enter. Luo Hu straightened his sitting posture and looked at T-Bone Peng En who walked in. Since this guy joined his own government army, he has now reached the rank of Commodore in the government army. And because I am born kind. Commodore Peng is also highly regarded as a good man in the hearts of people in many countries in the second half of the Grand Line. In general, the overall image is not much different from what is said in the plot. T-Bone would patrol all the territories of the Qin government almost every day as soon as he opened his eyes, just to see if anyone needed his help. Under his leadership, many soldiers also joined this group, which greatly enhanced the image of the Qin government. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, something big has happened. We rushed into the office looking like skeletons and started stammering and shouting loudly. Luo Hu calmly poured a cup of top-quality tea from the member states below. What happened? Why are you so flustered? It's an insult to the dignity of the Qin dynasty. Commander-in-Chief, I was just cruising within the government's territory when I discovered that the world government had mobilized a large number of warships to gather in the giant island area. They have at least 200 large warships all ready to go. The man who looks like a black lizard is naturally Garp's son Monkey D. Dragon. According to what the two said. And according to the intelligence department of the Daqin government, a large number of soldiers, warships and generals from the naval headquarters are indeed being transferred to the waters of North Blue recently, and the purpose is still unclear. In this crazy sea, no one can be fully trusted. After T-Bone finished speaking, Luo Hu's expression suddenly became serious. Even though Marine said he would help me after the war with the world government broke out. The first one is Rear Admiral Guillaume from the naval headquarters. Sooner or later, a world war will break out between my new government and the world government. This is inevitable. Now the people of the world government have gathered all their troops in that area, probably intending to use Giant Island as the starting point to prepare for war. The two young guys' implicit meaning in their words was that the naval headquarters would take advantage of the situation to help the Qin government in the upcoming war. Luo Hu's tone remained very calm. T-Bone could only walk out of the office nervously and go back to make his own preparations. However, to be on the safe side, Luo Hu had Kaido take people to patrol and guard the territory closer to North Blue in advance. Its area is even about 10 times larger than the Sabaody archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. As the younger generation of Marines, the two of them have retired from the naval headquarters together and are active at sea as a special free man. But Luo Hu never expected that this war would come so quickly. Although there is no obvious conflict of interest between him and the Marines. Well, I know about this. Go back and prepare for war. Whether we can take down the world government depends on this battle. Luo Hu also remained vigilant. There will also be a very big justice variable. The safest way to deal with things is to keep all the overall situations in your hands. In order to better deal with the severe situation that is about to break out. The reason why Luo Hu acted so calm and normal, and didn't even show any tension about the coming war, was entirely because of this war. She is the younger sister of the naval headquarters Tsurugi's staff officer. The reason why the man and woman came that time also surprised Luo Hu. The world government has already mobilized the army, so we must also prepare for war with all our strength. But Luo Hu would never trust Marines people. Due to the extremely harsh environment and the fact that it is filled with all kinds of ferocious wild beasts, it is basically a no-man's land. Originally, I was thinking of expanding my sphere of influence to the West Blue and North Blue areas. It turned out that it was the current Marshal Kong Gu who came on behalf of the naval headquarters to discuss the appropriateness of the next World War. A week ago, a very innocent-looking girl and a man with wild hair who looked like a black-haired lizard came into Luo Hu's office. Naval Headquarters. Giant Island is a super-large island located in the second half of the Grand Line. Now it seems that it is too late. Night. Above the Great Qin government, the sky was clear and cloudless, and countless bright stars dotted the deep blue sky, like gems inlaid in the night sky, flashing a faint and mysterious light. Luo Hu sat in the office and lit a fragrant cigarette. Oh. Really? Brother Luo. Upon hearing the news of arm wrestling with the world government, the two warmongers Kaido and Bullet instantly became excited. I have never eaten devil fruit, so I can eat two at the same time under the effect of the multi-fruit gene potion. Luo Hu did not inform those whose strength level was not up to the level of General Emperor about this gathering. These are artificial azure dragon fruit and thunder fruit. With the genetic potion in the treasure chest, you can take two at the same time to gain two abilities. Because as long as the science department deciphers this type of devil fruit and successfully produces a sample, then they can completely achieve mass production like an assembly line. Luo Hu finished speaking, then turned his head to look at Charlotte Linlin and Zephyr next to him. Inside the huge office, everyone had different expressions on their faces, making it impossible to tell what they were thinking. Giant Spirit Island is the territory of our Great Qin government. Although we don't normally send troops there to govern it, we can't just let the world government occupy it. Because there is absolutely no need for this. Allow the other person to make their own choice. Bullet's huge pupils stood up like dragon eyes, and a cold light was revealed in his eyes. That's right, the world government has already gathered its forces, we must also quickly gather our forces and launch a surprise attack before they do. Although these two artificial fruits are considered top-notch outside, they are like fruit stalls on the roadside in Luo Hu's hands. They are worthless. As for Zephyr and Charlotte Linlin, Luo Hu also planned to prepare two fruits to strengthen their strength before the battle. In this massive war that could affect the entire world, those whose strength is not at the level of a general or emperor cannot say anything. Since everyone is here, I won't hide anything from you. Empress Tori can barely make it to the top because of her outstanding strength, the Conqueror's Haki, and the fact that she has become a dual fruit ability user. These two have only recently joined his side, so they have not yet become very powerful dual fruit ability users like Kaido and Bullet. At present, including these people, there are only about 4 or 5 generals at the level of Emperor that Luo Hu can use. Zephyr himself is a master of Conqueror's Haki. Luo Hu took out 2 treasure chests of devil fruit from his drawer and placed them in front of him. It is a bit of a pipe dream to rely on these 2 or 3 big cats and small cats to deal with at least 20 terrorist organizations on the side of the world government that are aimed at the emperor. The reason I called all of you here this time is to have a showdown with the world government. However, this does not mean that the Qin government does not have the strength to confront the world government. Charlotte Linlin was only slightly shocked. It seemed that Kaido should have informed her in advance. However, in order to prevent the fruit from remaining outside, Luo Hu directly limited the production and kept all the products in his own hands for use. To be honest, I've wanted to raid the world government for a long time. Why are they always so high and mighty while I have to eat dirt since I was little? The remaining Kaido and Bullet, as users of both Zoan and Logia fruits, should have no problem dealing with 2 general-level warriors. Charlotte Linlin had already eaten a soul fruit from Paramecia, so Luo Hu could only let her choose between the artificial blue dragon fruit or Logia's artificial thunder fruit. Luo Hu pointed to the location of Juling Island on the map of the Qin government's territory in a low voice. After receiving Luo Hu's assembly order, the 4 government admirals, Kaido, Bullet, Zephyr, Charlotte Linlin, and Empress Tori, who served as government vice admiral, dropped everything they were doing and rushed back to the Qin government as quickly as possible. Luo Hu pushed the treasure box containing the devil fruit in front of Zephyr and Charlotte Linlin. As for Zephyr, although his expression showed some signs of shock, it did not change much because he had also made some guesses. As the commander-in-chief of the Qin government, Luo Hu, in a desperate situation, used all means to intercept at least 6 general-level opponents. Charlotte Linlin reached out without hesitation and grabbed the azure dragon fruit that was covered with light blue scales. To be honest, Charlotte Linlin has always been very envious of Kaido's devil fruit. For a natural monster like her, the Zoan devil fruit is the best match. What's more, it is the rarest blue dragon fruit among the mythical beast seeds. Mama, although it's a pity that I can't gain the ability of the thunder fruit at the same time, but obtaining the blue dragon fruit is a big enough gain. Charlotte Linlin laughed strangely and opened her bloody mouth wide, swallowing the tiny, inconspicuous azure dragon fruit in her hand along with the multi-fruit gene potion in one gulp as if she were eating melon seeds. As the devil fruit entered her body, thick and hard light blue dragon scale armor instantly grew out of Charlotte Linlin's skin, which was originally as hard as steel. These pieces of dragon scales appeared for a moment and then retracted under the skin under his control, revealing only a few tattoo-like lines. The person's defense and ability to withstand blows became even more terrifying. Zephyr next to him also became conflicted after seeing the 2 precious devil fruits in front of him. For him, the devil fruit ability is dispensable. Eating it would indeed greatly enhance one's combat capability, but Zephyr was not very willing to eat this kind of thing unless it was absolutely necessary. Because he prefers to simply hone his Haki and become a strong Haki user. Moreover, he has not made any achievements until now since he joined the large government. Zephyr felt a little guilty that Luo Hu, a kid who was a dozen years younger than him, could trust him, an outsider who had just joined, so easily. However, just when Zephyr wanted to refuse the gift, Luo Hu said calmly, "Mr. Zephyr, now is not the time to be fussy. If you want to avenge your wife and son, eat it. I need more powerful subordinates, and you also need to add some fuel to your fire of revenge against the world government." Luo Hu's calm voice fell, and Zephyr's arm in mid-air slowly stiffened. He had already suppressed his hatred in his heart, but he once again recalled the moment when he received the bodies of his wife and son in the morgue of the Naval Headquarters Marineford Military Hospital. So miserable. My wife's entire crown was blasted open by someone using the Marine 6 styles. The bloody hole was extremely tragic. My son's head was twisted off by someone, and there was no hope of saving him. After the scene flashed by, Zephyr's inner rage for revenge burst out again, and he couldn't stop it. I will repay the Qin government with practical actions. Zephyr looked determined, and without hesitation he grabbed the potion and 2 artificial devil fruits and ate them. Soon, Zephyr's skin turned red, and bursts of air came out like steam. He originally had an ordinary human body, but now patches of green dragon scale armor began to grow on his skin. Under the transformation of artificial azure dragon fruit, Zephyr's already very powerful strength, physical strength and reaction have achieved a qualitative increase. Coupled with the thunder speed supplement and coordination brought by the artificial thunder fruit, Zephyr's strength at this moment has completely surpassed the Emperor level. If we compare them based on strength, the current Zephyr is fully capable of fighting two of his former selves alone. Well, I believe you, Zephyr-sensei. Luo Hu smiled. Using two cheap artificial devil fruits, you can collect a Zephyr with multiple uses. It's a win no matter what. However, in order to better ensure that Zephyr, the former admiral of headquarters, would not easily leave his great Qin government. Luo Hu's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. We have fought against each other many times. You should know that I am a commander with dozens of devil fruit abilities. Zephyr nodded slightly and didn't understand why Luo Hu said these irrelevant words at this time. But it's impossible to show off this special physique. I recently got a devil fruit that can jump through time. As Luo Hu spoke, a light pink halo began to appear between her fingers. Then, he controlled this magical time ability and tapped it directly on the small potted plant on the desk in front of him. In an instant, the weak time energy was absorbed into the potted plants. Then, under everyone's curious gaze, this young potted plant instantly crossed the long river of time and grew into a thriving small pine tree. Paramecia time fruit ability. It can make any object or even life cross any time and appear at the original location. Luo Hu explained while looking towards Zephyr. That is to say, I have now mastered the ability to jump through time. However, after many attempts, I found that the ability of this devil fruit still has many limitations. Just like he doesn't have the ability to turn back time. According to my guess, if I get another Paramecia's retrograde fruit. Luo Hu paused at this point. Then maybe I will be able to directly time travel any object. Restore them to their appearance in any time period. Luo Hu finished his words and then stared at Zephyr in front of him, who had already fallen into deep thought. What Luo Gu means is that, he can resurrect your family through time travel, Mr. Zephyr. After hearing all the words, the militant bullet quickly stretched out his broad hand and patted Zephyr, who was about 20 years older than him. After so many days of double combat training, Bullet also felt a lot of sympathy for the middle-aged man in front of him with a tragic life experience. So after hearing Luo Hu's words that he could resurrect his wife and son, Bullet looked very happy. Thump. Zephyr didn't care about his own face at all. He knelt down in front of Luo Hu, who was more than 10 years younger than him, in front of everyone, and then knocked his head heavily on the ground. If that's the case, please help me. I have made up my mind to devote my life to the great Qin government. Even if I cannot resurrect my wife Marilyn, I will actively fulfill my duties and obligations. If possible, please do your best to save my poor wife and son, Mr. Commander. Please. They and their son should not have to leave this beautiful world tragically because of an incompetent husband like me. Zephyr fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, not even noticing that the hard floor tiles were broken into pieces. Luo Hu nodded silently. His ability is only guessed at. There is currently no real experimental data to build. But doesn't the devil fruit ability rely on that little bit of development? As long as you are willing to take action, nothing is impossible. Since we can jump time, we can definitely turn it back. Mama, add me a Captain Luo Hu, and help me bring the nun back as well. I haven't seen her for a long time. Charlotte Lin pulled out an old photo tightly enclosed in a frame from the uproar in front of her. The yellowed marks on it vaguely make it out to be the Carmelite nun who has a friendly smile in the plot, but is actually a real human trafficker. This war will be the moment that determines our fate. It is very likely that some of you will die on the battlefield, so if there is no problem, be prepared in advance. After accepting all the commissions, Luo Hu looked at his subordinates with the rank of admiral in front of him and reminded them in a deep voice. On the surface, the Great Qin government currently established by Luo Hu himself is already an extremely powerful organization. But just relying on this is far from enough to compete with the world government. This force is not as strong as the Rock's pirate, which Rock spent more than 10 years to build. However, in terms of overall quality, Luo Hu believes that his government army will be far superior to Rock's pirates team. After all, the army and pirates are two completely different products. Pirates are a chaotic group of people without command, and they may face defection, collapse, or even backstab their allies at any time. But it's different in the army. Everyone will charge towards the designated target under orders, and the people around them are all comrades in arms who get along harmoniously. Let this world fall into war again. Only war can determine the value of a person. Kaido took over Luo Hu's words and spoke loudly. The tone was filled with enthusiasm for a large-scale war, without any trace of fear. Ha ha ha, I'm Douglas Bullet. He was once an army hero. I will definitely let those so-called world government troops feel the real iron fist. Bullet also had an excited look in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Haki was stern. Charlotte Linlin leaned her seductive figure on the muscular Kaido and did not express any opinion. Born with an almost invulnerable physique of steel, she is not afraid of anything, not even the largest war. As for Zephyr next to him, he was thinking expressionlessly about what more satisfying way he should use to respond to the world government with his revenge. By the way, Luo Gu, will celestial dragons be present in this war with the world government? Kaido asked as he pushed away Charlotte Linlin, who was leaning against him with a limp body, with an unhappy look on his face. Having once enjoyed the benefits of celestial dragons during the Mariehua War in the Holy Land, he still has a great interest in this kind of natural lucky bag. I don't know why Kaido always suspects that he was once afraid of celestial dragons, and then killed them with his own hands, which brought back the fear in his memory. His Conqueror's Haki level will be able to increase slightly. Of course there are. The world government spends a huge amount of gold berries every year to train a large number of celestial dragons. And there is never a lack of truly powerful celestial dragons. I slaughtered more than 50,000 celestial dragons in Mariehua, the sacred place of celestial dragons. Compared to ordinary people, each of them has received elite education and training. This war is unprecedented. You will encounter more powerful celestial dragons on the battlefield. Make sure to scatter all their ashes for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hu released an extremely strong, cold, murderous aura that seemed to be tangible. The accidental release of the ultimate conqueror's Haki caused dense cracks on the thick floor tiles in the office. Kaido, Bullet, Zephyr, Charlotte Linlin, Queen Tori and others around were all under the influence of this powerful momentum. Their faces changed and they took several steps back. They couldn't get close to such a powerful conqueror's Haki. This scene is just like when John, Silver Axe, and Achiku from Rock's Pirate faced Rocks. It's just that Kaido, Bullet, Zephyr and others are much stronger than the former dragging trio. In contrast, Luo Hu, the commander who established a large government, is more than twice as powerful as Rocks. Luo's conqueror's Haki has already reached the ultimate state of perfection. I wonder if there is an even more powerful Haki in the next stage. After Kaido stabilized his body a little, he felt the oppressive force of the strongest Haki with great envy. His current conqueror's Haki has also broken through to the ultimate level. But even between the same level, there is a gap as big as a chasm. The quality gap between the conquerors who have just entered the ultimate realm and those who have already reached the perfect state is too great. Above the ultimate Haki, there is a legendary level, that is Joy Boy's Haki. A level of breakthrough to a godlike state. Luo Hu said frankly. I'm too lazy to go through all these roundabout ways to hide anything. The realm is here. If you have the ability, just break through the Haki level to the same level as Joy Boy. High godlike Haki. Kaido and Bullet looked excited and fanatical, and they were immediately very excited to find a Haki master of this level. On the other hand, Zephyr and Charlotte Linlin, two more stable people, just thought calmly and were not moved. After all, the person's talent is there. If he really had this ability, he would have been able to break through the realm long ago. Go prepare, gather our troops. Let the world government see the consequences of invading our great Qin territory. Luo Hu issued the final order, and everyone went back to lead their soldiers to prepare for action. That night, the moon was bright and sparse, and the moon, like a white jade plate, brought a faint light to the dark sea. Almost all the troops of the Qin government have been assembled. 100 large warships gathered neatly on the turbulent sea. On the mast, the Suanio flag of the great Qin government whistled in the sea breeze. In the area in the second half of the Grand Line, any force that sees the black bird flag will be so frightened that they will retreat immediately. Because, at this moment, the ruling area of the Daqin government has already included the entire second half of the Grand Line into its territory. If you want to stay in this sea area, there is no other choice but to annex. Even for the Whitebeard pirates, they were only given a piece of territory to play with based on their friendship. It's finally here. The long-awaited world-class war. Go to Giant Island and kill the world government's army. Put the celestial dragons' heads under our flagpole. That's right, let's do it. Brothers. We are the strongest army of the Qin government. Our Amazon warrior women are not to be trifled with. Show the pride of our deep-sea fishmen. In order to enjoy a real life under the sun, follow me and report to Mr. Luo Hu. The warships gathered, and Kaido, Bullet, the female warriors from the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and the deep-sea merman soldiers were all excited. Luo Hu even vaguely saw the young Jinbei and Arlong, two shark people. Kaido and Bullet were both once the country's army heroes, and the warmongering emotions have always been present in every cell of their bodies. The bigger the war, the more it will attract these two crazy guys. To be honest, the reason why the Qin government can have such a vast territory is ultimately thanks to Kaido and Bullet, the two government admirals who are always fighting outside. At least Luo Hu never thought that his government army could take control of the entire second half of the Grand Line so quickly. Following the passionate shouts of two naturally militant individuals, the neatly organized army of more than 100,000 people has mobilized their attention and emotions and entered a state of preparation for war. Once the war starts, these soldiers can immediately get into shape and fight the enemy. Set off. Night attack on world government. Luo Hu was floating in the air, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of large warships rose from the ground in an instant, breaking away from the tension of the sea surface and also floating in the sky. With the help of Luo Hu's terrifying physical strength, more than 100,000 elite soldiers of the Qin government took advantage of the night to attack the direction of the giant Spirit Island where the world government army was assembled. Taking advantage of the dark night, we floated towards the direction of Juling Island for 3 or 4 hours. Luo Hu raised his hand slightly to slow down the speed of the warships floating. At this time, a supergiant ancient island with dense vegetation and an area far larger than that of ordinary islands has appeared in front of the soldiers. Luo Hu looked at it calmly. The scene was very quiet, as if the enemy had fallen into a deep sleep. Since the world government has chosen this island to gather its troops, it definitely wants to start a war. But now there was complete silence on this giant island without any sound at all. This strange vigilance phenomenon made Luo Hu feel a little worried. Brother Luo, how about Bullet and I rush over first to grab the heart and catch them off guard? Kaido rubbed his hands together, pulled out the mace from behind and prepared to rush forward and cause trouble. Don't be impulsive. The world government has been able to control this world for more than 800 years. There must be a way. Luo Hu held down the impatient Kaido and Bullet. Sure enough, the next moment Luo Hu kept the warship in the air. The giant Spirit Island, which was originally as silent as an abyss, suddenly appeared with countless blazing lights, directly illuminating the entire supergiant ancient island. Woo 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 woo. The moment all the lights on the entire island lit up, the piercing alarm sounded at the same time as the guards activated them. All of a sudden, all the troops of various types, numbering at least 300,000 people, on the entire supergiant ancient island gathered on the outskirts of the island. "Humph, you ignorant devil! How dare you attack me at this time?" In the moment when the alarm sounded, on the land of Giant Spirit Island, 5 figures representing the highest power of the world government slowly walked out and stood in the most prominent position. Saint Vacheli, the most powerful of the 5 elders, looked surprised. Just a few hours ago, he learned from a spy within the Qin government that evil spirits would attack Giant Spirit Island tonight. Saint Vacheli did not believe it at first. But due to his vigilance, he still handled the matter very seriously. That's why the army is now sitting in an orderly manner waiting for the arrival of this surprise attack. Do you really dare to start a war against the world government during this time? He is really a man of great courage. If it were someone else, they would definitely not do this, but the evil ghost guy never acts like a normal person. This guy is like a crazy war criminal. Once he appears on the sea, he will definitely trigger a huge war. He, who was standing not far away with other military departments of the world government, spoke calmly to a small number of marine soldiers who had never seen the world. Beside her, 3 powerful admiral substitutes, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan, had heavy eyes and crossed their arms, not knowing what they were thinking. Qinglong Kaido, Douglas Bullet, and Marine defector Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. The 3 admirals of the Qin government are all here. No, Charlotte Lin Lin, the great pirate, has recently joined the Qin government. Her military rank is also at the admiral level. In this case, the Qin government has already mobilized all its forces to launch a surprise attack. 4 admirals appear together. Add to that the legendary evil ghost commander Luo Hu's support. In this chaotic era, all the powerful men from the Qin government that unified the second half of the Grand Line are here. Luo Hu. I was lucky enough to let you escape from the holy land of Mariehua alive. Do you dare to come here to seek death tonight? Next to Saint Wochuri, Saint Zambaran v. Nasajuro, who still had a bald head, looked at Luo Hu, whose figure was clearly visible in the darkness, with a sharp gaze. As one of the 5 elders who came from Wanakuni 800 years ago, he naturally hated this evil ghost who completely wiped out the culture of his hometown. He wanted to eat its flesh raw and drink its bone marrow. "Huh, where did you come from, you wild dog, how dare you speak? Why can't I see your Lady Imu? Could it be that her crotch is leaking and your thing is exposed?" Luo Hu looked at 5 elders Nasu Sholan with disdain. As long as a guy of unknown strength, does not show up, even if the 5 elders come together, Luo Hu has 90% confidence that he can kill all 5 of them together on the sea before dawn. "Bakayalu! How dare you insult Lord Imu? It seems that we must bury you in this sea today." Nasajuro looked furious, his old muscles bulged instantly under his loose kimono, and his aura was released. However, he was a 5 elder of noble status after all, so it was impossible for him to lead his army directly into battle. After slightly adjusting his tone and demeanor, Nasajuro said in a teasing tone, "Before this war, I have to give you a special gift for you Rock's pirate remnants." Luo Hu looked at the Japanese old man calmly, not quite understanding what this old devil was up to. Hey, brother Luo. Look up at the sky. Isn't that thing flying in the sky the golden lion guy?" Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon and was walking on clouds, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at several islands floating in the sky above the world government army. In the bright night light, everyone could vaguely make out that it was a lonely figure with golden hair fluttering in all directions. After the Devil 5 elders finished speaking, Kongu and others from the marine side also looked up and saw the golden lion floating above them. For a moment, the marines who followed him were also stunned. Golden Lion Shiki. He was once a captain in Rock's Pirate, just like Luo Hu. It's just that after Rock's Pirate collapsed, he went out on his own and I haven't seen him for a long time. Damn it, what on earth is this guy doing? Did the 5 elders take him in? There's a change of plan. Kongu looked at the golden lion who was clearly on the side of the world government with an unpleasant expression. After listening to so many words, Luo Hu slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the golden lion. Luo Hu didn't care why Jin Ji was flying on the side of the 5 elders. If this guy dared to attack his warship soldiers, Luo Hu would not mind sending him to hell with his own hands. The moment Luo Hu looked over, Golden Lion slowly threw away the burning cigarette in his mouth, sighed heavily, and then pulled out the 10 swords of Muku and Sakura. Ha 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 ha, Captain Luo Hu. You don't seem very surprised. Don't you want to know why I would support the world government? Golden Lion's red eyes revealed murderous intent. The tone was also very provocative. Who do you think I am? Laozi doesn't have the time to care about why you joined the world government. But I'm putting my words here. If you dare to attack my soldiers, tonight will be your death. Luo Hu finished his words in an extremely calm voice. The Golden Lion's originally arrogant and domineering smile disappeared in an instant, and he stood there in embarrassment. You're still so cold, Captain Luo Hu. Don't you know my name is Shimatsuki Shiki? Wanakuni is my hometown. You actually destroyed my country and my family. Laozi and you are irreconcilable. Golden Lion said this in a painful tone, while stretching out his hand and suddenly looking back and pushing forward. Countless medium and large islands crashed into the Qin government's warship assembly area at an extremely fast speed. Kongu, Sengoku, Garp and the Marines present also looked up at the sky and watched the performance of Golden Lion. The Marines, who had already decided to take advantage of the moment when the war broke out between the two governments to jointly inflict heavy damage on the world government, could never have imagined this. On the world government side, a powerful Golden Lion helper suddenly showed up. Luo Hu, who was standing in the middle of all the troops, looked towards the direction where the islands were flying with murderous eyes. This guy Golden Lion has really gone completely crazy. They actually dared to attack the soldiers of the Qin government even when Luo Hu himself was present. Howling. The huge weight brings about huge mass energy. If these islands were to collide with their fleet of warships, the grassroots of the Qin government would definitely suffer serious trauma. Even the 100,000 elite warriors brought by Luo Hu himself would lose nearly 30% in an instant. This is the Devil Fruit's ability that is like a natural disaster. However, just as Luo Hu raised his hand and made Whitebeard's classic move, preparing to burst out with a full-strength earthquake punch to shatter the islands, the 3 guys in the Marine Department, each in a different pose, teased calmly. Pirates are pirates after all. They always look like this. Ah, my former teammates have turned against me, and my former enemies are now willing to cooperate with me. Within Kawawa. How dare they throw an island at the demons? How scary. Golden Lion Shiki, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino all had different feelings when watching the scene. However, Borsellino's tone remained unchanged, which was very weird and deserved a beating. Since we are looking for allies, we must submit our nomination letter. Staff Officer He next to Kongu spoke slowly after receiving the marshal's gesture instructions, and then waved his hand to signal Sakazuki and others that they could take action. After being reminded by Chief of Staff He, Sakazuki, Borsellino and Kazan finally remembered why they were here. Their naval headquarters must completely break away from the control of the world government in this historic war. With the Qin government as the front line of resistance, naval headquarters can now resist the world government with peace of mind. After it landed, all the Marine officers looked serious and began to command the warships to deploy their troops. Unintentionally or intentionally, everyone had actually escaped from the world government's forces by 3 or 4 nautical miles. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino took a deep breath and jumped into the air at the same time. Boom boom boom. The 3 of them burst out with a powerful aura, and at the same time the elements turned into magma, ice and light particles. At the same time, a group of Marine soldiers and generals who were moving away from the world government raised the muzzles of their warships. It is aimed at the world government's law enforcement officers, CP organization agents, impel-down pirates, and a small number of marine officers who have been completely corrupted by money and are willing to be commanded by the world government. Is that Kong-gu guy serious? Luo Hu, with earthquake-light waves already appearing on his right fist, looked at the future Marine 3 admiral who jumped not far from him with some surprise. He was also quite surprised. Meteor volcano. Ice Age. Yashikani no Magatama. The 3 people who nearly died in the war in the Valley of Gods learned from their mistakes and became even stronger in strength and character. The oppressive feeling covered by the large area of magma, ice and lasers at this moment is no less than that at its peak. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. As Sakazuki and his 2 companions launched an attack on the Golden Lion's Island, the marine warships below also aimed at the direction of the world government at the same time and launched a fierce bombardment. The pitch-black shells are accompanied by elemental attacks such as magma, ice, etc. falling from the sky. Suddenly, the world government was in chaos. After a huge round of artillery fire, the world government directly lost nearly 20 warships. Countless soldiers fell into the turbulent sea due to the damage to the warships and were gradually drowned. Under this fierce artillery fire, the 5 elders who had been calm all stood up straight with angry faces. Looking at the marine fleet that has been drifting away since who knows when. Damn it! What on earth is Kong-gu doing? Why are the Marines firing at us? Marine, are you planning to betray the world government? He is indeed an ungrateful wolf that can never be tamed. Several 5 elders were furious. They wanted to find Kong-gu, the marshal of the naval headquarters, to ask him about it, but they found that the guy had unknowingly led all the marine soldiers and warships to the edge of the Qin government's warship fleet. Obviously, the naval headquarters, which has always been affiliated with the world government, has completely defected. Now they are on the side of the Qin government. After a brief moment of anger, Bachali, the leader of the 5 elders, waved his hand and a black light emerged, directly summoning the 20 terrifying corpse puppets left behind by Lord Im. Each one of them is a powerful being above the admiral level. Although individual consciousness has been erased, they have become less afraid of death. On the other side, after using all their strength to output the ultimate move for several minutes, Sakazuki and others finally smashed the several islands that the Golden Lion swung at into pieces. The Marines are pretty good. They actually chose to cooperate with our great Qin government, really worthy of the Commander-in-Chief's charm. Seeing that the Marines were actually supporting their side, the Qin government soldiers below all smiled. At least with the support of Marine, this war won't be so difficult to fight. But why are these 3 Marines able to use our commander's devil fruit ability? They are able to master such a powerful ability. They must have stolen the ability of our commander. The soldiers on the Qin government side looked at the magma and lasers flying all over the sky in amazement. They don't understand why the Marines can use their commander's devil fruit ability. Ultimately, it can only be attributed to the existing cooperation between the top leaders of both sides. Damn it, a few marine bastards can actually conquer Laozi's island. As the island shattered, the Golden Lion floating in the air suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although he didn't understand why the Marines would attack him, he was a man who cared about his reputation. How could a few young Marines resist his attack? He flew down from the sky like a human cannonball and rushed towards the 3 recruits Kazan, Sakazuki and Borsalino. Ha 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 ha, Marine Kid will show you what it means to be the top pirate standing tall on this ocean. Golden Lion flew at high speed like a phantom, holding 2 swords and wrapping around Haki, and then he killed Sakazuki and others from the middle. What the hell are these big pirates? You should try Laozi's lava fist instead. Looking at the Golden Lion Sakazuki rushing towards him, he did not show any fear. Instead, he raised his right fist and condensed red magma. Waves of burning flames and magma that emitted poisonous gas wrapped around the entire right fist, and then it smashed towards the Golden Lion that was rushing over. Seeing Sakazuki rushing over like this, Kazan and Borsalino both looked troubled. The previous plan did not include asking the three of them to go together to fight Golden Lion. Although his physique has grown rapidly in recent years, and his gold and haki have also become much stronger, there is still a big gap compared to these great pirates standing on the sea. However, Sakazuki had already rushed forward, so the two of them naturally could not fall behind. When facing a strong opponent, you must be even braver and extend your fist. If you become a deserter, you are not worthy of being a marine. Alara, feel the ice, Golden Lion. Freezing time. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Kazan and Borsellino formed a very standard V-shaped battle formation with Sakazuki. The Golden Lion was surrounded in the middle, and he was busy dealing with the hot magma, frozen feet and flying laser swords. They are really tired of living one by one. Lousy is the Golden Lion Shimatsuki Shiki. He swung his double swords vigorously and rapped them with two-colored haki, and suddenly all the magma and ice in the sky were shattered. On the icy blade of the Golden Lion that was as cold as a lion's fang, a black and red thunderstorm suddenly appeared. This is the outward manifestation of Conqueror's haki entanglement. Feeling this black thunderstorm that seemed to shatter their souls directly, Sakazuki and the other two were suddenly shocked. They all stepped back, trying to avoid it. But, how could I, the top pirate's Golden Lion on the sea, let a few marine brats run away in front of me? Ha 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 ha, you little devils, come and die. The Golden Lion roared loudly, and two roars came out at the same time. Two sharp cold rays. They instantly cut towards the slowest Sakazuki. Sakazuki, who was lagging behind for a while, had an extremely quick combat awareness and instantly transformed his whole body into elements. If he were to face the giant pirates like Golden Lion head-on with his physical condition, he would be totally overwhelmed. Blood splattered everywhere, and under the influence of Conqueror's haki, the magma on his body quickly dissipated and he disappeared into thin air. There suddenly appeared an ultimate visible knife wound on the chest. Hee hee. You guys still want to make your way in this vast ocean. You are still so green. Golden Lion lifted up Muku and turned it directly towards Sakazuki's throat. Damn it. Dark Hound. Facing the life and death moment, Sakazuki clenched his right fist, and Conqueror's haki instantly wrapped around him, then surged out along the river again, turning into a dog's head shape and rushing directly towards the Golden Lion's chest. Ha 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 ha, just a trifle. After swinging the knife again to split the lava dog in front of him in half, Golden Lion showed a confident smile, then raised the knife and stabbed directly at Sakazuki's crown, attempting to kill him with one blow. And just at this moment, an angry cry suddenly appeared. Shiki, your opponent is me. Boom. The moment the voice fell, a figure with purple hair flashed with thunder. With his pure haki, he easily collided with the Golden Lion who was swinging a sword. Like the charge of a wild bull, coupled with the confrontation of haki, a heavy wave of air suddenly rolled up at the scene. The purple-haired voice that suddenly appeared was none other than Admiral Zephyr, the highest combat power of the Qin government. Zephyr. Golden Lion looked annoyed that this guy actually jumped out at such a critical moment to ruin his plans. Seeing that he had no chance to kill the lava imp, Golden Lion could only quickly use his bayonet to try to fight off the purple-haired troublemaker in front of him. However, the blade he swung was firmly grasped by the man in front of him in the next moment. Has the Qin government really mastered the technology of the dual fruit ability? I seem to have forgotten something. Who is Imu? The only person left around was Joy Boy, who had mutilated limbs and looked like a cyborg. Sakazuki looked at the Golden Lion who was fighting Zephyr in the sky with hatred. Sure enough, there is still a huge gap. Kill, kill, kill. We are the king. After a slight hesitation, he directly wrapped himself in the two-color haki and attacked again. In an instant, the gentle Zephyr who wore gold-rimmed glasses all day long disappeared completely. Instead, there was a middle-aged man who had a ruffian vibe and looked like a generation of heroes. Bullet stood on the warship, waving his fists and shouting loudly. Why does the ability of the blue dragon fruit appear in Zephyr? You are demon fruit power. Golden Lion looked at the thick dragon scales on Zephyr's chest with great surprise. Zephyr sneered. He was actually able to take his blade head-on and hold it tightly in his hand. Every attack between the two people will cause a loud explosion on the sea. Zephyr's physical strength has increased so much in a short period of time. If he remembered correctly, these were the dragon scales brought out by that guy Taiwu's ability of the blue dragon fruit. Although Golden Lion was somewhat frightened, he also thought he had a clear understanding of Zephyr's combat capabilities. I am no longer the black arm I once was. Now I am the freest person on this ocean. Boom boom boom. Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, plus the pure and thick two-color Haki. Zephyr Sensei did a great job. He's going to beat that damn traitor up with his fists. Ha ha ha, so what? Freedom or not has nothing to do with lousy. Zephyr reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of dark black sunglasses, and finally hung them directly on his eye sockets. Afterwards, he had no choice but to follow the advice of Kazan and Borsellino and choose to target the people of the CP organization. After being confused for a moment, Saint virtually waved his hand and released 19 celestial dragons royals who had lost their memories but whose strength had not been weakened at all. The two people collided quickly in mid-air. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? That's right. Let's go back and clear out the world government's agents organized by our department. The five elders looked at the dragon form and thunder on Zephyr with a confused tone. The battle between top strong men is not something they can handle. Golden Lion's pupils shrank instantly. The body covered with dragon scales looks even more powerful. Just when Golden Lion and Zephyr were fighting fiercely in mid-air, Saint Vacheli waved his hand and directly ordered the 19 corpse puppets made by the Celestial Dragon's royal family using lunar technology to rush forward. The world government's 200 neatly packed and mighty warships also advanced forward at this moment. On Luo Hu's side, Kaido and Bullet were already so excited that they were busy and flustered. If Luo Hu had not given the order for a direct frontal attack, the two of them would have rushed forward and killed indiscriminately. Wasn't that guy killed before? He was actually able to be resurrected. Luo Hu looked back and saw a Celestial Dragon's royal family member whom he had killed in the Holy Land Mariehua War 6 years ago. Now that this guy has reappeared on the sea, it is obvious that the world government has the technology that can resurrect corpses. Although the stitched corpse is a little ugly and incomplete, it doesn't seem to affect that guy's strength much. You want to get closer with so many people? Then take an earthquake first. Looking at the large warship team and a dozen or so imposing guys advancing in an orderly manner in front of him, Luo Hu also felt that the situation was extremely difficult. However, facing this large-scale attack, Luo Hu already has very suitable means to deal with it. As the energy of the Paramecia shock fruit surged in his body, two transparent white earthquake-light waves appeared in Luo Hu's hands. Then, without any hesitation, facing the fleet of warships that were sailing quickly in front of him, Luo Hu suddenly stretched out his hand, veins popped out on his palm, and thick black and red blood vessels began to surge. He directly grabbed the air and swung it downwards. Boom! A special sound of space being twisted was heard. The ground and the sea surface began to shake at the same time. Just like a flat undulating sea, it tilted directly in front of everyone's shocked gazes. The originally relatively turbulent sea surface was suddenly lifted up at this moment, and a terrifying tsunami more than 5,000 meters high directly covered the more than 200 warships of the world government. Ha 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 ha. You are worthy of being our commander. With just a wave of his hand, his fighting ability is like a natural disaster. How many troops of the world government can survive this natural disaster like tsunami? Kill them all. The 100,000 soldiers and officers behind Luo Hu were extremely excited as they watched the terrifying tsunami heading towards the world government. They were originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but after this tsunami they might be able to turn it into an advantageous position. Mashaka. Is this kind of picture really something that humans can move? It's the devil fruit ability of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, that big pirates. It's so scary, Mom, I will never be an agent of the CP organization again. I want to go home, go back to Lang Lang Mountain and be an ordinary civilian. Boom boom boom. Under the expectant and fearful gazes of countless people, a huge tsunami suddenly struck, covering all the land including the giant Spirit Island. Tens of thousands of ordinary agents sank to the bottom of the sea under the attack of this natural disaster tsunami. More than 60% of the world government's 200-plus large warships were destroyed in just a few minutes. The giant island, which is larger than 10 large islands, was torn into 6 pieces by the terrifying energy of the earthquake. Luo Hu looked at his own terrifying sea shock with great satisfaction. That attack just now killed at least 50,000 CP organization agents. It is worthy of being called a natural disaster. Alala, is it my turn to shine again? Undersea freezing capsule. On the other side, Kazan, who was standing on the sea, watched the tsunami waves gradually subside. He inserted his hands directly into the seabed, and then froze the sea water within a radius of dozens of nautical miles in less than 3 seconds. The cold air surged at the scene, directly providing an ultra-giant ice platform for the 2 armies to fight. At this moment, the 5 elders who were still standing on the giant island with embarrassed expressions as if they had eaten a fly continued to shout at the celestial dragon's royal family who had been repelled to charge forward. Your chance to show off has come. Did you see those 19 first-generation celestial dragons? Kill them. Watching the same scene again. Luo Hu pointed directly at the celestial dragon's royal family, and then let Kaido and Bullet start to perform. These 2 guys seemed to be full of energy. They drew their weapons and rushed forward without any sign of fear at all. Mama, what a grand war scene. Charlotte Lin sighed and then, with a dark cloud in her arms, she led her Big Mom Pirates members into the battlefield, harvesting countless fearful soul energies. Don't even think about looking at our CP organization agents. Our CP organization also has 3 governors. Marine, those guys are only good at betrayal. The gap between them and us is as big as a chasm. Countless high-ranking agents of the CP organization who had great self-control and survived the tsunami began to roar. There were also nearly 100,000 CP organization agents at the scene, rushing towards the Qin government's army like ants. The next moment, a huge battle broke out. The soldiers fought each other, with swords flashing and blood and flesh flying. The Marines also joined the battlefield and attacked the world government together with the Qin government. For justice, charge. There can't be no justice in this world. We must demonstrate our righteous power. Bring down the world government from its pedestal. The sounds of shouting and killing at the scene were deafening. On the large ice battlefield, the Marine, CP organization, and the Qin government are fighting each other. The scene is extremely crazy and violent. Orlololoyalu, the king of celestial dragons. Come on. Laozi is the government admiral. Kaido. Laozi is Douglas Bullet, who is more than twice as powerful as Kaido. Kaido and Bullet, who rushed to the front first, made direct contact first, and then disrupted the formation of the 19 Celestial Dragons Royals. Everyone dragged away 2 Celestial Dragons Royals and beat them up with fists. Evil Ghost. As Luo Hu was watching the battlefield, a figure with a broken body and full of stitches among the remaining 15 Celestial Dragons began to roar in a trembling voice. Obviously, his memory had not been completely erased and he remembered very clearly that it was the man in front of him who broke his hands and feet. All of a sudden, all 15 Celestial Dragons Royals rushed to Luo Hu's position. Luo Hu brat. Don't forget our agreement. It's time to prove the justice of our marine to the world. At the moment when all 15 Celestial Dragons with Imperial Aura rushed towards Luo Hu, Kong, who had been paying close attention to Luo Hu's position, appeared instantly, and then attacked fiercely. He directly took away a powerful royal family member. P.S. I tried my best to update brothers. Kong, who had finally figured out the future just direction of Marine, used all his means and punched the celestial dragon's royal in front of him with one heavy punch after another, directly delivering a series of punches. Conqueror's Haki is powerful and has the spirit of a king. Kong has been enduring for decades for the sake of the naval headquarters' future. Now that the goal of achieving justice is within reach, he can finally unleash his Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. The steel-like fist is wrapped with shiny black weapons, and the Conqueror's Haki that can hit the opponent from a distance is incredibly powerful. Kong at this moment is even more powerful than ever before. Moreover, he is not just the current Grand Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, one of the strongest representatives of marine strength, and the current and only Admiral of Headquarters Buddha Sengoku also appeared on the battlefield to deal with several celestial dragons royals. Sengoku's personal combat strength is relatively weak, and he can only fight against one celestial dragon's royal family. Garp, on the other hand, relied on his armament Haki, which he had trained to the point that his fists had turned black, combined with Conquerors, and used his left and right hands to fight against the two celestial dragons at the same time. Luo Hu is naturally very happy to see this happen. The appearance of these two people undoubtedly greatly reduced Luo Hu's own burden. Based on his memory of the war that had once broken out in the Holy Land of Mariehua, Luo Hu could roughly estimate his personal strength and be able to deal with about 7 Emperor-level warriors at the same time. If we add more numbers, we will just be in a passive position. Now these numerous celestial dragons' royal family have been directly reduced to 11 in number. This is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Ha ha ha, don't underestimate Marine. Laozi is the youngest criminal investigation director in the history of the Naval Headquarters, Dark Horse Tianjing. Although this war of independence is very dangerous for the future of Marines, if it succeeds, I will be a Marine who goes down in history in the future. Just as Garp and Sengoku were introducing the war, a young man wearing black sunglasses jumped out from the Marine Department again. He was extremely fast, just like a dark horse shuttling across the battlefield. With extremely quick action, he used a Tempest Kick to send a celestial dragon's royal being sent flying on the spot. Mr. Luo Hu. Your great Qin government's governing philosophy is obviously more suitable for me. I am no longer a Marine, so I will be part of this war. Just when Luo Hu was very surprised that there was actually a person in the naval headquarters who could hold back the emperor-level figure. Even Luo Hu himself would have to admit that there were some high-ranking figures in the Qin government's army who were good at flattery, bootlicking, and taking bribes. Well done. Young people must be courageous. Luo Hu looked at the young man in the sky who was gradually regaining his human form as the giant dragon did so with great admiration. Very good, very good, very good. The door of our great Qin government will always be open to young people full of vigor and vitality like you. Luo Hu's words of recruitment had not yet fallen, when a young girl who had been hacking and killing CP agents in Marines camp suddenly jumped out in a pair of high-top military boots and shouted loudly. In the sky where there were not many clouds, after the words fell, a purple monster suddenly flew out, looking like a pterosaur in myths and legends. There is a sea mouth as deep as the abyss that will swallow them all. Because the current Qin government is still in its early stages, these grassroots generals must do their best to maintain this huge behemoth that is about to be carried. After all, you can't say that the overall size of the naval headquarters can directly break through the number of troops exceeding 1 million, and all of them are good people dedicated to justice, right? If you have nowhere to go, you can find a job in my new government. Luo Hu personally admires this kind of Marine who truly has a sense of justice and is not interfered with by others. As soon as this dragon-shaped monster appeared, a terrifying hurricane with a huge impact range began to sweep across the entire huge ice battlefield. Luo Hu glanced at it briefly. If nothing unexpected happened, during the Battle of God Valley in 1484, this guy once caused a big disturbance in the Celestial Dragon's prison, and then released a large number of slaves and the cowardly trio with the treasure chest. Marines' justice depends on you young people. Don't be influenced by those old stubborn people. Justice does not need to be compromised. A voice with an extremely firm tone and unique confidence came from the sky above the waters of Giant Spirit Island. This guy will definitely grow up to be a Pirates King level warrior in the future. Hey, Mr. Luo Hu, if that guy Dorag wants to join the Qin government, I should be one of them. No matter what kind of organization it is, there will definitely be some corrupt scum in it. A great man once said that you are all the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. You should accomplish great things in your prosperous period. As long as they don't cross the bottom line too much, Luo Hu won't make a fuss about them in the short term. It must also have a huge bonus attribute to Dorag's personal strength. Zoan's dragon fruit mythical beast, hurricane dragon form, which can be regarded as one of the 3 great natural disasters along with the 2 terrifying abilities of magma and earthquake. Luo Hu looked at this man who appeared on the battlefield with some surprise and took away a celestial dragon's royal family Dorag. Garp's silly son. The ones who deserve respect are never the Marines, but those who silently dedicate themselves to the just cause. Seeing the young dragon fighting a celestial dragon's royal at the general level with his dragon claw fists, Luo Hu also had the intention of recruiting him. This dragon fruit snatched away another hurricane dragon fruit that was also said to be at the disaster level during the battle in God Valley. The guy who will become the world's most vicious criminal in the future. It turns out that it is Momosaji Gion, the sister of the Chief of Staff of the Naval Headquarters, who will be able to lead the Marine camp in the future. In just a moment, hundreds of soldiers from the world government were blown to the sea surface dozens of miles away. And if nothing unexpected happens. Monkey D. Dragon, former Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and alternate Admiral. This is all very normal. Luo Hu waved his hand in a very affirmative tone to respond to the 2 relatively young kids, Dorag and Gion. Mama, our Captain Luo Hu is really enthusiastic enough. He's such a big shot, but he still speaks so patiently to these little brats. After leading a large group of sons and daughters in the crowd and clearing a large strategic space to ensure the safety of his children. Charlotte Lin smiled all the way, stepping on the thundercloud Zeus and rushing to the front of the battlefield to block 2 celestial dragons royals for Luo Hu. At this moment, there are only 7 celestial dragons royal corpses left that have the chance to continue charging forward and attack Luo Hu. Although it's still a bit difficult to fight 7 at once, it's not impossible to give it a try. Luo Hu looked at the government soldiers fighting for him on the battlefield. And all the teammates were so powerful that they were fighting against the celestial dragons from 800 years ago. Luo Hu smiled frivolously, and his aura suddenly surged. After a while, Luo Hu's aura surged to a terrifying level. It even gives people a feeling of facing a terrifying underwater beast. Plop plop plop. Conqueror's Haki is continuously released, forming dense black pieces around the body like a spider web, a Haki thunderstorm. And the body, which was originally relatively normal, also expanded rapidly like being inflated at this moment. The whole person directly transformed into a terrifying dragon man body of about 12 m in complete form. Twisted and thick blue veins and blood vessels as thick as bamboo poles appeared densely on the thick, hard and even slightly hideous muscles. Thick dark green dragon scales began to appear on the skin, forming an even harder defense that was as strong as steel. The 8 extra arms that grew out were clenched into fists, wrapped with thick black Haki, and their aura was extremely powerful. Wu Lao Deng. If your Lady Emu has her period today and has no chance to come, then prepare to be destroyed. Luo Hu was standing on a 7-colored cloud transformed from the union fruit. He smiled frivolously, and his aura became more solid and powerful. At the edge of Giant Island, the 5 elders looked at Luo Hu with extremely embarrassed expressions as he transformed into the terrifying dragon man form again. That guy is still as unreasonably powerful as I remembered. He is even vaguely catching up with Joey Boy. His Haki hasn't broken through yet. We must eliminate him here today. If we continue to allow this monster to grow stronger, it will definitely overturn the entire world in the future. Watching Luo Hu, who used only the leaked Conqueror's Haki to directly repel 7 celestial dragons' royal corpses dozens of meters away. The 5 elders made up their minds silently. We can't let him go on like this. Even the evil ghost Luo Hu has the dark fruit ability that can restrain their immortality. He must also be given a fatal blow at the critical moment. The world government has ruled over this ocean for more than 800 years. There is no way it will end in an era without Joy Boy. Boom 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 boom. Soon, under the orders of the 5 elders, the 7 celestial dragon royals rushed straight towards Luo Hu with Haki entangled in them like fighting machines without fear. Boom! The extra arm brought by the ability of the 8-clawed blue dragon fruit was used to catch the fist wrapped in thick Haki, and then the 8 people started a nearly crazy fight. Every punch, every kick, every move, every style is the ultimate confrontation. Every collision between Haki will produce terrifying energy fluctuations. In an instant, within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the 8 people, the thick ice was shattered, and magma, fire, earthquake, laser, ice and other energies poured everywhere. No one dared to approach even a powerful emperor. Luo Hu tried his best, and more than a dozen devil fruit abilities flew everywhere. Under the full force of 8 people, the sea area surrounding the entire giant spirit island was in turmoil. This is Luo Ge's strength. He is not at a disadvantage in fighting 1 versus 7 celestial dragons at the emperor level. They are both the abilities of the azure dragon fruit. Why is there such a huge difference? Do I really have a chance to become a man of this level in the future? Kaido and Bullet, who were desperately fighting 2 celestial dragons royals on the battlefield, looked at the godlike Luo Hu with envy. Such strength is truly terrifying. This is also the reason why Kaido and Bullet, who are already monsters with the qualifications of a king, are still willing to bow down before Luo Hu. He can fight against 7 powerful generals on his own. The only person who can do this in this ocean is Luo Hu. The former overlord of the sea, now the commander of the Qin government. His strength is well deserved. At this moment, Momosaji Gion, who was still on the ground facing the senior agent of the world government, was completely stunned. This was the first time she had seen a strong man of Luo Hu's level take action. He single-handedly took on 7 celestial dragons royals with admiral-level combat power and was not at a disadvantage at all. The strength is so terrifying. Ridiculous, she once thought that she could capture big pirates like Luo Hu with her excellent kendo talent. Are you kidding? With such strength, wouldn't she have been given rations for free in the past? Attack with all your strength. The 5 elders who were standing on the shore observing the changing situation, saw that they were unable to take down Luo Hu's corpse puppet after a long time, so they gave the order with a grim face. Whoosh! After the 5 elders finished speaking, the 7 corpses sped up again, and the next moment, each of their fists wrapped in the dark Haki punched Luo Hu's chest recklessly. There is no longer that cautious fighting style. It's just a crazy fighting machine. Regardless of any damage. In an instant, this crazy movement directly left a series of sunken marks on Luo Hu's hard scales. Even some of the hard dragon scales were blown away on the spot, revealing a bit of tender red flesh. Feeling the slight pain beneath the dragon scales, Luo Hu was furious, and stomped out with his huge foot. His muscles swelled, veins popped out, and he had a terrifying aura of hot magma. He thrust forward directly, and with a punch wrapped in heavy Haki, he viciously stabbed towards the celestial dragon's royal family closest to him. Here are 2 more pictures of the seaquake. Although the book has been removed from the shelves, it can't just be left alone. Die for Laozi. Boom 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 boom. The 7 strange celestial dragons' royal corpses, wrapped in 2-color Haki and shining with black light, instantly slammed into Luo Hu, leaving deep black bruises on his broad chest. The powerful Haki aura followed the path of internal destruction and instantly rushed towards Luo Hu's entire body. An extremely severe pain appeared. Luo Hu's expression was distorted. And it was at this moment that Luo Hu's dragon hand, covered with blue veins, directly pinched the face of one of the corpse puppets, and the sharp dragon claws pierced into the opponent's face like pinching tofu. Under the infusion of the most terrifying power in the world, Luo Hu stabbed the opponent's entire basin into a dent on the spot, and a large amount of rotten and smelly liquid spurted out from the face that looked either rich or noble with a cracking sound. The celestial dragon's corpse that was pinched on the face by Luo Hu let out a sharp and piercing cry, and its eyes instantly turned red due to the blood supplied by its body. It stared at Luo Hu's face with boundless hostility, as if it wanted to swallow up the man who had seriously injured its body. The other 6 corpse puppets around who succeeded in striking Luo Hu directly and inflicted wounds on him were naturally not slow. Seeing Luo Hu in front of him concentrating on killing his teammates, their extremely powerful and pure 2-color Haki once again surged on their fists and blades. In an instant, he directly brandished a variety of weapons, condensing Conqueror's Haki's unique long-range attack to kill Luo Hu's vital points. Faced with this dangerous situation, Luo Hu did not hesitate at all. He looked at the celestial dragon's corpse puppet that was tightly controlled in his hands with a ferocious expression, the veins all over his body bulged wildly, all the muscles were twisted and solidified to the ultimate level, and his 5 fingers like a hydraulic press pinched the face tightly without any slack, letting it struggle desperately in his hands. Bang! Suddenly, it seemed that the power he had endured had reached the ultimate level. The corpse puppet in Luo Hu's hand suddenly exploded into a pool of blood. There was only a corpse left at the scene without any signs of twisting. At this time, the other 6 celestial dragons have also arrived. Luo Hu hesitated for a second, then his black body turned pink, and his entire body was suddenly burning with the ultimate high-temperature flame, burning the killed celestial dragon's corpse in his hand into ashes. Ah, Ganis is dead. Kill him. It seemed that the old friend in front of him was directly killed and turned into ashes. The 6 celestial dragons' corpses around him seemed to have recovered some memories, and a hint of emotion appeared in their eyes. However, the arrow was already on the string, and they had to fire the 6 blurred minds and just focus on blasting Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack forward. Faced with this situation, there is almost no room for escape. Luo Hu's whole body was instantly wrapped with Haki, and dragon scales covered his entire body, directly raising his Haki defense to the ultimate level. Boom 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 boom. It was still the plain and simple 6 spherical thunderstorm attack that condensed powerful Haki. Under this powerful squeezing pressure, the scales on Luo Hu's body began to break and fall off, which meant that bright red blood began to flow out from the wound. At this moment, the little giant was directly knocked away thousands of meters by Conqueror's Haki. Mama, Captain Luo Hu seems to be even stronger than he was 6 years ago in a 1 versus 7 situation. He was able to instantly kill a celestial dragons at the Emperor level in a short period of time. The place where Luo Hu was knocked flying happened to fall near Charlotte Linlin's battlefield. At this time, Charlotte Linlin, with the azure dragon fruit flowing in her body as a blessing, has basically completely suppressed the enemy in front of her in a one-on-one fight. It's just that his Haki level has not reached a very high level, so he can't kill the opponent in a short period of time. This is one of the reasons why Charlotte Linlin's invincible talent was wasted. They give birth to offspring crazily almost every year, so they never have a single moment to cultivate their bodies. But it was precisely under such an extreme environment that he still relied on his terrifying physical talent to become one of the top pirates on the sea. He has achieved such powerful strength simply by relying on his talent for physical growth. If this guy really gave up the so-called world plan and seriously strengthened his body and improved his Haki level. Without further ado, Roger's level can definitely be reached easily. After repelling the enemy, Charlotte Linlin pulled the captain who was lying on the ground. Then, naturally, she just stood there with an ant's smile on her face and didn't say anything. However, Luo Hu looked at the leisurely Charlotte Linlin in front of him and didn't have the extra mood to pay attention to her for a moment. Because in the blink of an eye, the 6 celestial dragons' corpses will be coming to kill you. However, in the next moment, suddenly, a long-lost system prompt sound rang in Luo Hu's ears. You know, After Luo Hu reaches the level of Sea Overlord in terms of combat power, it is basically difficult to hear such system prompts. Because this is a signal that new system energy is flowing into the body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special physical talent, Steel Balloon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for artificially absorbing the power of the Paramecia Soul Fruit. Awakening, 100%. Luo Hu's eyes twisted, and he felt the skin all over his body with great surprise. Even a peeling patch could be controlled and turned into an extremely hard state. Moreover, the already vast power also had a slight increase at this moment. Charlotte Lin was born with an invincible talent. Even without using armament Haki or other defensive techniques, the defensive power of every inch of skin on the body has almost reached a level that is stronger than steel. To a large extent, the great pirates who have become famous in this ocean basically all have their own special talents. Charlotte Lin's invincible defense. The extraordinary strength of rocks and Newgate. Luo Hu, who had always forgotten about this matter, directly obtained Charlotte Lin's iron balloon physique due to this special coincidence today. And he also gained the additional power of Paramecia's Soul Fruit. Although this special physique and fruit ability will not significantly enhance Luo Hu's combat effectiveness. But at this stage, Luo Hu's strength has basically been difficult to improve, and every bit of improvement can bring huge benefits. After tasting the sweetness of improved strength once again, Luo Hu turned his gaze towards Monkey D. Dragon, who was also not far away from him. Even though that kid isn't very strong, his blood is flowing with the power of the Hurricane Dragon fruit. If I continue to stuff a devil fruit from a mythical beast into my body, those 6 guys who came to kill us are definitely going to die. Luo Hu's eyes were like torches. His momentum suddenly rose. 2 giant hands with terrifying power, wrapped with armament Haki and Conqueror's 2-color Haki, and then with the 2 devil fruit abilities of Earthquake and Magma with strong impact, they slapped the celestial dragon's corpses that were chasing them. With a bang, the 6 black corpses wrapped with Haki were slapped away hundreds of meters on the spot. Phew! Taking advantage of the moment when he had expended a lot of energy to slap the celestial dragon's corpse puppets away, Luo Hu took a few quick breaths, and then his terrifying body returned to its normal size and quickly chased after the purple dragon-shaped figure in the sky. Although, Luo Hu's own physical strength has reached the point where it will take at least a few months to be exhausted. However, using a large number of devil fruit abilities and bursting out high-intensity Haki levels at the same time is also extremely costly. Even if the work is something that the body can sustain, it is necessary to take a few deep breaths. This is like a long-distance runner who has the physical strength to run for dozens of kilometers without interruption. However, if he tries high-intensity weightlifting, he will start to breathe heavily in an instant. What does that guy want to do? No. He's going to absorb the devil fruit power of Garp's son. We must stop him. If he gains the power of another mythical beast devil fruit, the consequences will be disastrous. But we also have demonic power in our bodies. If we go there now, won't that evil ghost have a chance to get stronger? The 5 elders looked at Luo Hu's figure and all of them turned around anxiously. The old men were angry and anxious. On one hand, they wanted to kill the evil spirits in front of them, but on the other hand, they were worried that their immortal lifespans would be restricted by the power of the dark fruit and they would be completely killed. After gaining the ability of immortality, they can no longer be as crazy as they were when they fought against Joy Boy 800 years ago. If you can avoid taking action when your life cannot be guaranteed, then don't take action. Because, even if this world is devastated, there will always be someone tall to support it. Now that Lord M possesses the god-level Haki, he is fully capable of cleansing up the world again. He is as powerful as Joy Boy who could rival 20 kings by himself. We can't wait any longer. Even if Lord Emu can kill the evil spirit, we can't just stand by and watch. Lord Yim needs a world supreme authority who can play a role. If we are not effective, the position of 5 elders is not irreplaceable. What Nasu Sholangxing said makes sense. The little devils in the Nerona family are already ready to make a move, this is a major change in the world that has not happened in 800 years. If you want to establish yourself on this ocean, you need to make a certain amount of sacrifices. Saint Watchley had a serious look on his face, and then he took the lead and transformed into a human-shaped fanged beast, ready to charge forward. The other 5 elders also transformed into terrifying demons in the form of sandworms, Izuna Tenma, horsebones, and Gyuki mythical beasts. However, just as several monster-like figures were preparing to rush forward, an extremely thick black smoke followed the quiet moonlight in the sky and directly covered most of the giant island. Under the extremely thick black smoke, the bodies of several 5 elders, which had just transformed into demonic forms, were instantly returned to their normal forms. This is the ability of dark fruit. Is it the evil ghost that has come back? No. That guy is still in front. How can his hands and feet reach here? But if it's not an evil spirit, then who could it be? The power of the dark fruit has disappeared for many years. After feeling that the devil fruit ability in their bodies was directly restricted, several 5 elders looked at each other in bewilderment. Rox responded to the 5 elders with a playful smile. We represent the god with the highest authority in this world. He dominated the entire second half of the Grand Line and brought together an extremely powerful group of pirates. The vital parts of Rock's body are all covered with glittering golden scales, making him look even more majestic. The others naturally looked at Rox's sour face with annoyance. Rox D. Zebek. Ha 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 ha, Shashi is not good for Dana. Rox, stop being so presumptuous. 6 powerful men with terrifying strength just stared at Rock's movements. The former overlord of the sea. Saint Watchley roared at Rox's disgusting and foul-mouthed figure with a ferocious look on his face. Damn it! How could that guy? Behind him, the extremely dazzling golden ribbon undoubtedly proved that in the past 6 years, he had directly cultivated the ability of the Zoan Lulu fruit mythical beast, Qilin-shaped demon to the awakening realm. Saint Watchley had an extremely ferocious look on his face, his fists clenched tightly and his tone was full of disbelief. Then his expression suddenly turned fierce, and he teleported to the position in front of the 5 elders in almost the blink of an eye. The last few people felt a creepy guess in their minds at the same time. Is he alive too? How is that possible? If he is still alive, how could he have been hiding in the sea for so long and never appeared? I was able to beat you until your body collapsed before. I can do the same now. The only difference is that Kaido's skin has green dragon scales, while Rox has golden unicorn scales. Rox drew out the supreme sword from his waist that was emitting a bloody glow all the time, took a stance, and stood still. At the first moment of Rox's action. Compared with his previous image, Rox at this moment is like Kaido in the past, with every inch of his skin covered with scales with powerful defense. There is not much difference in the defensive capabilities between the two, it's just that the Qilin scales look more stylish in the overall image. No matter how he guessed, he couldn't imagine that a crazy guy like Rox could hide and survive for 6 years. Why are you calling me so affectionately? Lousy, isn't that familiar with you old guys, right? That expression that never changes really looks as annoying as ever. However, the next moment, when that familiar figure with afro hair appeared in front of them, the 5 elders finally realized the truth. Rox. The 5 elders flashed and formed a formation, surrounding Rox in the middle. Rox emerged from the black smoke that occupied half of the island, and then looked at the 5 elders with a teasing expression. Come on, you old immortals, come and try to stop me. Impossible. It's been a few years since we last met, 5 old men. Next to the 5 elders, the incomplete white giant corpse puppet also rushed forward waving the extremely depressing Haki energy. All the 5 elders are present, plus the Joy Boy corpse puppet that was left on the battlefield 800 years ago and was later resurrected as a puppet by the power of technology. The 6 strongest men surrounded Rox in the center in an orderly manner. Based on past experience, Rox is a powerful person who can reach the level of the Overlord of the Sea. If you want to deal with a person of this level, you need at least 3 generals at the level of the Emperor. At this time, the 5 elders all had solemn expressions and were in a state of Haki release. Because no one can guarantee whether Rock's strength has improved during the 6 years since he disappeared. After all, the fluttering ribbon on Rock's back is a special symbol that can only appear when the Zoan demon fruit power is cultivated to the awakened state. This means that Rox has acquired at least one new Zoan devil fruit ability in 6 years, and has cultivated it to the awakened state. For a Sea Overlord of Rock's level, ordinary Zoan devil fruit would definitely not be considered a good choice. At least the devil fruit ability of the mythical beast species would be considered standard. Do you still think you can defeat Lousy head-on like you did before? You guys are not qualified enough. Rox smiled coldly, his words full of contempt and disdain. To be honest, he felt very troubled by this kind of human wave tactics. Especially the looming terrifying Haki on the white giant surrounding the 5 elders made Rox's palms sweat. He could clearly feel that the white guy's Haki level was even higher than his own. But now the arrow is on the string, and the pretentious words have been said. He is too proud to allow himself to run away before the fight even starts. Humph. Who do you think we are? Stop saying these arrogant words here. I'm betting on the dignity of the world's highest power. We will also completely destroy you on this sea. Saint Topman Wachuri, the leader of the 5 elders, and Saint Zambaran Nasajuro, the most respectable one, looked gloomy and felt greatly insulted. After the words fell, the aura of the 2 of them instantly soared. The highest power in the world. Who cares? Lousy doesn't recognize that you have any rights. Rox smiled frivolously, with a fierce aura all over his body, and faced the 5 elders directly. In an instant, the aura of Rox and Haki condensed into an extremely terrifying state. It even gives people a terrifying feeling as if it is about to reach a critical point. Boom! 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 The ultimate conqueror's Haki in Rock's body began to be released. In the center of the battlefield, some senior agents of the CP organization who were not mentally firm but wanted to come to support 5 elders, as well as a small number of rebellious marines, fell down in large numbers. After several minutes, the number of troops around the 5 elders was like the muggles lying on the ground. The 5 elders looked extremely ugly about this. Just like before, this guy Rox can almost be regarded as the most talented outlier in the past 800 years. If it weren't for the more terrifying monsters like the evil ghost Luo Hu appearing on this sea, Rox would be the strongest in the world. However, even though Rox had been knocked into the air and had no leverage, the 5 elders still did not let him have any chance to catch his breath. Luo Hu's eyes raised slightly. This old B**************** D Rox showed up at just the right time. We can't let him be so arrogant any longer. We are the ones who will protect the dignity of the world government. After all, no one can guess whether Rox has already married and had children at this age. Since Rox exudes the dark fruits ability, which is said to be the most vicious devil fruit, the 5 elders are unable to use their own mythical beast devil fruit abilities. It seems that the title of Overlord of the Sea is of no use when facing a large enough number of people. That Rox guy is back. I didn't expect him to be so strong. He can actually do 1v6. Soon, the 5 elders and Joey Boy's corpse puppet burst out with power at the same time. Black light covered their arms and they launched attacks from 5 angles at the same time. This is Kaido, who is fighting 2 celestial dragons' royal corpses single-handedly. In between his heavy breathing, he glanced at Rox, whom he has not seen for a long time. However, the reality was that before Kaido could shift his envious eyes, Rox, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was hit by a white fist mixed with 2-color Haki from the side and flew thousands of meters into the sky. Bang! 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 Every collision would generate terrifying Haki energy waves that would spread everywhere. Rox, who used the half-beast Kirin form to fight the 5 elders almost to a draw, was directly knocked away by Joy Boy after encountering him. The 6 men, armed with thick black Haki fists, launched an almost crazy attack. There is only one person in this world who can fight against so many strong people of the same level on his own. Maybe it's just like what Rock said, he's just enduring it. It is simply a must-have medicine for home travel, killing people and stealing treasures. No one dared to approach within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the 6 people. It seems that this guy has not appeared in these years, and he is not playing pirates or something. Even though Roger now has the strength of the 4 pirates kings, he is still 1 level weaker in terms of strength. Sharp fangs, venom, spikes, flames, and slashes all came out at once. The golden scales with traces of bloodline were scattered all over the body, making him look quite miserable. For example, a kid named Marshall's words and deeds are very similar to Rock's. At least in a one-on-one duel, none of the 5 elders could stop Rock's for more than 5 rounds. The corners of the eyes, nose, throat, and around the lips are all gushing with bloodline. Every punch, every kick, every move, are the fastest and most ultimate confrontations in this ocean. As they fought frantically, the huge ice layer frozen by Kazan's glacial world began to form terrifying grooves in all directions. When the control effect of the dark fruit's ability disappeared, the 5 elders transformed into various monsters in myths and legends and rushed into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. 2. Joey Boy, who was standing nearby and unaware, was swinging his rubber-like fists around, hitting Rock's position at an unpredictable angle. Just when I didn't have the extra energy to deal with Teacher Wu, I came out to help. This B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** stronger than it was 5:6 years ago. But no one knows the true situation. In his opinion, among the strong men of Rock's level, except for Luo Hu, who is weaker than him, the strongest, almost no one else can be on par with him. Puhahahaha. A fist filled with love is irresistible. Taste my iron fist of love. I've long wanted to smash the faces of you celestial dragons rubbish with my fists. Seeing that the Qin government seemed to have some disadvantages, Garp also let go and beat the celestial dragon's royal corpse puppet in front of him with his iron fist. To be honest, the role played by the naval headquarters in this war today is essentially just a fence-sitter. If the Qin government cannot muster enough strength to deal with the world government's army, their marines will take action to maintain the balance of combat power. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. There can only be one government in this world, so if the Qin government has the opportunity to take this position, then letting it suffer serious damage on the battlefield is also a good choice. At least the naval headquarters will never allow another evil government to be maintained that rules the entire world. GOP. Stop talking to yourself. Before Garp could stubbornly punch away the enemy and let him stand there laughing, time had passed. On the other side, Sengoku, who had already transformed into a majestic Buddha, started to scold with his face flushed. Because he and Garp are currently in a cooperative combat state. The 2 of them worked together to restrain 3 celestial dragons royals whose strength had reached the level of general emperors. After Garp punched an enemy away, he just stood there and laughed. This kind of stubborn teammate's behavior simply doubles the pressure on Sengoku. Because his own strength is not very outstanding, it is already difficult for Sengoku to fight one on his own. After losing Garp's support, he has to fight 2 on his own. Isn't this going to cost him his life? The justice of ruling the world has not yet been realized, but he is about to die tragically at the hands of an old guy who lived 800 years ago. The more Sengoku thought about it, the angrier he got. Buddha's light shone all over his body. He raised his hand and released a terrifying Buddha's light that directly repelled one of the celestial dragon's royals. But no matter how angry he was, after sending his enemy flying with a shock wave, Sengoku's own broad back was naturally hit hard by the conqueror's entanglement of the celestial dragons behind him. Black thunderstorms appeared everywhere, striking through the air and making a series of fine crackling sounds. Phew. The golden Buddha, which was dozens of feet tall, suddenly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the blink of an eye, it shrank rapidly and returned to its normal human form. The whole person was hunched over and looked extremely painful. It is obvious that under the attack of Conqueror's entangled fists of celestial dragons, Sengoku's spine and internal organs suffered considerable damage. Ho, ho, go on, go on, go on. Kill, 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 I am Don Quixote. After shouting for the unconscious corpse, he rushed towards Sengoku, who was already lying on the ground seriously injured. Damn GOP, you've caused me so much trouble. Sengoku's expression was fierce, and golden light was released from his body again, almost blinding people. Human fruit mythical beast species, great Buddha form. Buddha Sengoku. After forcibly returning to his Buddha form, Sengoku once again violently clashed with the celestial dragon's royal family. The full-force collision between Sengoku and Shirkue, two emperor-level warriors, once again shattered the ice on the ground. Meanwhile, Kazan, who was in the distance, had a paralyzed look on his face and his hands were emitting cold air as he repaired the vulnerable battlefield. In the end, one person took it all. He was known as one of the geniuses of marine monsters, but on this horrific battlefield, he was reduced to the level of a small soldier. There's not even a chance to compete with those truly top-notch experts. Sakazuki's sense of identity has already proven that if they try to rush forward with their current level, they will really die. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Black Arm 8 Punches. In mid-air, the Golden Lion and Zephyr, who was covered in dragon scale armor, collided with each other. The fight was fierce and waves of air continued to surge in all directions. You have the blue dragon fruit and thunder fruit as a guarantee. Zephyr, who has also awakened Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack, has greatly enhanced his strength. Relying on his super high speed and the power of the Azure Dragon, Zephyr forced the Golden Lion directly into the sky, not giving him any chance to come into contact with matter. Currently the author has basically no money to earn, this is purely a love story, Sigma, Sigma. This is already a typical example of being caught directly. In front of countless people's terrified gazes, he instantly killed more than a dozen senior agents of the CP organization. It also gave Luo Hu's army a chance to catch their breath. At this point, Golden Lion had already decided to retreat. He didn't want to continue fighting against Zephyr, who was like a hexagonal warrior and knew a little bit of everything. What's more, these three guys haven't grown up yet and are just temporarily brought in to make up the numbers. These powerful men who have reached the level of Admiral 4 Emperors are almost the most powerful army of the world government. How did the three governors of the former CP organization die? It is still vivid in my mind. What level of power is the evil ghost Luo Hu? P.S. I have read all the comments from readers. Thank you for your support. I wish the bosses will get rich soon, If this continues, it is not impossible that he will be killed. Staff officer, he is very confident in his heart. Quick! Follow the instructions of the 5 elders. Stop the evil ghost Luo Hu. Mrahahahaha, come on, come on. You two really want to fight against the former army hero. Douglas Bullet. Fortunately, the people in the Marine Corps are sensible. I may not even have the chance to win the world certificate. I might be seriously injured again and have to flee the battlefield after all the troops are destroyed. In the crowd on the other side, Bullet, who was also wearing dragon scale armor, fought against 2 celestial dragons royals on his own and was not at all inferior. Don't be so presumptuous. Evil ghost. Let our CP organization's highest-powered governor be your opponent. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Don't worry about that evil ghost. No one in this world can stop him. As a result, Jin Ji's body was covered with wounds during the collision. Luo Hu sighed. Guion looked at her sister Tsuru with a little concern and asked. But the flying speed that he once prided himself on was like a recruit egg in front of Zephyr, whose whole body was shining with lightning. He couldn't even run away. After swinging the blade, killing the enemies who tried to get close to her sister. You can't beat him, and you can't run away. If the people in naval headquarters hadn't rebelled temporarily, directly led the team willing to resist to North Blue to occupy the position. Sister He, are we really not going to support Commander Luo Hu? It seems like he is about to be surrounded and killed. For a moment, Golden Lion was actually transformed into a state of pure physical combat. Staff Officer He, who was holding a sniper rifle and calling out names one by one on the battlefield, smashing heads like hitting watermelons, did not even raise his eyelids, and did not even show any emotional reaction. Even in the midst of fighting, Bullet was able to find time to charge into the crowd. There were 6 Celestial Dragons Royals hanging behind Luo Hu, and 3 CP organization governors were rushing in front of him at the same time. The other side. Luo Hu, who was teleporting, quickly approached Monkey D. Dragon's position. Then he stretched out his hand and gently patted the opponent's shoulder, which was covered with dark purple hurricane dragon scales. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Zoan Dragon Fruit Mythical Beast, Hurricane Dragon form. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Luo Hu felt a surge of demonic energy unique to hurricanes appear in his body. Until this moment, Luo Hu's body finally gathered the devil fruit abilities that are known as the 3 major natural disasters within the 3 major systems. Logia's lava. Paramecia's earthquake. Zoan's hurricane. All 3 types are natural disaster energies that can cause large-scale damage. And compared to earthquakes and magma, this time the hurricane dragon fruit can also bring a certain degree of improvement to Luo Hu's physique. He quietly felt the energy in his body surging again, and the blue dragon scales on his body began to turn a little purple. Luo Hu drew out the 7-star sword with one hand. At this moment, Luo Hu realized that if he wanted to continue to improve his current combat effectiveness, he must obtain more high-level demonic power. And they must all be mythical beasts. The regular Zoan devil fruit can still bring a boost though. But it is so weak that it is almost non-existent. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat, but this is not even as weak as a mosquito leg. Feeling that the long-forgotten power has once again gained a level of growth, Luo Hu looked at Sengoku, who was lying on the floor seriously injured. In Luo Hu's impression, that guy seemed to be in the form of a giant Buddha among the mythical beasts. Although I have no idea of becoming a Buddha, I can gain an extra new ability and a small increase in physical strength. Then this big Buddha devil fruit is definitely worth it. However, before obtaining the devil fruit ability, the most important thing to deal with is the 3 CP governors who are still in the making standing in front of him. Oink oink. He grabbed the jet black 7-star sword and slashed across the air. A slash wave of sword energy mixed with ultimate armament Haki and ultimate conqueror's dual color Haki slashed past at an extremely high speed. Puff. Puff puff. In an instant, the 2 governors of the CP organization's highest combat power appeared with ferocious and angry expressions. Before he could even see how Luo Hu made his move, he let out a scream and was directly swallowed up by the crazy sword energy. How is this possible? How could such a powerful sword energy appear in the hands of such a young guy? He killed 2 of my companions in one go. We simply cannot resist such a supreme being. The last governor of the CP organization, who was lucky enough not to be injured by the sword energy, stood there with lingering fear in front of Luo Hu. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Luo Hu glanced at it with a little surprise. Then with a swish, he swung out another dark green sword energy. Tear. In the end, this governor, who represented the highest combat power of the CP organization, was chopped into pieces by the breeze along with hundreds or even thousands of CP organization agents who retreated in unison. No one survived. After solving the obstacles in front of him, Luo Hu continued to hold on to the still bleeding 7-star sword and moved quickly towards Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku, who was lying on the ground to recuperate. The commander-in-chief of the Great Qin government is so powerful. The 3 new governors of the CP organization were killed instantly. It wasn't even a minute, and 3 of them died. It's because our Marshal Kong has a more far-sighted view of the situation. When you think about fighting against such evil spirits on the battlefield, what chances do you have of winning? No. Isn't that guy an ally of our marine? Why is he walking toward Sengoku Admiral's position? Seeing Luo Hu easily kill 3 of the CP organization's most powerful governors in seconds and also casually beheaded hundreds of CP organization agents, the bloody and inhumane image walked towards them, Sengoku Admiral. The marine officers and soldiers present all looked solemn, with patches of cold sweat on their foreheads. Mr. Sengoku, please hurry up. The evil spirit is passing by. Don't resist him. The Marines shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to attract Sengoku, who was lying on the ground, seriously injured. However, before they could transform into Yin and fall, the energy of the teleportation fruit in Luo Hu's body had already moved his body over. At this moment, Sengoku, who was lying on the ground watching his old friend Garp fight 2 people alone, suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Then, the cold sweat on his head suddenly fell to the ground like rain. His face was filled with horror, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Luo Hu, who was in front of him. Damn, is this guy going to break his promise? It turns out that no matter which government it is, it cannot be easily trusted. We just helped them gain some advantages, but now they are about to turn against us and bite our marine. Sengoku's mind was filled with crazy thoughts of Luo Hu, a murderous man, so he killed him and a large group of people from the world government and the naval headquarters. Is this the only place I can go? The justice that reigns over the world is really difficult. Sengoku sighed internally and closed his eyes. The next moment, Luo Hu, who was about to steal the power of the fruit, used the same trick again and gently pressed his hand on Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku, on the other hand, remained silent, prepared to accept the fact of his own death. However, before he could feel the pain of being killed, a cool feeling suddenly spread from his spine. Afterwards, Luo Hu used the meatball fruit to beat away all the pain from his spine being cracked by the celestial dragon's royal family. At this moment, Luo Hu's originally ferocious dragon body began to flash a dazzling 7-colored Buddha light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan human fruit mythical beast Great Buddha form. Feeling the power in his body surge up again, Luo Hu's lips curled up into a smile. If Luo Hu had known that the abilities of the mythical beast's devil fruits could be improved to this extent, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on it. Now that Luo Hu has condensed the energies of various fantasy beasts in his body, he feels that he can completely 1v10. Sengoku was lying on the ground in a daze, looking at Luo Hu, who was helping him transfer all the pain from his injuries and whose body was also emitting a dazzling Buddha light. He stood there completely stunned. What are you looking at? Do you think Laozi is as dishonest as you Marines? Cooperate with the government. After this war is over, I might fully support your Marines' justice. Luo Hu said in a leisurely tone, and then his figure flashed again, leaving Sengoku lying there in a daze. Hee, untouchables, don't leave. Just at the moment when Luo Hu's figure flashed forward, the 6 celestial dragons royals who had been chasing after them finally arrived. Of course, this does not mean that their speed is enough to catch up with Luo Hu. Because, at this moment, Luo Hu, whose strength has increased greatly again, took the initiative to return to the original path and chase after him. Untouchables. Even after being refined into zombies, their mouths still stink. Luo Hu's face turned cold, and he used his dragon claws covered with purple dragon scales with terrifying force to slam down the head of the celestial dragon's royal that was chasing him the fastest. With a bang, the terrifying force instantly shrank its head. Just like a deflated ball, the entire top of the head was directly dented. However, facing the bloody scene, the other 5 celestial dragons' royal corpses remained calm, like emotionless killing machines, making sharp and piercing cries. Their entire bodies turned black, and their Haki quickly and violently wrapped around them, extremely hard, like black armor, and a black conqueror's thunderstorm effect also appeared between their fists and blades. In an instant, everywhere was filled with real-time attacks from a distance brought about by Conqueror's Haki. The extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki instantly entangled and hit Luo Hu's purple dragon scale armor that had just recovered. Boom 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 boom. The extremely severe pain still spread throughout my body. However, this time, these celestial dragons at the level of Emperor Generals no longer had any means or strength to break through Luo Hu's dragon scale defense, which had been upgraded to a higher level and was also wrapped with Haki. Two terrifying fiery auras of magma and flame began to flow. At this moment, Luo Hu rose into the air above the cold battlefield like a ball of fire, with flames appearing in his hands. He immediately burned the corpse puppet whose skull had been flattened into ashes. But even in this situation, the other 5 celestial dragons' royal corpses continued to scream. The fists and blades shining with the two-color Haki continued to flood towards Luo Hu's body. These guys' memories have been completely wiped out, leaving only some basic fighting instincts. Although fighting against this kind of thing saves time and effort, it is also quite difficult. After all, they really don't fear death anymore. Just like a mad dog, it bites everyone it sees. However, this behavior and personality are not much different from creatures like celestial dragons. Boom 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 boom. Countless attacks wrapped with Conqueror's Haki were swung with extremely terrifying power, viciously stabbing at Luo Hu. Each attack was extremely powerful, carrying the supreme destructive power of Haki itself. Waves of painful pain shot through my body. Among these 5 celestial dragons royals, the attack of the woman with long light blue hair, gentle face and enchanting figure especially made Luo Hu suffer unbearably. Is this the Queen Lily who claimed to have almost successfully backstabbed him? Even after being trained into a corpse puppet, Haki's strength can still be maintained so high. Luo Hu's face was distorted by the attack of Queen Lily's Conqueror's Haki. He was furious as he looked at the corpse of Queen Lily in front of him, whose appearance was no less than that of the Empress. At the same time, Queen Lily's fair-skinned and beautiful body suddenly moved forward, carrying the terrifying power of Haki, and directly crashed into Luo Hu. Luo Hu's eyes were as sharp as torches, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He did not decide to show mercy at all because of the other party's almost perfect appearance. Haki wraps around the whole body and opens the arms directly. In an instant, Luo Hu was hit hard by the Conqueror's body. Bang! Queen Lily's whole body slammed heavily into Luo Hu's chest. At the same time, Luo Hu's face became even more hideous and painful. This collision is not so easy. Die! Luo Hu hugged Queen Lily's body tightly in his arms and held her tightly. His 2 arms covered with purple-blue dragon scales suddenly closed and tightened, as if he was hugging a skinny elf, making a crackling sound. Phew! Under the crushing force of Luo Hu. Lord Yim trusts the 5 of them so much. When have they ever shown such an expression when they have always claimed to be the holders of the highest power in the world? This is true even if the other party died 800 years ago. These 20 corpse puppets are the true foundation of their world government. Luo Hu didn't even turn his head, he just stretched out his hand and grabbed something from the air next to him. How long has the war just started? 7 royal corpses were wiped out in one go. Under the extremely terrifying force attack. On this battlefield, the speed at which Emperor-level warriors fall is as fast as the speed at which ants are crushed to death. Kill with sister in arms. When the time comes, Lord Im's saint will blame them, even if all 5 of them are beheaded, it will not be enough to atone for their sins. Phew! The result was such a huge loss. The bones all over Queen Lily's body were exploding wildly. Her face and pelvis were being crushed rapidly, making crisp bone-breaking sounds. But even so, it still couldn't stop Luo Hu from killing her. A glance at the 5 elders who were trying their best to encircle and suppress rocks. Suddenly, They noticed that 7 of the 20 Emperor-level corpse puppets they brought, including Joey Boy, were destroyed in one go, and everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. Damn evil spirit! Once the demonic power of the mythical beasts is integrated into his body, it will give him even more powerful power. Looking at the 3 celestial dragons royals in front of him who still didn't know what fear meant and were still rushing towards him. Come here and die. He hugged the corpse of Queen Lily in front of him tightly, and then the extremely hot breath began to burn, directly turning it into ashes on the ground. The sword falls with the hand raised. Don't worry about him. Focus on dealing with this damn rocks first. Queen Lily's graceful figure would be rated at least 99 points in Luo Hu's own rating. Luo Hu's momentum surged again. Boom! Waves of terrifying heat swept past. Queen Lily. The Black One is im. Finally, the 3 corpse puppets made by the Celestial Dragon's royal family were all melted into ashes. Just when Luo Hu killed another Celestial Dragon's royal at the level of a General Emperor. At this point, only 3 of the 7 Celestial Dragon's royal corpses that had originally chased after them were left. The terrifyingly powerful dragon scale palm grabbed a black head wrapped around Haki and suddenly exerted force, tearing the body of the Celestial Dragon's king, who was at the Emperor level, into pieces on the spot like the straw head of a scarecrow. Suddenly, for Haki attacked again. The so-called beauty is nothing more than a test for ordinary people. Damn it! That old guy Nasu Sholan talks big and keeps telling lousy about the background of the world government. As a result, more than half of them died in less than one night. If the fight continues like this, even lousy will be left on the sea. Damn it! I should have known better than to provoke this monster Luo Hu. What does the extermination of Wanakuni have to do with lousy? Let those damned royal families restore their country on their own. For a moment, Luo Hu's successive killing of 7 celestial dragons' royal corpse puppets at the level of general emperors directly caused a huge commotion. At this moment, everyone who was still fighting on the battlefield was looking at the man whose sword was still dripping blood in the sky in blind shock. The most panicked one among them was the Golden Lion, who was being beaten by Zephyr without any ability to fight back. Realizing that he had stepped into a huge war between 2 governments and could not escape, he became uneasy, and even the blades in his hands, Muku and Sakura Ten, had lost their previous frankness and sharpness. Hey, Shiki, where are you looking at? How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? Don't I have any dignity? I think you really want to die today. In the sky, Zephyr, who was attacking with punch after punch and getting more and more powerful, was very keenly aware that the Golden Lion was distracted for a moment. Black-armed dragon fist entanglement. Zephyr's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and his fist, which had already stretched out green dragon scales, was quickly wrapped with the black armament color and Conqueror's Haki of suppressed energy. As it swung through the air, it created a terrifying ripple. It was as if even the air was rippled by this shocking punch. Damn it! Golden Lion secretly thought that it was not good, but it was too late to block Zephyr's heavy punch wrapped with 2-color Haki. With a distorted look of horror, he could only watch as the huge fist as big as a casserole quickly enlarged between his pupils. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied by the sound of bones breaking was heard. Golden Lion was unable to dodge, and didn't even have the chance to defend himself with Haki wrapped around his body, before Zephyr's black-armed dragon fist pierced through his heart. The moment the fist pierced through the chest, Zephyr's tough and powerful fingers directly grasped the Golden Lion's powerful heart that was beating wildly and pumping blood. Puff puff. His eyes turned fierce, and murderous intent flashed across his brows for a moment. Zephyr grabbed the heart and stretched out his fist with all his strength, which went straight through the Golden Lion's back and penetrated it fiercely. Bang! Above the ice continent that was emitting cold air, the Golden Lion was fiercely smashed down from the sky. With a big hole pierced through his chest, he smashed a huge deep pit right in front of Kazan, who was reinforcing the ice battlefield with a very confused look in his eyes, revealing the surging sea water at the bottom of the ice. Zhoushan was surrounded by the thunder power of Thunder Fruit, and Zephyr lightly descended from the sky and stood on the ground next to the Golden Lion who was lingering on. Although his straight uniform of the admiral rank of the Great Qin government was chopped into pieces by the Golden Lion, it still rustled in the howling sea breeze. At this time, he, who had already caused severe and fatal injuries to the legendary pirate's Golden Lion, now had several deep gashes on his body that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Obviously, the price Zephyr paid for having the opportunity to crush the Golden Lion's heart with his bare hands was not so easy. Zephyr looked relaxed, without any psychological burden, at the Golden Lion who was struggling to survive on the ground and whose aura had been weakened to the ultimate level. It only took a moment. Zephyr's murderous words were heard by the Golden Lion, as suffocating as the devil's base. But now there is basically no one who will go to Wanakuni to pay tribute to you, right? The Golden Lion Shimatsuki Shiki, who had just been shouting that he was a legendary pirate, was hammered until even the top of his head was shattered into a dozen pieces that splattered all over the ground. Facing this ungrateful guy, Zephyr frowned. Even if you kill me, what can you do? The reputation of the lousy Golden Lion will be spread across this sea for at least several decades or even 100 years. It's only been a few short months. Shiki barely managed to take the blow, blood started to surge in his pupils. Death energy was already filling his entire body. Kazan looked a little strange as he took out a brand new bottle of sherry in green packaging from his bag, and then threw it in front of Zephyr with one real sip. The dull sound of confrontation was heard again at the scene. Zephyr's fist was covered with countless pieces of blood and flesh. Zephyr raised his fist viciously. I gave him a chance to say his last words, but this is what I got in return. Then, Zephyr's black fist with green dragon scales stretched out between his pupils enlarged again. After drinking the refreshing beer, Zephyr rushed to the large number of world government troops again and started killing them wantonly. Ha 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 ha, what's the matter? Has your murderous aura become so strong after you became a running dog for a new government? Golden Lion laughed angrily, his eyes full of anger and shame after being looked down upon. Whether it was when Luo Hu was a marine or now he is an admiral in the Daxing government, we are old friends, so I won't waste any more time talking. His arms were shaking but his face showed a proud expression. Alara, Mr. Zephyr seems to have become a different person. However, before Golden Lion could finish his words, Zephyr's heavy and fast fist came crashing down. Zephyr showed no mercy, swinging his fist like a whirlwind and repeatedly hitting the defenseless Golden Lion on the ground. Snap, snap, snap. The delicate and bone-chilling snapping sounds continued. Shiki. Oh yes, your name should be Shimatsuki Shiki. Next to them, Kazan was repairing the ice battlefield full of holes while looking at Mr. Zephyr, who used to be gentle and elegant with gold-rimmed glasses in front of them, with a shocked look. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can control Lousy like this? Are you kidding? Lousy is the Golden Lion. The legendary great pirates on this sea. Zephyr took the sherry expressionlessly and drank it all. I have always been myself, Kazan kid, but after leaving Marine, I have become freer. Then his muscles swelled instantly, and under the dense dragon scales, his sandbag-sized fist once again smashed towards Shiki's crown like a human bomb. The destructive power caused by a wave of his hand instantly killed dozens of senior world government agents. This middle-aged man changes so fast. From the friendly attitude towards everyone in the past, to the murderous look when he waves his hand while wearing sunglasses now. If you have any last words, please say them now while you still have breath. This day next year will be your Memorial Day. Just as Zephyr rushed into the crowd and destroyed and killed thousands of world government troops with his extremely strong combat power. At the same time, the battle between Garp and the two celestial dragons' royal corpses also made great progress. Garp, do you need my help? Sengoku, who had just recovered, looked at Garp, who was swinging his fist vigorously, with some concern while fighting against a royal family member. After watching for a while, I felt that my words were a bit redundant. After all, Garp was so aggressive at the moment that he didn't seem to need his support at all. This guy, his armament Haki skills are on par with that Rock's. Sengoku looked at the pure black ultimate armament Haki wrapped around Garp's arm and muttered with envy. Puhahahahahaha, I don't need that at all. They're just two trash celestial dragons. I can kill them both in an hour at most. After hearing the question from his old comrade Sengoku, Garp took the time to respond with a heartless smile, then suddenly stretched out his hands and used his famous warrior skills to directly pinch the faces of the two celestial dragons' royal corpses. He who hesitates is weak. These few bodies that are too old should just lie still in their coffins, falling to the bottom of the sea. With the ultimate perfection of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki's long-range attack, and Garp's natural super-strength talent, the two celestial dragons royals in front of him, whose faces were pinched by him, were controlled and stiffened on the spot. Afterwards, it was knocked back several kilometers with a loud bang, fell on the sea surface, and smashed out a deep hole with a diameter of over 100 meters. Two celestial dragons royals fell into the ice, spitting blood, and their pupils bulged out. Many bones throughout his body were cracked by Garp's beating, and even a few ribs were shattered inside his body. Under normal circumstances, for strong men of the same level to determine the winner, it would take at least 10 days and 10 nights to win with a slight advantage. However, the strength of these celestial dragons' royal families is comparable to that of the general emperor level. But after all, they have been completely wiped out by the world government in recent years, and the wisdom in their souls has dissipated all their memories. Under such circumstances, although the combat will become very brave, it will more or less lack some flexibility. Therefore, when facing Garp, who has strong strength and has perverted to a certain level, he will be directly caught and paralyzed, and seriously injured on the spot. Good job, Garp. On the other side, Zephyr, who was madly bullying the weak and slaughtering the world government troops, smiled approvingly. Strictly speaking, Zephyr's military service and status make him Garp's predecessor. After all, when he was fighting on the battlefield, Garp hadn't joined the marine yet. Zephyr is naturally very happy that this guy who also resents the world government has the opportunity to vent his anger on the celestial dragons. Now the situation on the entire battlefield can almost be said to be one-sided. It won't be long before the world government collapses. Of course, Zephyr himself also clearly saw Rox, who was being beaten up by the 5 elders on the battlefield on the other side. However, Zephyr knew very well that his strength was not enough to participate in the Battle of Rox. The fact that the Qin government, which is at a disadvantage in terms of manpower and the number of generals and officers, has been able to hold on until now is a sign of crazy high morale. On the other side, Rox, who was being beaten madly, had his eyes bleeding from the remaining Haki of the powerful Joey Boy Corps. They were no longer able to stop Luo Hu, the evil ghost, from killing people. Facing Rox, his old friend and mentor, Luo Hu quickly gave orders to his troops. Rox's tone, expression, and movements were all extremely excited. He didn't expect that this time he came out well prepared, but he would be beaten so badly. Golden Lion's crappy foreign player was killed after only playing for a few hours. All of this started with Rox, the guy who suddenly appeared and blocked their way. If Rox hadn't appeared, they would have been able to take Joey Boy's corpse puppet and directly end the evil ghost's life. Then we will focus on cleaning up those damn traitors in naval headquarters. Hey, hey, hey. Luo Hu, if you don't come over here, Laozi will be beaten to death. The two sides met with swords, blood flew everywhere, and the killing was so intense that the sky was dark. In this wave, as long as we kill a few more 5 elders, the world government has someone who can limit Luo Hu's advanced combat power and is able to pull his hands out. After all, the Qin government had just established its army, and within a short period of time, generals and officers of all levels were very scarce. Given the combined strength of the 5 elders, if he rushed in, his injuries would probably be even more serious. Moreover, in order to deal with the evil ghost Luo Hu, according to current experience, at least 6 or more admiral forces must be gathered. The 5 elders were almost biting their teeth off at this point. Im Sheng's pictures are too hot to post, I can only comment on them and ask them to wear more clothes, _ Having obtained the Kirin fruit and quickly cultivated to the awakened state, Rox originally thought that his strength had been greatly improved again. I didn't expect that I failed to show off, but was slapped in the face and lost all my face. It's all over. Instead of dragging their feet, it would be better to rush directly into the world government's army and start killing people, relieving the pressure on the Qin government's army. Kong, Garp, Sengoku and other high-ranking admirals from the naval headquarters betrayed the government at the critical moment. But the fact seems that facing the simultaneous attack of so many powerful people, he still can't deal with it as flawlessly as Luo Hu, the real cheating evil ghost. World government is definitely about to collapse. Zephyr saw this. I wanted to suddenly crash into the battlefield and act big. The world government's army is estimated to be at least 400,000 to 500,000 people. That's why they chose to rush into the crowd, grab the other party's senior agent and beat him madly. Damn you Rox. Why don't you just become a legend? What's the point of crawling out from underground now? The situation on the world government army's side is not optimistic, it can even be described as a complete defeat. Kill the world government's army with all your strength. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, retreat first and don't force your way in. Wait until the admiral has time to fight and then we can finish them all off. But now it's all over. 5 elders are also celestial dragons. All celestial dragons must be killed. A strong murderous look flashed in Luo Hu's eyes, and then his body quickly teleported. He went straight to the battlefield between the 5 elders and Rox. Although now that Im has been hiding and has not appeared yet. But as long as these 5 elders die, the world government will definitely be seriously damaged. Moreover, Luo Hu can directly obtain the demonic power from the 5 fantasy beasts on the opponent's body to continue to greatly enhance his own strength. Within a split second, Rox was knocked to the ground again by the 5 elders' powerful Haki attack, and his body was on the verge of being seriously injured. He intervened in the center of the battlefield with a huge amount of Haki, and pulled up Rox who was knocked to the ground and looked somewhat miserable, and directly blocked the 5 elders who were ready to kill Rox. Seeing Luo Hu's terrifying figure with dark fruit smoke coming out of his whole body, the 5 elders in front of him stood still and stared at Luo Hu. Evil ghost. Don't get too carried away. This world cannot be ruled by little brats like you. What awaits you is the most powerful and only god in this world. Lord, Narona Imshin. The 5 elders' faces turned pale, and they were obviously so angry that they jumped up and down because they couldn't kill Rox because of Luo Hu Wulang. Luo Hu's eyes were terrifying and flickering under the moonlight, and an invisible terrifying aura emanated from his body. With his current strength, it is meaningless for him to kill ordinary troops and enemies. Only the feeling of revenge by actually killing the celestial dragons can make Luo Hu happy. The 5 elders were obviously very good targets. Not just celestial dragons, but the king of celestial dragons from the original generation 800 years ago. Narona Imsheng. What a ridiculous name. If he really has the ability, why doesn't he come to rescue you? There is no point in talking anymore. I will kill you now. Then I will attack your celestial dragon's holy land Mariehua once again. I will massacre you, the so-called God clan. Luo Hu looked terrifying, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. The 5 elders looked at each other as if they had made a difficult choice, and then spoke with an unusually cold tone that revealed the aura of an extremely powerful and confident superior. Arrogant. Just wait for your death. The real God will let you feel what irresistible power is. 5 elders has not finished speaking. Whoosh! Luo Hu's body suddenly rose up. The speed reached ultimate, and a terrifying Haki pressure permeated his whole body. The dense black thunder caused by Conqueror's Haki covered it like a continuous shadow. The veins on the shiny black fist were exposed, and the muscles bulged. The moment Conqueror's aura was wrapped around him, he smashed it hard towards the five elders' forehead, so fast, accurate and fierce that it was almost impossible to catch. Anyone who is not strong enough and can only reach the admiral level will die on the spot under the power of this punch. There is no chance of resistance. However, at this moment, the five elders did not show any sign of changing their expressions at all when faced with such a powerful punch. It's as if there's no fear at all. The corners of their mouths curled up in a hint of sneer. Then, at the moment when Luo Hu was wrapped in armament Haki, Conqueror's two-color Haki was about to land a punch as powerful as a nuclear bomb explosion. A black teleportation array appeared incredibly quickly under the feet of the five elders. Boom! With the blessing of this terrifying physical fitness, Luo Hu has clearly felt that the purity of his Conqueror's Haki is beginning to transform to a higher level. Then, taking this position as the origin, a huge gully like a rift valley was created on the vast battlefield covering dozens of kilometers in radius. The system has also prompted that it has successfully absorbed the demonic power of 5 mythical beasts. Obtain 5 mythical beast-level demon powers again. Luo Hu's punch, which could easily kill any emperor-level warrior in an instant, viciously hit the place where the 5 elders had just stood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan, Pig Fruit Mythical Beast Seal form, awakening 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan, Mama Fruit Mythical Beast Horsebone form, awakening 100%. No one has the confidence to face Luo Hu's attack head-on. Are we still allowed to work properly? All of Luo Hu's blood vessels and veins were bulging and beating non-stop, filled with an inexplicably powerful aura, and the power in his body surged to the ultimate level. 5 different kinds of demonic power transformed into extremely pure energy and rushed directly into Luo Hu's body like a rushing river, constantly strengthening his already terrifying body cells. However, the next moment, a smile appeared on Luo Hu's face. Now, the ice mist raised by the flying ice chips gradually dissipated. Kazan, who was still busy repairing the ice battlefield, looked at the huge rift in front of him with a confused face, which could not be filled at all. The fiery breath surges. The clothes on Luo Hu's upper body burned silently and quickly turned into ashes, revealing a body so powerful that it shocked people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan Nyonyo Fruit Mythical Beast Gyuki form, awakening 100%. The loud noise caused by this terrifying attack made countless powerful people around look at each other in confusion. They were all smashed to pieces, and one by one they fell into the sea to feed the fish. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki is spreading everywhere. Kazan muttered in dissatisfaction, but continued to frantically lay the ice battlefield to prevent any soldiers from falling into the abyss and losing their lives. Don't you guys know to take it easy every time you make a move? Although the 5 elders were not killed directly. P.S. I can't stand the readers anymore. I can't guarantee stable updates, so I won't hold you back and just say it. We will meet again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan, Bird Fruit Mythical Beast, Izuna Tenma form, awakening 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan, Bug Fruit Mythical Beast, Desert Sandworm form, awakening 100%. Luo Hu has also made significant improvements in the 3-dimensional system of strength, speed and physical strength. At this time, Luo Hu, who was emitting a breath of black smoke, missed his punch and failed to catch the magic circle that the 5 elders used to teleport. He could only watch the 5 celestial dragons disappear before his eyes. A horrible roar and explosion occurred. The shock between the pupils could not be dissipated at all. Because, at the moment when the 5 elders left, the aftermath of Luo Hu's punch had already shaken them. Damn it! But they can't run to the ends of the earth. Slowly standing up from the broken ground, Luo Hu gently shook his hands and then his body began to rise. Standing in the void, with a terrifying body, his eyes glanced calmly at the celestial dragons' royal corpses on the battlefield, whose minds had been wiped out and who could only attack and kill non-stop. On the ground battlefield, the Marines, CP, and the new government troops were still fighting in a chaotic battle, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The battlefield was extremely crazy, as if the end of the world was coming. Looking at this dark battlefield that was completely dominated by the Emperor level, Luo Hu raised his finger. It pointed directly at the top of the head of one of the celestial dragon's royal corpse puppets. Everyone only knew that Luo Hu's power was top-notch in the world, but they didn't know that Luo Hu could actually kill a general-level warrior at such a long distance. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield felt the fear from the bottom of their hearts. After being penetrated by the terrifying thunder laser, the abdomen of a corpse puppet expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was inflated, and quickly grew larger, turning into the shape of a pregnant woman in the blink of an eye. Is this really the power of human beings? It's so perverted. Leaving behind the last sentence a voice that seemed to be a whisper and a howl. Luo Hu's power shocked all the Marines present who were already in the same camp as the new government. Next moment. The body and skull of this celestial dragon's royal corpse puppet, which was very lucky to be chosen by Luo Hu, were like porcelain. They were instantly covered with countless shattered cracks. Then, with a bang, it exploded, leaving blood all over the ground. This is the most terrifying attack that is unleashed by the abilities of multiple devil fruits in the Ultimate's body and with the blessing of extremely high Haki. Because only those who live together day and night can feel most directly that their commander's strength has risen to a level that they will never reach and is really incomprehensible. Moreover, the power unleashed between Emperor-level warriors will definitely cause more damage. Even Kaido and the others showed a hint of shock on their faces. Boom! The dazzling and impossible to look at directly lightning laser began to condense. Plop, plop. As screams rang out on the battlefield. The final order issued by Marshal Kong really determines the fate of all of us. With Kaido, Bullet, Kongu, Zephyr and others, we are fully capable of killing them all. Then he plunged directly into the Celestial Dragon's royal family who were fighting madly in the army. There was no power to resist at all. The three royals fell one after another, their bodies shattered and scattered like glass fragments, and they were completely dead. After the extremely suppressed sound of heartbeats passed. The moment he rushed out, Luo Hu's godlike body exuded extreme power, and each muscle was like the most perfect work of art in the world, impeccable. Piuhahahahahaha, celestial dragons. My iron fist tastes good, right? However, if we let these people do the killing, it would take too much time. At this moment, the celestial dragon's royal family left on the battlefield are basically powerless. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the new government's army were shattered by the rampaging celestial dragon's royal family, and they closed their eyes with boundless pain. In a few seconds. Then, the terrifying Haki's crazy oppression was released. After casually killing a corpse puppet, Luo Hu looked at the rest of the celestial dragon's royal family who were still immersed in aimless killing. Blood instantly gushed out of the 7 orifices of the 3 celestial dragons. They groaned in agony without realizing it. The gold-studded clothes on their bodies turned scarlet in an instant, as if they had turned into 3 bloody men. The explosive and incredibly fast attack swept across with an extreme roar and shattered directly into the entire dark battlefield. P.S. The author has to protect the border so he has almost no time to update. Dear readers, I am sorry, Delta. Although he has lost his once terrifying height and size, his power and strength have become even more irresistible. Looking at the pain in the eyes of the soldiers who obeyed his orders, Luo Hu's heart also flashed a hint of emotional change. His pupils turned fierce, murderous intent rose in his heart, and his terrifying body rushed forward in an instant. For the justice and peace of the new government's future. Kill, kill, kill. Under the crazy crush of the celestial dragon's royal family, countless weak soldiers were crushed into minced meat and blood. But even with such large-scale casualties, there are still people fighting hard forward. They seemed to have inner faith and were as fearless as those Marine soldiers who shouted for justice. It seemed that the remaining consciousness showed signs of revival, and a hint of strangeness appeared in Joyboy's pale pupils. Anyway, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a golden armored corpse with thunder fruit. The entire skull was instantly covered with countless cracks, like fragile porcelain. However, the fact is that there was a loud bang at the scene, and Joy Boy's stiff body smashed the ice surface within a radius of 10 miles, causing it to shatter with a crackling sound. Blood began to drip as the broken ice splashed everywhere. Even a powerful emperor could only turn his head vaguely to track the location where Luo Hu disappeared. Amid the last laugh, Luo Hu calmly watched the white giant in front of him fall down. With the help of extreme speed, Luo Hu came from behind and arrived first. He flashed behind Joey Boy's retreat and blocked his tattered body. However, at this moment, Luo Hu was in no mood to understand the bad things that happened 800 years ago. After taking a closer look at the strength, Haki had completely surpassed Luo Hu, and then he burst into crazy laughter again. On the other side of the battlefield, the figure approached quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the last few celestial dragons of the Emperor level. Ha 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 ha, is this the power of freedom? A new era is coming. Invisible constraints oppressed everyone present. Rox, the former overlord of the sea, was excitedly fighting with all his might against the white giant in front of him. At this moment, Luo Hu's powerful body burst out with terrifying power again, and then his figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Boom! On the surface, the battle between Rox and Joy Boy is basically in a very balanced state. Faced with Luo Hu's terrifying power and Haki attack, the remaining body of Joey Boy still laughed crazily and emotionlessly. Then his whole body was like a broken sack, and Luo Hu pulled his white hair and smashed it onto the ice. Neither side gained any advantage at all. The powerful Haki spread everywhere, causing waves of violent aftermath. The palms of the hands are burning with the fiery and exploding scent of Maramara fruit, lava fruit, and thunder fruit, and the violent Haki power permeates the entire palm and overflows wildly. Luo Hu turned his head and looked at Joey Boy, who had slightly suppressed Rox. Before Joey Boy could complete his move, Luo Hu's terrifying big hand had already wrapped around the terrifying Haki and grabbed him in an instant. P.S. I will update it when I have time. In the future, the plot will jump to the world of Lin Zhengying and write supernatural stories, _ Exi ha 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 ha, the power of freedom is irresistible. After beating Joy Boy, who was at the level of a sea overlord, into incapacitating him with one move, Luo Hu immediately raised his other hand. The aura of Haki was extremely terrifying, and it was still filled with purple high-temperature thunder and flowing magma, which slammed directly into the face of Joy Boy, whose body was trembling. Then in an instant, a big hand grabbed Joy Boy's flaming white hair and threw it hard onto the ice. After taking a deep breath, the terrifying two-color Haki was released again. He had no intention of escaping from the battlefield. Instead, he ignored Rox's fist wrapped around Conqueror's Haki and rushed towards Luo Hu's position. Luo Hu punched the white giant on the top of his head, smashing his entire head into pieces. His face was instantly displaced and shattered. Ha 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 ha. When on the verge of death, Joy Boy's body seemed to regain some consciousness. The fluid and blood in the skull were all crushed out by Luo Hu's terrifying power, and flew everywhere along the cracks in the body's bones. Next to Chief of Staff Tsuru of the Naval Headquarters, Guion, a Marine of the younger generation, shouted with a firm and confident tone. Luo Hu's perfect body stood quietly high in the sky, his muscles arranged neatly all over his body contained the most terrifying power in the world, his veins bulged, and his Conqueror's Haki, which had broken through to the god level, exuded an irresistible aura. His body was already glowing with a divine luster, his black hair was loose, and the occasional sun god form seemed to have an indescribable charm. After leaving behind a few words in a bland tone, Luo Hu's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing that Luo Hu had left, Rock's originally defiant expression gradually faded, and turned into the look of a middle-aged uncle. This point alone is enough to prove that Im's strength has surpassed that of the Emperor by many times. Countless Marines, soldiers, strong men from all walks of life, and a small number of top generals looked at Luo Hu in the air, facing the gentle sea breeze and the scorching sun that had already appeared in the sky. Young people are too impulsive. Ahahahahahahaha, in that case, then I have to go home. There's soup stewing at home. Boom, with a dull sound, the Joy Boy, who had fought with him for the entire world 800 years ago, finally sank into the sea with only a completely dead body left. Luo Hu, who was about to leave, paused for a moment when he heard the young marine's thoughts. As the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's own strength is definitely on par with that of the Emperor-level strongmen, but when he confronted Im, he was killed instantly. Ahem, I forgot to tell you, my son is already 8 years old this year. He will definitely become a qualified man in the future. Before leaving, Rox turned around to look at the people who were standing there in complete confusion, with faces full of shock and disbelief. The war is over, and all our armies have been brought back. Maybe the Marine Department was once a violent organization serving the world government, but in the name of justice, they never lack people who are pursuing justice. Even if one truly reaches the level of a general emperor, he can still fall at any minute. After leaving a word to the strong men who survived on the battlefield, Luo Hu's body began to hollow out, ready to kill his way to the holy land of Mariehua alone. After taking a quick look at Gion, whose eyes were filled with determination, Luo Hu nodded in agreement. The future world needs the protection of you, the Justice Marines. Leave the Celestial Dragon's holy land to me. But then again, the level of combat power in the holy land of Mariehua is simply not something that the young Marine in Gion, who has not yet grown up, can handle. At least it is several levels stronger than Rox, the overlord of the sea. Mr. Commander. Please take us with you. We can still continue to fight. Just for the justice of the Marine. Gion, the level of the Holy Land is not something you can participate in now. Don't be willful. Kongu, Garp and others from the Marine side smiled helplessly upon hearing this. After all, Im's strength has been clearly demonstrated in the comics. A few hours later, all personnel on the battlefield covered with broken ice had completed their retreat. All that was left at the scene was a sea dyed red by blood and a devastated battlefield. Meanwhile, above Mariehua, the holy land of celestial dragons. Your performance today really surprised me. Could it be that, these world's highest powers under my command are just a bunch of stray dogs? I gave you more than 20 powerful cyborgs, and they were all killed before they could even make a splash. Even killing 20 pigs would take some time, right? It seems that you who once stood confidently on top of the huge kingdom castle have been corrupted by power that you should not have. Your physical strength is indeed much weaker than before. On the throne of emptiness. Im was still wearing a black robe from head to toe, sitting upright, and the majesty he exuded was even stronger. Those sharp eyes like an eagle exuded an extremely terrifying aura. But, at this moment, Im was obviously unable to sit still. The news brought back to her by the 5 elders, the world's highest authority under her command, was too frightening for her. Although the dozen or so kings who had destroyed the huge kingdom with her were not given the power of immortality, they were transformed by lunar technology. The king's strength is definitely not weaker than the highest combat power level of the naval headquarters. However, such a force that was powerful enough to destroy a huge kingdom just disappeared like a leaf falling on a lake. Is the prophecy made 100 years ago going to come true? Is fate really something that humans cannot control? Joey boy. Damn you silly moon kid. I won't let you succeed. I can do the same with Haki at the god level. Hidden under the black robe, Im, who had a youthful face and skin like that of a young girl, clenched his hands and stared at the gate under the throne of the world with a sharp gaze. Lord Im. Please allow us to explain the development of the matter. All of this is to blame on that damn evil ghost. Under the throne, one of the 5 elders, Saint Jagarsha Satan, cried out with an angry voice and a shaking body. However, before he could finish his words, Im, who was deep in thought on the throne, glanced at his 5 subordinates who were lying on the ground with great dissatisfaction because his thoughts were interrupted. After feeling this intense gaze, the other 4 companions of Saint Satan of Jagarsha began to feel an extremely ominous premonition brewing inside their violently beating hearts. If you don't want to die, shut up and stop talking. Satan. The great god Im is angry. All of this is due to our incompetence. Seeing that the situation was not right, several friends around him began to persuade Satan to stop crying. After hearing his partner's voice, Satan realized the mistakes he had made. After looking up at the figure on the throne for a second, Satan felt a sudden and extremely severe pain in his heart. He looked down with a painful expression. However, he found that his originally strong and powerful heart had been entangled by a black energy arrow and pierced directly into pieces on the ground. The so-called Admiral-level combat power is nothing more than a casual attack in the hands of Lord Imu. After casually killing the subordinates who had followed him for hundreds of years, Im looked calm as if nothing had happened. He just used his eagle-like gaze to look at the other 4 highest powers in the world who were lying on the ground and dared not say a word. Noisy. It is obvious that the devil fruit in Im's hand at this moment is the fruit ability of the Zoan, the bull fruit, the mythical beast, and the Gyuki form that Saint Satan used before. However, at this moment, Im did not react at all, as if he did not hear what they said at all. He just stretched out his hand calmly and passed it across the air in front of him. This is the final background of world government. There was only darkness and a silence as dead inside the crack. And the fruit in her hand suddenly turned into a blood-red devil fruit. The celestial dragons that followed Saint Gallen also understood what had happened after seeing the bloodline on the ground and the disappearance of Saint Satan. Jialin Sheng, with his head full of red hair, and all the celestial dragons knelt on the ground in unison. Then Im took out a piece of fruit and placed it neatly in front of the space crack, as if he was waiting for something. The weak can only complain. Since you can't be the highest authority in this world, then give up your position. At this moment, the air seemed to condense, and the remaining 4 highest powers in the world were truly terrified. Im directly used his ability to lock the surrounding space, resulting in the devil fruit ability having no chance to escape after the ability user died, thus realizing the ability to recycle the god-level fruit. In the outside world, there are terrifying enemies like Luo Hu, but when we return to the Holy Land, we have to face Lord Yim, who is completely enraged. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the quiet Holy Land. Following behind him is the most powerful group of celestial dragons in the entire world government so far. The few old men around who had worked with Saint Satan for more than 800 years could only watch in silence as their old friend, with whom they had fought for many years, was miserably executed just because he complained a few times. At the moment when Im drew his finger, the originally peaceful space was cut open by a sharp blade, revealing a tiny crack. Imu is so angry. A loud shout went over. Soon, Imgyujing's calm voice sounded, as if without any emotion. Immediately afterwards, dozens of celestial dragons appeared in front of him, and at the head of the group was Saint Fegaland Gallen, who once served as a member of the Knights of God. Under the influence of the turbulence of space, Saint Satan's body was strangled into a bloody mist almost instantly. Gaolin Saint should be able to directly take over the position of Satan 5 elders this time. As they are closer to Saint Gallen, they naturally hope that he can take over the position of the 5 elders. If it weren't for the seniority system, Satan would never have been in this position. Tap tap tap. After crawling on the ground for a long time with trembling faces, the 4 old men whispered something in a trembling voice. Soon, under Im's operation, Satan's body, whose heart was pierced but still struggling to survive, was swallowed directly by the crack. The remaining 4-5 elders glared angrily at these ignorant juniors. Kneel down. We are willing to kill all enemies for the great Lord Im. A group of celestial dragons, who are extremely noble to the outside world, are lying on the ground without any dignity, waiting for their god. Well, get up. Sitting on the throne of the world, Im's eyes under the black robe did not show any emotion. He just glanced coldly at the celestial dragons on the ground who barely had a little fighting power. Normally speaking, these celestial dragons don't actually have much blood relationship with her family. The very few bloodlines of her Nerona family had long been lost in the long river of history. As of now, Luo Hu, who had emerged from the outside world and whose strength was comparable to hers or even stronger, could easily deal with these so-called celestial dragons in front of him with just a wave of his hand. Master Jolin, I believe that with the power of the Gyuki fruit, I will definitely be able to help you kill the evil Luo Hu. Facing the aloof Im, Galan Sheng, the supreme commander of the Knights of God, did not show any emotional reaction. Hearing this, Im, who was about to sit on the throne of the world, paused slightly. Even if there are other celestial dragons around who are more suitable for this fruit, it will not affect his direct control at all. After coming into contact with the Gyuki fruit, Galan Sheng quickly assigned it to the female adjutant who was a member of the inner guards and had a curvy figure and fair complexion and was following closely beside him. Indeed, as mentioned before, celestial dragons have no interest in ordinary devil fruit. Facing these celestial dragons whose blood is already boiling, the voice was filled with an indescribable and terrifying murderous aura. Not only would that kind of low-end ability only slightly improve combat power, it would also create fatal weaknesses. We are willing to fight for the great god Saint Naraname and clear away all obstacles that attempt to overthrow the celestial dragon's regime. Kana couldn't help but scream in a shrill voice when she looked at her new body. Then she turned her head and expressed her loyalty to Galan Shinga beside her. After all, it was the devil fruit that Saint Im personally took out of Satan's body. However, in a battle between truly powerful beings, being able to hold up the opponent for a little while can play a very important role in the outcome of the battle. Saint Shim's reward. Amidst the calm, a voice that revealed an extreme disdain rang out directly in the empty palace. Interesting, even now there are still celestial dragons who want to kill me. After receiving the order from Saint Im, all the dragons including Saint Galan quickly stood up and clenched their right fists in a loud and clear voice and swore an oath. Im, who was covered in a black robe, casually threw out a Zoan, Nyonyo fruit, mythical beast species. Gyuki-shaped devil fruit and turned around silently, leaving only a lonely back. But they still cherished those higher-grade devil fruits very much. The 5 elders who were still lying on the ground watched their old friend's devil fruit ability being distributed so easily. Even if they wanted to say something, they could only watch in anger and fear. Eat it. As celestial dragons, we would not bother to use ordinary devil fruits, but this Gyuki fruit is different. It is the power passed down from the previous 5 elders Satan. It will be of great help to your physique. He just quickly raised his hand and took the Gyuki fruit, which was considered the highest grade in the animal room. P.S. I'll update it when I have time. I have to run 5 kilometers tomorrow, Delta. Galan Sheng, who was originally standing at the front of the line, suddenly changed color, revealing an expression of extreme horror, and quickly and silently retreated behind all the celestial dragons. They no longer have any right to interfere. I feel the power surge in my body. After all, in this world, power always holds the primary right of distribution. It can even be said that these celestial dragons below are just a group of cannon fodder. After eating the devil fruit, Kana quickly mastered the ability to transform her entire body into an animal and turn directly into a giant spider with a human head, just like the previous Satan. However, before Kana could finish her words, after taking the Gyuki fruit, Itamitsu opened his mouth wide and chewed it up and swallowed it without any hesitation. Yim's own goal is to use the few remaining combat forces within the world government to contain Luo Hu in the upcoming battle. Even if it can only be done for a few minutes, it is better than nothing. Thank you, sir. Lord Im, the moon technology back then could not kill him at all, he is now even more terrifying than before. After retreating behind everyone, Saint Galan quickly reminded Saint Im to pay attention to the location of the gate. I saw a figure slowly walking towards the dark area. The body posture is normal, and the muscles all over the body are streamlined, which looks full of a very powerful beauty of strength. There was no indication of any change in those eyes except for a very faint hint of murderous intent. Luo Hu, I was surprised that I didn't kill you back then. On the throne of the world, Im sat down slowly and spoke in a low voice. She could clearly feel that Luo Hu's aura had reached the point where it could suppress her. No need for polite words, just let me sit in your seat. Luo Hu clenched his fist, making a crisp explosion sound. If you are willing, you can take this position. Perhaps there is a better way for us to cooperate. This status doesn't really mean anything special. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The whole world can be yours. When he heard that Luo Hu was actually coming for his position as the world's throne, a trace of fluctuation flashed through Yim's heart. At her stage in life, the so-called rights, money and so on have actually lost all their meaning. Rather than offending others for these unimportant things, it is extremely irrational to confront a strong person who is equal to or even stronger than yourself. No need to be so polite. I can take whatever I want myself. For example, your special spatial ability. Luo Hu looked at the world ruler in front of him with a rather teasing tone, who had an unbelievably noble temperament. To be honest, what he said was true. Luo Hu had indeed been staring at Yim's spatial ability for a long time. If he had this ability, perhaps the space jump method that Luo Hu had long wanted to try could be realized. Use the power of the time fruit to break through the time barrier, and then directly travel through time and space to other worlds. After all, in the spatial world of the Pirates King, Luo Hu no longer has anything to look forward to. The only way is to go to other worlds, find more powerful strength, and enrich yourself. One day, you may even go to the super wide-angle fantasy world in fantasy novels where every flower and leaf is a world, every drop is a Bodhi tree, and the sword energy spans 30,000 miles. Lord Im. It's useless to say these words to this prisoner who rebelled against the gods. We must rely on the power of the gods to kill him. Kana, who had transformed into the form of Gyuki, curled her lips into a confident smile, and looked towards Luo Hu's position with her pearly teeth, ready to kill him. Hearing this, Luo Hu was stunned for a moment, then his expression remained unchanged. He just gently moved his neck, then raised his hand slightly and said, "There is never a lack of courageous people in this world." Whoosh! The moment Luo Hu raised his hand, the condensed Haki power reached ultimate, and all the abilities were activated, spreading to his limbs and bones and finally flowing to his fingers. In an instant, the attack with the power increased to ultimate flew out directly at a completely invisible speed. Im Saint, who was sitting on the throne of the world, narrowed his eyes and stared at the attack. However, at this moment, Im Sheng was horrified to find that he could hardly keep up with the trajectory of the attack. And the celestial dragon's Kana, who was still boasting a second ago, was directly shattered into a blood mist in front of everyone's unprepared gazes, and the whole person looked as terrible as if she had evaporated on the spot. Even Kana's first-class appearance and smiling face just now appeared in front of everyone. A powerful celestial dragon who had reached the level of Admiral of Headquarters was wiped out before anyone could react. The name of the evil ghost is so terrifying. It's really hard to imagine how you have acquired such strength. I have spent 800 years and 900 years integrating lunar technology and various abilities to reach my current level, and you? You are just an ordinary human in your 20s, how can you have such strength? Im's delicate body under the black robe trembled slightly, and his tone lost the confidence that he had at the beginning that he could defeat Luo Hu, just like he had defeated Joey Boy. It's not that Yim Sheng himself is not confident or arrogant enough, but the aura displayed by Luo Hu and the attack power just now are really too terrifying. They are within the same level, but their combat effectiveness is indeed much different. Im can easily kill a Marine Admiral level warrior in seconds, but he cannot completely wipe him out with just one move. And this is what makes Luo Hu so terrifying. What she couldn't do, Luo Hu could do easily. How could she not be horrified? Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon's warriors, who were originally excited and ready to charge forward at any time, were all stunned. Why would Yim Sheng, who lives in legend, be so frightened when he sees Luo Hu, who is obviously a figure of the new era. This is the holy land of the celestial dragons and also the location of their base camp. Once all of them launch a siege together, everything will be smashed to pieces. Luo Hu still dared to speak so brazenly at this time. It was obvious that he was defying the authority of their god clan. He must be killed. On the side, the strong men who gradually realized that they were at the advantage in numbers were so angry that their eyes were about to burst into flames. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This completely ignores them as the race that will rule the world. Obviously, Saint had already decided to lead the gods to step back and give up their position, but this guy now dares to take advantage of him. Evil people, so arrogant. Faced with this situation, even Imsheng himself wanted to rush up and tear Rono into pieces. Unfortunately, she really couldn't figure out how powerful Luo Hu was. If you rush up to attack like those idiots, it will be easy to put yourself in a very dangerous situation. So even though Yimesheng herself felt greatly insulted in her heart, she still observed the changes in the situation and Luo Hu's actions very carefully. Damn it! Is this really the only way we can act? Are we really going to watch this guy get so arrogant? Dozens of celestial dragons warriors looked at each other, and they all felt the humiliation and ultimate anger in the hearts of the other gods who were also of noble status. This is like rubbing the faces of the celestial dragons underfoot. Not to mention their glory 800 years ago, even now no one dares to ignore them like this. Although these celestial dragons usually only protect the interests of their own families and often engage in intrigue and fight. But at this moment, they also feel the crisis of the rise and fall of their race. In that case, why not fight again? The former Tianlong royal family was able to defeat all the powerful beings of the huge kingdoms and control the entire world, so they may be able to defeat Luo Hu and regain their status as the world's nobility. Thinking of this, the celestial dragons could no longer bear it, and their auras were released. Various Haki also began to be released. The momentum of dozens of admiral-level warriors almost instantly plunged the entire hall of power into extreme depression. Ha ha ha, come on, you evil one, you rebellious fellow who defies the gods. Let me show you how powerful the celestial dragons are that have been able to rule this world for over 800 years. The celestial dragons in the hall laughed loudly, and released all their aura into ultimate. Soon after, even Imsheng uncovered his beautiful body hidden under the black robe and joined in the action of oppressing Luo Hu. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum of dozens of powerful men collided invisibly, and dense cracks and huge fissures appeared in the hall which was made entirely of expensive jade and gold. That position, which symbolizes world power, is unstable and seems to be on the verge of collapse at any time. Just a bunch of stubborn garbage. Luo Hu's cold words rose and fell slightly. There was a slight noise caused by leather shoes stepping on the jade floor. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. The next moment, the brutal war began again. She had already understood Luo Hu's approximate strength from the battle just now. Nanny. How is this possible? Master Im, please intervene. We are simply not capable of dealing with this evil ghost. The only thing in Imsheng's mind was to kill Luo Hu, who was standing in front of him and didn't leave him any way out. At this moment, even the remaining 4-5 elders and the leader of the Knights of God, Sheng, were just hiding behind and observing the changes in the battle. They would not charge forward like these young people. What kind of strength is this? Kill him. If we kill them all, no one will be innocent. As long as they enjoy the gold from heaven, they cannot avoid the source of sin. The 5 elders turned their gaze towards Yim, who was sitting on the throne. The moment when a dozen celestial dragons that were fully capable of competing with the admiral of headquarters rushed over. The remaining celestial dragons warriors all widened their eyes and looked at Luo Hu in horror. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, Imsheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Hu's position. In Luo Hu's body, the ultimate Haki power was activated, as mighty as a flood that broke through a dam, spreading to every part of his body. In almost an instant, Luo Hu's aura was pulled to the realm of perfection. At this moment, facing the eagle-like gaze of Yim Sheng, Luo Hu glanced at him casually. These dozen celestial dragons are already the strongest among the younger generation, and they are also the most daring to launch attacks. Oink oink. The celestial dragon's warriors that rushed over were hit one by Luo Hu, and all of them were accurately hit in the heart, top of the skull, chest, and other vital parts of the human body. Under the suppression of the godlike power, the scene was like hitting watermelons. More than a dozen warriors that rushed over were all exploded, and their headless and torsoless corpses flew across the sky, leaving a bloody mess. You couldn't even hold out for a second and were turned into gas. The next moment, more than a dozen consecutive and orderly dull sounds were heard. Boom! Luo Hu needs to get the precious devil fruit with spatial ability from Yim. Flesh exploded, blood splattered, and blood danced all over the ground. The scene was horrific. The celestial dragon's warriors who had been ready for battle started shouting. The moment their eyes met, two figures rushed out at an unimaginable speed and killed each other. Slightly better than her, but with the help of those useless people, there is still a chance. He no longer had any intention of explaining the species of celestial dragons. Luo Hu mercilessly shook off the blood on his fist, as if the ones who died in his hands were just a dozen mosquitoes, and not the high and mighty gods in the legend that common people had to kneel and kowtow to when they saw them. More than a dozen black shadows wielded sharp swords, black fists, and blades, and rushed towards Luo Hu, whose body was almost covered with flaws, like lightning. Go on, it's totally wishful thinking to think of killing me with this little strength. What level of monster is this guy? Luo Hu will continue to carry out his previous belief and kill all celestial dragons in this world. No one will be left alive. For example, the ability of the Paramecia shock fruit on Whitebeard is like this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the Paramecia space fruit. Almost every one of them has extremely high upper limits. But even the shock fruit ability can only break the space of the original plane and cause certain damage. It is still far from the space fruit in Im Saint's body. Go to hell. Luo Hu and Yim Sheng swung their fists wrapped in the terrifying Haki almost at the same time, and attacked each other's chest to kill. Boom! As the saying goes, time is king and space is emperor. No matter in which world, these two special attributes of time and space are synonymous with great power. At this stage, Luo Hu has acquired the ability to acquire more than 70% of the devil fruit in the world through the collection of the military government. Human. Space power, I see, that's it. The relaxed and carefree sense of flow is like ripples on the calm surface of a lake. Along with the long-lost mechanical synthesized sound, a unique and extremely destructive spatial attribute force began to emerge from Luo Hu's body. Although Yim Sheng's attack was also very powerful, and even accompanied by terrifying spatial force, it still lacked the most basic and most difficult power to determine the outcome of the battle compared to Luo Hu. After the words fell, and every attack can easily release all the devil fruit abilities along with the release of Haki. She stared at Luo Hu indifferently, her red lips slightly parted, and said, since you also have spatial abilities, then you should also understand the fact that you can't kill me. Two muffled explosions were heard and the air exploded instantly, with a terrifying crease being cut by the two men's terrifying power and speed. At this moment, Luo Hu was floating steadily at a distance of 3 meters above the ground, with an inexplicable expression and calm eyes, without any change of emotion. It seemed that he didn't care at all about Yim Sheng's top appearance and perfect figure that could rank among the best in the world. Feeling this feeling that was completely different from any power he had ever felt, Luo Hu stretched out his finger and gently drew a line in space. In an instant, two incredibly powerful figures collided with each other with Haki released. The space in front of them exploded with powerful energy, tearing it into pieces of terrifying sharp winds, magma, and light beams. All kinds of fancy abilities were like cluster bombs, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the originally peaceful space was cut open by that special energy, leaving a hole emitting a terrifying abyss. After gasping for a few times, Im Sheng shook his arm lightly, and the almost broken bones visibly recovered as before. Yim muttered to himself, supporting himself with his left hand and standing up shakily. He looked towards Luo Hu's position with a swaying body. The sharp eagle-eye circles in his eyes kept flashing, as if he understood why the man in front of him could catch up with her achievements which took her nearly 1,000 years to achieve in just a few years. Boom! Boom! With one blow, two completely different forces collided, and an unprovoked terrifying roar of Haki broke out. In the pirate's world, there are several other devil fruits that have spatial attributes. Under the blessing of Luo Hu's own terrifying power, there was an extremely loud explosion, and Yim Sheng's delicate body flew backwards on the spot and slammed heavily in the distance. With a click, the entire delicate right arm was instantly fractured, and there were cracks all over it, just like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. With the ability to travel through space, I can escape directly into the space crack and leave this world if I want to. Although there are great dangers in the space turbulence, it is not an undesirable path. In other words, you can't kill me at all. Im Saint gently patted the dust off her black robe, and her demeanor had completely regained the confident, elegant and dignified posture of the queen of the world. It is clear from Yim Sheng's expression that she has made up her mind to give up all her status, power, money, etc. in this world as well as the entire world she controls. After all, compared to life, the above-mentioned are just like rotten yellow soil, and have no value at all. As long as she goes to another world, she can still rely on her own strength to control the entire world again and restore her power. The reason why Im Sheng has not taken action for so many years is simply because his own physique is not strong enough to withstand the squeeze and cut in the space turbulence, which can easily cause life-threatening reasons. Whoosh! However, facing the confident Yim Sheng, Luo Hu said nothing, and unimaginable power burst out from his body, leaving behind a residual image and disappearing instantly. At the moment of action, Luo Hu stretched out his hand out of thin air and waved out a light blue light wave, covering the entire hall of power. Nanny! This is... Im Sheng's pupils shrank, and he could clearly see Luo Hu's actions and the devil fruit ability he had just released. This was a time fruit that was completely comparable to the space fruit ability. Im Sheng, who had been very confident, suddenly changed his expression. He turned around and prepared to escape, wanting to quickly tear open a huge space crack and escape into it. But at this moment, he found that things that he had once been able to do easily were now slowed down infinitely. Her arms felt as if they were filled with tens of millions of pounds of lead and iron, and she couldn't even lift them. Or rather, her entire body has been directly enveloped by the power of time, slowing down its speed by several times. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she quickly tried to bend her arms to quickly block Luo Hu, who was already in front of her. However, the fact was that before Im could slowly bend her arms to defend herself, Luo Hu's heavy punch filled with boundless power had already slammed into her well-proportioned and rhythmic chest. The force was so powerful that there was no mercy at all. He directly mobilized the power of space to cause horizontal explosions in large pieces, making an extremely sharp sound, just like the sharp spikes made by someone rubbing his fingernails on a blackboard, which was suffocating. Snap! Puff! A series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. Im Sheng's entire chest was dented and exploded by Luo Hu's punch, his bones were shattered, and the black robe on his body exploded. Blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards again like a rag and hit the ground. She could clearly feel that she was completely trapped. Even though the space had been opened up, revealing a way to escape, she was unable to move. Luo Hu's body was so tightly integrated with the two attributes of time and space that she couldn't even resist. I can't accept this. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Aren't you a human? Why do you have so many devil fruit abilities at the same time? Im Sheng had a mouth full of blood, and he looked confused and puzzled. His body was shaking, and his graceful chest sunken and then rose again. Suddenly, his body trembled and then quickly recovered. However, Just as she stood up to recover, Luo Hu's figure appeared in front of her again, and his hand with terrifying power and various abilities grabbed her body. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Im Sheng's eyes turned cold and she was ready to make a desperate fight. She shouted loudly, and 2 arrows carrying the power of space suddenly grew longer rapidly, and were also wrapped with god-level Haki energy. They were black, as if they had directly transformed into 2 Haki black swords of more than 10 centimeters, and stabbed fiercely towards Luo Hu's crown. Bang! Yim Sheng's space arrow instantly pierced Luo Hu's body, but the imagined situation of head breaking and bleeding did not occur. Instead, it just made a very strong metallic muffled sound on the spot. Faced with this kind of attack that could kill an admiral instantly, Luo Hu no longer needed to put up any resistance. He could block it perfectly with the strength of his body alone. At most, he only felt a slight tingling sensation on his body. Boom! What? However, before she could stop screaming, Luo Hu's big hand had already grabbed her delicate neck and pulled it hard. The so-called king of the world is nothing more than this. Bang! Completely disappeared in this world. Luo Hu's footsteps floated about 3 meters above the ground, his face cold as he looked at the ashes on the ground. I really don't know whether I should thank you, this disgusting race, or find another way to torture you. Im Sheng's eyes widened and he cried out in shock. When Yim Sheng stabbed Luo Hu with all his strength, not only did it fail to have any effect, but it also caused all of her space arrows to shatter to the ground. Yim Sheng was so terrified that he wanted to resist frantically, but his body was instantly pulled in front of Luo Hu, and the two looked into each other's eyes. The 5 fingers of the left hand wrapped around Haki and suddenly snapped. Boom! Celestial dragons. It's no use continuing to make trouble. It's time to put an end to this corrupt world that has been ruled by celestial dragons for hundreds of years. Ah! How is this possible? Then, without waiting for Im's reaction, he raised both palms and slapped the middle hard as if slapping a mosquito. Faced with this weak and powerless resistance, Luo Hu's muscles all over his body began to flow, his veins bulged with energy, and every inch of his skin flashed with a faint light, filled with powerful divine power. P.S. The pirate's world is about to end, and I am going to change the venue to collect spells, masks, and demonic power. The force is powerful and fierce. Until now, Im Sheng still wanted to continue to recover his body, but Luo Hu didn't give him any chance at all. The sound was terrifying, and the entire palm turned into various light abilities, all of which were filled with terrifying elemental energy. It was extremely shocking, and in an instant, it directly hit Im Sheng and made him scream, and his entire body was in a process of continuous destruction. Yim Sheng's delicate body kept struggling, and sharp arrows with spatial power and Haki power kept growing out of her body, quickly stabbing towards Luo Hu's head, chest, eye sockets and other vital parts. Faced with the fact that his most powerful attack was unable to cause even a little damage to Luo Hu, Yim Sheng's delicate brows were in a state of panic. It seems that I am still too cautious. With a click, red and white splashed everywhere in an instant, and then were killed by the unreasonable elemental energy into white ash, flying everywhere. It was extremely miserable. Violent explosion. Just take it off her noble face. A powerful burst of high-temperature flames and lightning flashed past, directly burning Im Sheng, who was still beginning to recover his body, into ashes. Luo Hu muttered a few words to himself. Im Sheng's entire body was beaten into a ball of minced meat, and even his screams became weaker. If you hadn't raised those celestial dragons, maybe my child would be a fisherman on a remote island, taking over his father's career and making a living by fishing. Let me go. Let me go. You damned be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈ spoke in a cold tone. The moment he grabbed Im Sheng's delicate neck, his other hand mobilized various powerful devil fruit abilities such as magma, fire, thunder, and pure Haki power, and slammed Im Sheng's face hard with one palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Strength 13.77, Agility 12.69, and Stamina 20.18. The system's mechanical prompt sounded as expected. As the most powerful person in the history of the world, Yim Sheng could still bring a certain improvement in combat power to Luo Hu after his death. Although the data improvement is not much, it is better than nothing. After dealing with Yimu Sheng, Luo Hu turned around and looked at the remaining 5 elders and celestial dragons around him. A few minutes later, the originally noisy hall of power fell into silence. The loud voices of the crowd echoed for a long time in the hall of power. However, Luo Hu did not use the boring means of a superior to maintain his dignity to deal with such behavior. Everyone came over in a hurry, and soon received orders and prepared to leave. Mr. Commander, I think your second order doesn't make sense. Not all celestial dragons are evil, so why do you want to execute them all? Everyone looked at the man sitting on the throne of the world and saw his expression change drastically. They were all shocked at the change in Luo Hu's expression. Stand up. From today on, this kneeling etiquette is officially abolished. No one is allowed to ask others to believe in kneeling in any form. This rule applies to every corner of every country in the world. You people at the naval headquarters are responsible for promoting and implementing it. Standing calmly in the air for a moment, Luo Hu carefully felt the relaxation and comfort in his body after completing his blood feud. But now Im Saint has disappeared in every corner of this world, and only the white ash on the ground is left to prove that there was such a king of the world. Only the younger generation has such a spirit of daring to fight and strive. At this time, the people from the naval headquarters who had finally rushed back to the world's power hall after rushing all the way, as well as the senior military officers originally led by Luo Hu, finally came to Luo Hu. But Luo Hu personally has always believed that the new generation of Japanese devils enjoyed the wealth that their fathers brutally plundered, and naturally they also brought that guilt. Then he waved his hand, and all kinds of powerful energies began to sweep across. That place originally belonged only to Im Saint. As soon as Gion finished her words, Sister Tsuru, who was standing next to her, almost subconsciously prepared to force her back behind her. Suddenly, Luo Hu turned his head and looked at the one about 10 meters away from him, which represented the throne of the king of the world. The little fisherman who stood in front of the sea breeze like a minion now has the ability to do it. Luo Hu raised his hand to signal everyone to relax. There was no need to follow the old rules and kneel down on the ground so stiffly. My point of view is just like the debate question I encountered before I traveled to the pirates' world. For example, Luo Hu has been wanting to get rid of all the noble classes in this world, including the celestial dragons, since the day he set out to sea. He simply explained calmly, none of the celestial dragons obtain resources through labor. They exist to suck the blood of the world's civilians to sustain their own survival. Since they have enjoyed the funds of sin, they naturally bear this guilt. Some people think that those are things of the previous generation and modern Huxia people should not pursue history. Have the descendants of the Japanese people, who have a deep blood feud with Daxia, inherited the sins of their fathers? Luo Hu controlled his body to slowly float over, and then quietly sat down in a position outside the world, tapping his fingers back and forth, making a crisp sound of tinkling. However, the most critical issue before leaving this pirate's world is to resolve the follow-up matters. Gion, who is known as the youngest general in the naval headquarters, expressed his opinion with some doubt. Now Luo Hu has mastered space and time, the two most critical abilities to travel through time and space to other dimensions. Also, continue to gather high-level forces and completely wipe out all celestial dragons on the entire Red Line. Not a single one should be left behind. Their crimes must be executed by the Vice Admiral live on the global broadcast. The government army is responsible for this matter. Because Luo Hu himself hated the class structure among the powerful, he naturally could not become the person he once hated. It has to be said that young people are more energetic. Almost no senior Marine officer present dared to question Luo Hu's decision at this time. Luo Hu answered the young female Marine's question lightly. However, this kind of person who could sit in such a high-level position must be a summoning person. After reacting, everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed instantly. Luo Hu's words fell lightly, and in the blink of an eye, they determined the lives of the remaining celestial dragons on the red line. We pay homage to the king of the world. After standing there stupidly and listening to Luo Hu's sophistry, Gion felt mentally disturbed. What's more, this is not as simple as traveling around the world with a sword. Except for a few celestial dragons who still had some conscience and were shot to death without much pain, the rest of the bad guys were all thrown into a big oil pot. At this time, Luo Hu has gathered the abilities of devil fruit of all kinds and types in the world to strengthen his body. And which man has not had a dream of traveling the world with a sword? Under the strict execution of the army, the celestial dragons on the red line were completely wiped out. Luo Hu stood quietly at the highest point, his deep and sharp eyes piercing through the layers of clouds, staring closely at the endless blue sea in the distance. The sea breeze gently brushed his cheeks and ruffled his inky black hair. The waves kept hitting the reefs, splashing white waves, as if telling the world the secrets and stories hidden in the depths of the sea. At this time, the sea surface was like a huge sapphire, sparkling with charming light under the sunlight. After collecting all the devil fruit abilities, if you want to gain more powerful powers, you have to go to other planes. These worlds where one can gain even greater power are what Luo Hu is pursuing. Looking at the dark and gloomy space crack in front of him, Luo Hu took a deep breath and then stepped in, leaving this world where he had stayed for a long time. After all, anyone in this world who has seen the character of celestial dragons will not have any sympathy for them. Since ancient times, whoever wins the hearts of the people will win the world. The same is true for the fact that water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. But Luo Hu himself does not have such vulgar tastes. P.S. The pirate's world ended a bit hastily. I plan to look for talismans and ghost masks to enhance my abilities, and then I will start writing about cultivating immortals. Time passed, and the 3-day purge was over. This is the only way to travel out of this world. There is no other reason than that what Luo Hu did is completely in the direction of the common people of the world. She could clearly feel that the logic behind this was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Luo Hu stared calmly at the frying pan, which was already scalding like fried chicken. The celestial dragon's family muttered to themselves. It's time to leave this world. A person stood quietly for a while, enjoying the last breeze in this world. Although the space crack in front of him was a little dangerous, it was not enough to make Luo Hu's current body unable to withstand it. In front of the whole world's live broadcast, it was fried with a sizzling sound and hot oil splashing. After this brutal purge and the abolition of the solidified aristocracy throughout the world, Luo Hu's position has become completely secure without any real strength. 1 month later. Above the highest peak of the red line. Some of these planes belong to the low-level martial arts world, while some of the worlds are extremely crazy cultivation civilizations and various civilizations with advanced and abnormal technologies. Although Luo Hu has been staying in the pirates' world, he can rule the entire world for 800 years or even thousands of years just like I'm Saint without any problem. Luo Hu gently stretched out his fingers and forcefully drew a crack in the air in front of him, which emitted an extremely dangerous aura and space crack. Although I can't update stably, there are still so many readers who keep the books on their bookshelves. The little author is really grateful to everyone. Instead, it is truly traveling along the coast of the universe, looking for the wonders of various different dimensions of the world. Continuing to stay in this pirate's world with no interesting opponents is no different from being a small-time bandit who can only form a gang and raise a big flag to act as the king of the mountain. The others present reacted briefly before taking action, splitting into 2 groups to carry out the orders of Luo Hu, the new king who ruled the entire world. In the vast universe, different world planes are as numerous as fine grains of sand. Escape is the most important thing. Although Luo Hu couldn't figure out why this powerful man who had not yet shown up would attack him. Such a strong man is completely different from himself who relies on the ability of devil fruit to escape into the void. This time, I will use this sword to be cautious and not arrogant. Going back to cause trouble for them is like an egg hitting a stone, or even like an egg hitting a steel plate. Puff, snap. Even though the wound was almost broken and the arm bones were causing unbearable pain, Luo Hu had no intention of turning around to seek revenge. This is definitely an immortal-level weapon that can only be possessed by powerful people who appear in the legendary world of immortal cultivation. After stepping into the crack torn by the space fruit, Luo Hu carefully maintained his body's stable balance under the influence of the space turbulence. Just as Luo Hu was looking at what was in front of him, suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling of being stabbed in the back instantly lingered in every pore of his body. Moreover, he is the kind of powerful immortal cultivator who can directly cross the void and travel the universe by relying on his own terrifying cultivation. There are also those mysterious nebulae, like huge and gorgeous paintings hanging in the sky. They are either gorgeous uzumaki made of gas and dust, or hazy lights and shadows dancing like ethereal gauze. What's more, some nebulae hide new celestial bodies in the making, like babies in the arms of the cosmic mother, waiting for the moment to break out of the cocoon. Luo Hu's eyes could clearly see the light approaching rapidly in front of him. Is this sword energy? In addition, there are extreme celestial bodies such as black holes in the universe. Its extremely powerful gravitational field makes it impossible for all matter around it to escape its control, and even light will be ruthlessly swallowed. When matter approaches a black hole, it will be extremely stretched and twisted, and release extremely strong radiation, forming a series of thrilling high-energy jets. In the world of pirates, Luo Hu might be considered invincible, but after all, he has now left that world where combat power is generally low. If he wants to survive in the cruel dark forest, he needs to correct his attitude as a weak person and can't act recklessly like before. While escaping in the space, Luo Hu used the devil fruit's rule ability to restore his broken arm. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked back with a serious expression, muttering slowly, "It really proves the old saying of Hong Mao Dong, if you are invincible in the world, there will be enemies from the sky." After regaining his body, Luo Hu aimlessly fled into a blue planet that had vaguely appeared in front of him. In this vast, deep and mysterious universe, there are countless amazing and bizarre sights and phenomena. Stars shine like bright gems, emitting fiery energy alone or forming spectacular galaxies in groups. Planets exist in various strange forms, some are wrapped in thick atmospheres, showing dreamlike colors, and some are covered with rugged mountains and deep canyons, as if telling the vicissitudes of the ancient times. After several careful tests to ensure that these spatial turbulences would not cause much damage to his body, Luo Hu officially began to look at the area in front of him that was full of bizarre lights and shining stars. Under the attack of this sword energy that was flowing, mysterious, and exuding the charm of the supreme path, Luo Hu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. There was a crisp sound of flesh being torn apart, accompanied by blood flying everywhere and leaving an arm as the price. Luo Hu quickly turned into a dazzling thunder, tore through the space and escaped directly into the plane galaxy closest to his position. But the most important thing right now is to leave this dangerous place immediately. Behind this ray of light was a small black and purple sword. As for the owner of this small sword, Luo Hu, no one could see where he was. Damn it! The fact that he was able to cut off one of my arms with just a small sword without even showing his face was enough to prove that he was definitely a rare and powerful person. This is really interesting. He clearly has no cultivation at all, but he was able to break through the space barrier that only a golden immortal could break and escape. At the moment Luo Hu escaped, a figure suddenly emerged in the void. He muttered to himself as he put the floating purple sword back into his storage jade buckle and glanced curiously at the place where Luo Hu broke through the space. The space there was smooth without any disruptive fluctuations, as if the space had never been opened up by any external force. The essence of the power of devil fruit is the power of the world's laws. Although most of them are relatively weak abilities, they are directly connected to the rules of the world. The man who cut off Luo Hu's arm stared at the space in front of him and sighed for a moment. There are 50 great ways, and 49 heavenly evolutions. If you escape one of them, all things will have a glimmer of hope. Well, I will spare your life today. On the other side, Luo Hu, whose arm had been restored, escaped directly into the blue planet in front of him. And at the moment when Luo Hu turned into a thunder in the clear sky and fell to the ground, the source of the energy in the entire world was instantly stirred. At this moment, inside a lavish skyscraper located in the most prosperous area of San Francisco, a statue with a yellow body and scarlet eyes suddenly spewed out a flame from between its nostrils. This sudden scene directly startled the fashionable white-haired man in a green suit and holding a scepter standing in front of the statue. This white-haired man is none other than the current leader of the Black Hand organization within the beautiful country of this world, the Black Hand Gang's Valen. Valen, who was startled, immediately smiled flatteringly when he saw the statue come back to life. Holy Lord! You are finally awake. You know, isn't it time to fulfill the Golden Rooster King's treasure that you promised me last time? However, at this moment, the Holy Lord had no intention of paying any attention to Valen at all. Because as the villain of the world, he can clearly feel that an extremely powerful righteous energy seems to have invaded this world. At this time, Wallen did not know that the stone statue in front of him was observing the flow of the world's aura with a confused look on his face. He just felt that the stone saint in front of him woke up this time and actually scolded him as usual. Wallen was quite surprised for a moment. Although he was a little impatient with the broken stone in front of him, he continued to flatter for the sake of his Golden Rooster King treasure. Great Holy Lord, this time my men will definitely bring you that useless talisman. Please take a look at the Golden Rooster King treasure you promised me before. The Holy Lord, who was watching the fight between the dark energy and the righteous energy, was interrupted by Valen's noisy voice and regained consciousness. Wallen. I am the noble demon wizard, the Emperor of Asia. As long as you can get the talisman, I will give you as much gold and silver as you want. I am the most trustworthy. As soon as the Holy Lord finished speaking in a low voice, the shadow of the table on the ground reflected by the light stretched forward, and with a wave like water ripples, a ninja slowly walked out of the shadows. Although this scene was very magical, Valen's eyes were instantly focused on the thing in the black shadow ninja's hand, and he had no time to pay attention to the strange appearance of the ninja in front of him. At this time, the black shadow ninja was holding a large holy grail made entirely of gold in his hand. The golden cup was filled with fine gold sand and various agates and jades, and it was shining with 7 colors under the sunlight on the windowsill. This wonderful scene made Wallen, who was only interested in making money, drool. Oh, really? Great, Dad. I'll go make you some coffee right away. At this time, an old man with gray hair, thin body, extremely ruddy complexion, and hair like horns, like an old goat, was constantly flipping through the piles of ancient books in front of him. Next to the piles of ancient books, there was a half-green and half-yellow leaf placed very abruptly. Dad, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Remember to take me to the Elk Park on the weekend. You can also let Uncle Long take me there. Dad took out the book with torn and yellowed pages, opened the first page and began muttering to himself. However, according to the records left by my father's master, the Great Wizard, this world has already achieved a balance between yin and yang, or in other words, it has been a long time since the positive energy is slightly stronger than the negative energy. After reading books for a long time, the old man sighed tiredly, as if he was missing something. As the first spirit of all things, humans have innate spiritual energy in their bodies since birth, which is innate energy magic. In Chinatown Street, inside an old 3-story room with Huxia antiques hanging on the wall. A few minutes later, Xiaoyu, who had gone out to make coffee, came back. Xiaoyu, who had just moved to a new place, only pretended to be cool for a few minutes before she could no longer suppress her active and talkative personality. Of course, no problem. Everyone has qi in their body. Only with it can people learn the power of magic. However, learning qi magic also requires talent. And Dad also found a black leather book that was already in tatters among a pile of yellowed books. When talking about the fact that positive energy is stronger than evil energy, Dad's tone was not relaxed, but rather very solemn. The old man who was searching for information could only squeeze out a trace of expression when he looked at Xiaoyu, who was looking forward to it. He turned around and said, "Oh, Dad doesn't have time to go to the deer park now, but if Xiaoyu is willing to make Dad a cup of espresso, Dad will ask your Uncle Long to take you there after he comes back from overtime." At least before she had seen magic, Xiaoyu herself would not believe that such legendary things really existed. Although she was very interested in the magic her father always talked about, her education since childhood made her unable to believe that there was such a thing as magic in this world. In recent centuries, the energy of positive energy has been in the upper hand for a long time, while the opposing black energy seems to have completely hidden itself, without any movement at all. In the world we live in, mountains, rivers, hurricanes, forests, and everything else are born from the two auras of yin and yang. Yang represents positive energy, while yin represents negative energy. Yin and yang complement and counteract each other, and have been fighting against each other since the birth of the world until they reached a very delicate balance. The old goat, who was smiling a second ago, seemed to have sensed the guidance of his master, the great wizard who had already passed away. His whole expression quickly changed and he began to study the black book in his hand seriously. Because of Qi, many extraordinary powers have emerged in our world, such as Qi magic and those evil substances that represent the dark side. Air magic. That's so cool, Dad. Can you teach me some magic? For example, the kind that can, knock down a big guy in one go. Okay, Dad. There is one more thing. Dad is busy now. If Xiaoyu doesn't want this world to be occupied by the devil that has already descended, don't interrupt Dad's train of thought. Until the whole world reaches the next balance point. Xiaoyu, who had just been arranged by her parents to study abroad and stay at her uncle Jackie Chan's house, moved a small stool and sat next to her father, bored. To deal with the new devil, who may destroy the whole world at any time. After getting her father's verbal consent, Xiaoyu stood up and trotted out of the room with excitement. For a little girl, nothing was more tempting than going to the amusement park. Xiaoyu looked at her father with pleading eyes, hoping that she could become a cool magician, or a magical girl. The world entered a state of stillness. It was too peaceful, so peaceful that it was unbelievable to Dad, even a little terrified. Looking closely, the pattern on the book cover is exactly the Tai Chi diagram formed by two clusters of energy, one black and one white. This is because once the rules of yin and yang balance are broken for too long, the suppressed energy will counterattack and destroy with an unmatched madness. As the old man was talking, he returned to the contents recorded in the black book, and devoted himself to studying the most powerful magic recorded and preserved by his master.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.